Rich heritage, cultural significance, and deep-rooted enthusiasm. These three things breathe life into the very tarmac that these drivers are racing on. The story started in 1965 with the first City of Alcaniz Grand Prix. The sheer passion for racing fueled the event for many years, attracting some of the best drivers from around the world, all the way until 2003. That was the last year that the Circuito di Guadalupe and the town of Alcaniz heard the raw sounds of motor racing. After just 3 years and a lust for racing, a team of experts were put to the task of producing what is probably the most picturesque and mesmerizing kart circuits in Europe. It is round one of the FIA Karting European Championships here at MotorLand Aragón, opening in 2006. Event record being set by Victor Gustafsson in time qualifying earlier in the weekend, a 59.323 for this weekend's racing. The circuit itself, one of the longest circuits on the calendar, but not the longest circuit, sitting at 1,671 meters in length, 173 down the main straight. It's then 300 meters up the hill towards turn number 7 on the circuit. The track around 10 meters wide, and it's a big undulating circuit as you climb up towards turn 7 and back down through turns 9, 10, and 11 back onto the flat start finish straight. The turns in total, there are many of them, 15 in total out on the circuit, 8 to the right, 7 to the left, and 4 hairpins out there. The main overtaking opportunities are roughly around the same sort of parts out there. You can get it done through turn 2, through 4, 7, and turn 9. We've also seen overtakes in towards turn 13, turn 10, and turn 15. There are plenty of places to get those overtakes done. The top speed that these drivers will be reaching at this weekend is around 140 kilometers an hour, and that will be up the hill in towards turn number 7 as they dive into the braking zone of that one. Average speed around the lap, around 100 kilometers an hour. These are some of the fastest short circuit karts racing here this weekend, and all the way throughout yesterday in time qualifying and the first qualifying heats, we saw some absolutely electrifying racing. Myself, Anthony Jordan, and Guillaume Alvarez will be in the commentary box for your listening delectation this weekend, and we kickstart very quickly on with the first race of the day. It is qualifying heat 2 for KZ2 Masters, and we caught up with Anthony Abbas at the beginning of qualifying.
Anthony Abbas, well done to you. Your first time in the KZ2 Master class to kickstart the European Championship, and you put it on pole. Bravo.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good start of the season. It's a new category for me, but I come with my experience in KZ, so it's quite much more easy. But I'm getting old, that's why I'm in this category. And yeah, the goal is to be in the front. So we start with the pole, so we see what's happened after.
A new category for you, new tires as well, and a track that no one has been to for quite a while, especially in gearbox classes. That's a lot of new challenges for you to take on this weekend.
Yes, of course. I discovered the tracks 2 weeks ago. Discovered also the tires at this race. So a lot of novelties, but at the end, with the experience and with the work of the team, you can find the solution. And yeah, I'm very enjoyed to be here in Spain. It's a fantastic track especially for KZ. I don't know for the other category, but it's a really nice place to drive.
Fantastic. Well done to you. Best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Anthony Abbas, who starts this one on pole position after taking the win yesterday as well. KZ2 Masters qualifying heat 2 coming up in a few moments' time. All these races that we're going to be seeing today, 9 laps in length, 15 kilometers, but it is around a 1.6 kilometer circuit. It is a very long circuit that they've got here today, Guillaume.
It is very long indeed. Bienvenidos en MotorLand Aragón. Welcome along, everybody. Thanks ever so much for tuning in wherever you are in the world to follow FIA Karting European Championship live on FIAKarting.com, on YouTube, Facebook, and Motorsport TV. We got you covered as always with the RGMMC Group and the FIA Karting Federation. To kickstart this season for Gearbox, KZ2, KZ2 Masters, a total of 28 races all throughout the weekend. 5 done yesterday, 16 on schedule today, and 7 more on Sunday. A lot of people involved into the making of this event, especially the marshals, the Orange Army. Without them, without the passion, dedication of all those volunteers, marshal, well, there would not be any motorsport, there would not be any karting. So we thank them ever so much once again. Thanks for your passion and dedication all over the track, and thanks to the Spanish Federation of the Automobile and to everybody here at MotorLand Aragón. The show is ready to get started. 5 races done yesterday, 1 in the KZ2 Masters, 1 victory already from pole position for Anthony Abbas in front of Davide Forey. Those two will be sharing the front row of the grid. We're talking about legendary names in the history of karting. The 4-time world champion Davide Forey, the multi-title winner Anthony Abbas, vice champion of Europe as well back in his day. First time for him in the KZ2 Masters for the Frenchman, who's been competing for the past 3 years, only in the World Championship and in some preparation events. Davide Forey, turning almost 50 years of age in a couple of days, is still going strong as ever before. He's been in karting for over 3 decades now, and he keeps on winning races and titles, because last year he won the World Cup, the International Super Cup of KZ2 Masters in Wackersdorf, Germany, along with other achievements along the way. So watch out for those two. The opposition in KZ2 Masters is very, very high as well. The likes of Ricardo Nalon, Alessio Malamartina, Christian Habdulin, and the rest of them will be just following them on the starting grid.
Exactly that. Well, KZ2 Masters heads out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through the starting lineup for this one. 34 drivers, just the one grid over the course of this weekend, but that doesn't mean that the racing will be any duller than what we've seen from the other classes. Anthony Abbas starts this one on pole position after taking his first win of the weekend yesterday. Davide Forey, finishing second, starts this one alongside. Ricardo Nalon and Alessio Lamartina go from row number 2. Christian Hablin and Thomas Mick round out row number 3. Mirko Mizzoni and Roberto Profico round out row number 4, with Jorin Boss and Andreas Bagni on row 5. They give us the top 10. Bryce Digay and Sebastian Ledar round out row number 6, with Michael Foasco and Manuel Martinez on row number 7. Samuel Gaffner and Timur Timosyanov round out row number 8, with Andrei Nicastro and Leopoldo Perez rounding out row number 9.
Row number 10, we have Ludovic Badet and Tommaso Ciampolli, followed by Gregory Leder and Ricardo Avila. Scott Presti and Emmanuel Ducrot, row number 12. Row number 13, Ennio Gandolfi, another great returnee here in the KZ2 Masters. Mark Walleranser by his side. Row number 14, Stian Paulsen and Maurizio Giacchetti. Thierry de Jong and Carlos Medina, row 15. And at the back end of the grid, we have Andre Martins and Eduardo Martins, the two brothers from Brazil. Isla Ibrahimov and Valerio Giambattiste on the 17th and last row on the grid. The red flag is out for everybody to line themselves up, and when they do so, well, the lights will go out in just a moment. Standing starts as always in the gearbox classes.
Certainly so. There is one driver missing from the grid though, and he would have been starting on the 4th row. It's Mirko Mizzano, who is not there. There is a close view at Alessio Lamartina, who's starting this one on the 2nd row of the grid as we wait for the green flag to wave at the back. It is the first race of the day. It's the 2nd race for KZ2 Masters of the weekend as we wait to see the lights. As the lights go on, we wait and we race in KZ2 Masters down in towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for Davide Forey. The Birolard takes the lead in towards turn number 1 as they race their way in towards turn number 2. The back of the field bottles up, it closes in, it condenses as they all try to find their way through. The TB card of Christian Hablin trying to find a way through but can't, and stays there in P4 with the top 3 breaking away well.
And here we go all the way up to turn number 7, around the outside.
Whoa.
Watch out for Anthony Abbas. Can he try to go the long way? And already taking first position back. He has a good throttle on the outside of the exit. And that's going to be a side-by-side home run to turn number 9. Oh, that was a close call, but Davide Forey still stays in the lead. Anthony Abbas on his tail. This is the first wagon of 3 drivers, 9 laps to go through. And Abbas won't be too happy about this situation, starting from pole. But unlike what we've seen yesterday, Davide Forey was the first one coming to turn number 1. A better start for the legendary Italian driver, as they come across in front of our position. Closing in lap number 1, Davide Forri, Anthony Abbas, Riccardo Nalon still in 3rd place, and we have La Martina in 4th. Top 6 unchanged at the moment with Christian Abelin and Thomas Mick. Abelin getting ahead of Mick at the moment, 5 and 6 respectively, as we do have following up Jeroen Bos in P7 from Roberto Profico, Andrea Spagni, Michael Forsco in the top 10. It's such a shame as well, a quick word about Mirko Mizoni. He was last year's pole sitter in Germany for the International Super Cup, and is nowhere to be seen on that grid. Hopefully we'll be able to to take part in race number 3 coming up this afternoon. But now the pressure is on Davide Forri. Look at him watching over his shoulder already. The pressure mounting already from Anthony Abbas in 2nd place.
Yep, Abbas really piling on that pressure. And Davide Forri as well, an experienced pilot, but keeps checking over that shoulder, assessing the situation. We always say that about the drivers in karting. You look behind you, that's usually where you're going to end up. But a quick glance, and all still seems comfortable right now for Davide Forri, who leads the way. The gap still about 1/10 of a second. Ricardo Nalon still there as well in 3rd place. Keep an eye, because Habelin's got up into P4 now as well. Has got past Alessio La Martina, who's down into P5. Thomas Mick still holding on to P7. Jeroen Bos still there as well in P8, sorry, with Andrea Spagni. And Michael Foasco, who is rounding out the top 10. Biggest mover in this one, Thierry de Jong for CRG Holland, is currently up into 19th place after gaining 10 place in this one. The same for Eduardo Martins. Also 10 places gained, is up into P22. So there are big movers in this field at the moment, but eyes maintain on this one. Abbas all over that rear bumper of Davide Forri as they go around this 1.6 kilometer circuit, but every sector is different for a driver. Some drivers are faster in sector 1, some are faster in sector 2, and you just see that the gap just extends and closes as the lap progresses. And there you can see the exit for Ricardo Nalon. He's not closed in on the drivers. He was right there behind him going into the final corner. A little mistake there, and look at that, already he's back on it again.
Yeah, and he still has plenty of times and laps to try to make a move. Getting attack on either Forri or Abbas. Frenchman putting on the fastest lap in the race as we have a move. Christian Abdulin and La Martina exchanging position, at least trying to. As run inside goes Anthony Abbas. So there's the move for the lead, and he made us stick beautifully. And Forri is losing momentum in the exit, and it goes away of Nalon. Ricardo Nalon is going to be able to run the inside of turn number 9 to get ahead his fellow driver, fellow countryman. So Davide Forri, in the space of 2 turns, went from leader to P3. Nothing is just done yet for the Italian. Watch out as Ricardo Nalon finds himself in the chase position. Anthony Abbas back in the lead. That's for the intermediate classification, as you can see. Abbas would still leading at this point with 2 victories if he stays where he is. Of course, he has 1 win under his name yesterday. But these two going to give us one heck of a show for the rest of the weekend, that's for sure. Ricardo Nalon, the 3rd man in this 3-driver battle, run inside. Here's the return of Davide Forri. What a dive from the Italian inside turn number 4. That was on just before the way up to turn number 7. Beautifully made by Davide Forri. He's going to have to protect himself from the inside, but Ricardo Nalon stays in 3rd.
Certainly does. So this battle certainly heating up here, and Abbas breaking away at the front on that Sodi kart. The build trying to close in of Davide Forri, but again under pressure, and look who it's bringing in, Christian Hablin, who's right there on that TB kart, pushing his way right up to the back of this. We could have a 4-kart battle for the lead here on lap 5 of 9, so the race is coming to a conclusion in the next couple of laps, and again, Davide Forri having to slam the door closed there, but he gets a good exit still nonetheless as he tries to attack Abbas once again. So just breaking away, the differences in braking. Nalon again closing in on the parallel just behind the EDSA Motorsport car team. And a little late on the brakes, and it's a mistake from Nalon. And Hablin will have the chance to attack here up the hill. Hablin right on the rear bumper as they go up the hill, and a change for the lead as well, maybe. Davide Forri sends it down the inside at turn 7, but it's denied from Anthony Abbas, who squeezes him to the apex and denies the chance of getting past. Now that's bringing Nalon back in, Hablin's back in, La Martina also closing in as well. This is becoming a very tight battle here in KZ2 Masters.
Yeah, that was a close call from Davide Foré, who had to clip the curb on the inside, tried to find some space, squeeze himself between Abbas and the inside, but there was no room. Abbas putting himself on the middle of the track, coming to turn number 9 on the way down, as 0.3 of a second still splitting the two leaders. Yesterday I had a bit of a talk with Davide Foré. It was missing still some pace on the way up to turn number 7. And when we say way up, that's about 300 meters of infield straight. That one with right and then left, very fast speed, flat out at 140 km/h, pretty much with the toe, coming to this hairpin, the first of 4 hairpins on this track of Aragon, and the second of 4 hairpins, shall I say. But Davide Foré seemed to have found a bit of extra pace coming to that particular corner and on the way down, because he's been able to get even closer than yesterday on Anthony Abbas. Abbas who's been who put the finger right on the setup for his solid card machine. As further back as well, that's going to be an interesting one. Christian Haberlin and Ricardo Nalon still close, as Lamartina and Tomamic coming ever closer from P6. Tomamic P3 in last year's International Super Cup KZ2 Masters in Germany. You might remember that, as the Frenchman is one of the names to keep an eye on. Multiple title winner in France for the past few years, of course, Tomamic, as he's been observing the battle in front, trying to get ahead of Lamartina. The rest of the top 10 still rather unshaken at this point, with Jeroen Bos, Profico Stagni and Sebastian Leder climbing 2 places to P10. We do still have everybody on track. The only one missing is Mirko Mizoni, the Italian who didn't take the start. As we're getting near the checkered flag, Anthony, and I do wonder if Anthony Abbas will be able to resist. Davide Foré is closing in into the last section. Seems to me that the traction and the overall momentum of the Italian seems to be better in the last sector than the first. As we said, a bit of a missing pace, certainly, as run inside the attempt of Christian Abdullin on Ricardo Nalon. Nalon was forced to go wide. They're going to be side by side on the way to turn number 1, entering the final lap. It could have been a touch between the two, but Ricardo Nalon stays in third.
Squeezes the door closed on the start-finish straight, and Nalon, as you say, stays there in P3. That's bringing in Lamartina. Mick as well. Mick goes to the outside on Lamartina. Can't get that move done, stays there behind. Again, it's a very tricky corner, that one. You've got to get a really good exit as they close up to braking into turn 7. Back at the front, though, the gap still close. Abbas and Foré still line astern as they go down the hill in towards turn number 9. This is a crucial spot for an overtake, but we're not going to see it here. We've seen overtakes into turn 10 yesterday. Again, we're not going to see it. Is there going to be an attack here from Foré, or is he going to stay in P2? His remarkable CV would suggest he will go for the move, but I think in qualifying Heat 2 here at MotorLand Aragón, he will settle for P2. It will be Anthony Abbas across the line who will take his 2nd win of the day. Davide Foré takes his second place of the weekend as well. Ricardo Nalon gets a 3rd place after finishing 4th yesterday, and Lamartina finishing P5 is sticking with those 5th place finishes in P5. Well, Hablin as well finishing P4, a superb end to the race, close racing and a great battle between those top 2. Anthony Abbas taking the win then ahead of Davide Foré. Ricardo Nalon and Christian Hablin round out the next row of the end result. Alessio Lamartina finishing in P5 ahead of Thomas Mick. Jeroen Bos finishing in P7, up 2 positions in that race. Roberto Profico in 8th place ahead of Andrea Spagni. Then it's Sebastian Leder and Bryce de Gay in 10th and 11th place. Samuel Gaffner and Michael Frasco finish in 12th and 13th out there. Timur Timozyanov in 14th place after 2 positions. The top half of the grid rounded out by Manuel Martinez, who finishes in P15, down just 1 place in that race.
In P16, we have Andre Nicastro from Gregorio Ledo and Ludovic Badet. 10 places gain up to 19 for Thierry de Jong from Tommaso Ciampoli. 21 is Emmanuel Ducrot from Ennio Gandolfi, the World Cup KZ1 winner from 2004, back to karting after 2 decades of non-competition, as trying to climb through the field after what had been a difficult qualifying. He finishes in front of Mark Wallerhauser, in front of Ishad Ibrahimov. Then we have Ricardo Avila, Scott Presti, Stian Paulsen, Carlos Medina, Leopold Perez, Maurizio Giacetti, Andrew Martins, and Valerio Giambattiste, as well as 2 drivers missing, Mirko Mizzoni, who didn't take the start, and we lost Eduardo Martins, unfortunately.
Indeed, let's have a look at the highlights from that race. The start was absolutely superb for Davide Fore, who took the lead straight away. Just again, that jump off the line, the experience there. You can see just in the background the little bit of contact that you had there between Hablin and I believe it was Alessio Lamattina who was with that little bit of contact there at the exit of turn number 2, just in the braking. This was the first attempt from Anthony Abbas going for it around the outside of the kink down the back straight. Risky place to do it. There was Hablin diving down the inside later on for that change from P5. This was the first overtake, just squeezing it down the inside there, Guillaume. Brilliant, brilliant car control from, I think, both of them. And a valiant attempt there from Ricardo Nallon to just try and get alongside. But, you know, Fore was not going to give that up easily, was he?
No, he's not the kind of driver who would stay behind and not trying at least to attack and switch positions. Ricardo Nallon had the upper hand for a brief moment up to second place. Antonio Abbas was uncatchable, but on the lap just a few moments after, another dive brilliantly made by Davide Fore on the inside into the last sector. And then into turn number 4. What a move that was from Davide Fore, the 4-time world champion of karting and the 3-time World Cup winner as well. But in the end, it was the 2-time vice champion of the world in KZ, Anthony Abbas, with a finish on top. As battle keeps on raging, that was another attempt, a close, very close call from Davide Fore, who actually went into dust a little bit on the inside of turn number 7. Couldn't make it stick. Anthony Abbas just kept the racing line in the middle, unshaken, and that's another victory in the end for the Frenchman of the Sodicar racing team, competing for the first time in the KZ2 Masters class. When we did ask him, what made him change from KZ from last year to KZ2 Masters, he said, well, there's one good reason to that. I'm getting slightly older than before. And to which I replied, well, to me, you don't look that old, actually, seeing your pace in qualifying and the pace in qualifying heats. You're not getting that old, Anthony. You could actually be on the others if you still wanted to, but KZ2 Masters, always, of course, more than happy to welcome some more new names. We have Davide Fore, we have Ennio Gandolfi, Anthony Abbas, as well as some others. We might have Alessandro Manetti as well. We had him last in Valkensdorf competing against Fore. That great battle for the international Super Cup title, and we might have the Italian back with us for the rest of the season. Let's see. But KZ2 Masters to start with, great spectacle already. Let's switch our attention, if you will, to the KZ2 class with a big field of drivers as well into that second category, shall we call it, with 86 competitors at the start of the weekend, and only 36 will make the cut to the final on Sunday. This young man on your picture will be starting from pole position for the race versus B versus D. We caught up with Matteo Spirgel yesterday. Matteo Spirgel, a job well done in qualifying here in Alcaniz for the opener of the KZ2 European Championship. You find yourself leader of your group. That puts you in an ideal position coming to the heats.
Yeah, I managed to do the perfect lap with just a perfect position on track. Unfortunately, we don't have the pole overall, but quite good with the pole on my group. So now we have to stay focused for the heat.
Yeah, there's been a lot of new challenges for you guys to tackle here in Spain, because this is pretty much a new track for those categories, for most of you as well. New tires to manage, hot conditions, tight competition, but you managed to put it all in one basket. Now coming to the races, feeling confident?
Yeah, new track, new tires with really hard condition, as you say. But yeah, we managed to find the perfect sitting and just to do it.
How do you feel finally about representing Sodicart, a French brand, as a French driver here in the European Championship?
Of course, it's a really nice feeling. But yeah, we'll see what we can do in the heat.
Thank you very much. Best of luck. Bonne chance.
Thank you.
Well, qualifying heat B and D will be coming up very, very soon. You can see them lining up there on the pre-grid for this one. Air temperature at the moment, a nice steady 25 degrees. Now, there is some cloud cover looming over, a lot more than what we had yesterday. Yesterday was an absolutely lovely day. It was just blue sky all over the place. Their little notification, now that is Ziming Wang missing from the grid. Now the Canadian would have been starting this one from the 13th row of the grid, but confirmation there, the 166 not on the grid. Well, the engines fire up as the drivers make their way out onto the start line. Let's go through the starting lineup for this one. Mateusz Bergel starting this one on the front row of the grid, winner of the first race yesterday. We'll have United Kingdom's Timo Jungling starting alongside, who finished P2. Lane and Artem Sevrukin, who also won his first qualifying heat yesterday, start on row number 2. Marcus Kayak and Josip Vey go from row number 3. Then it's Simon Reckenmacher and Darius Babayanoa on row number 4. Maxim Orlov and Mateusz Morgato go from row 5. David Lewinsky and Mateusz Zanki round out row number 6. Vladimir Verkalantsev go from row number 7. They'll have Andrea Dale alongside.
Then we have on row number 8, David Walter and Pavo Tonteri, followed by Matic Prus, Santiago da Costa. Row number 10, Daniel Dalakian and Alicia Piscini. Alvar Sismevara and Samuel Leopardi, row number 11. Row number 12, Fabrizio Rosati and Niklas Weichen. Chiming Wang not with us on track, unfortunately. Georgi Vakovsky will be alone on the row number 13. And at the back end, we have Jan Ortman, Anton Morzing and Jeremy Potin. A total of, we're supposed to have 29, we have 28 drivers coming onto the track. 9 laps to go through, same distance for all classes this weekend. Easy to keep in mind, 9 laps for all 3 categories. As those 28 drivers into the formation and warm-up lap, as they have to come back onto the grid. Important to get those Dunlop tyres at temperatures, the Dunlop factory, the new partner of the FIA Karting Championship for the European and the World Championship for this season, as we welcomed Dunlop and also the Maxxis tyres for the single speed categories, the OK Junior. Here's your intermediate classification as for now, with Schleimer, Severukin and Spurgel all at 50 points, 1 win each. This will evolve obviously at the end of this one. And KZ2 Masters with 2 wins in the bag. That's 100 points for Anthony Abbas, very much the leader in front of Davide Forre. Classification, of course, and all the results, documentation and decisions can always be found easily on FIAKarting.com, as well as the live timing, live streaming as well on social media, Facebook and YouTube, and Motorsport TV, or their partner for the many years.
Well, there you can see the drivers scrambling to get temperature into those rear tyres, of course. Very vital for the start of these races. A lot of drivers have been putting down a lot of rubber on the starting grids over the course of morning warm-up, morning practice. They were obviously finding, where am I starting for my heat later on? Let me put some extra rubber down in it just to help it out a little bit, of course. All the drivers using exactly the same tyres over the course of this weekend, so that makes it nice and easy in terms of keeping the traction levels perfect for everyone out there, as the drivers get themselves formed up and ready for the start of the first KZ2 race of the day, but the 4th one of the weekend, the 2nd one for groups B and D over the course of the weekend. They were told in the driver's briefing that you can use your hands to get the car into position, but as soon as the light procedure starts, you cannot do it anymore. So there, keep an eye. You can see the hands on the rear wheels there for Mateusz Bergel. As soon as the lights start, you cannot put your hands there. As the lights go on, we get ready for the first KZ2 race of the day. The lights go green. We are racing down in towards turn 1. And again, it's Timo Jungling who takes the lead. Once again, the outside line gets the better start because it is the racing line over the start-finish line. And it is Jungling who leads the way with the rest of the field all battling away. It's a good start still for Bergel there in 2nd place. And Artem Sevrukin there into 3rd. You can see Artur Lane in the 3rd Sodi. He is battling away there in P4 with the rest of the field all climbing up the hill. But here comes a change of the lead. Bergel to the outside, but it's going to be a defensive line for Timo Jungling and holds on to it as they exit out of turn 7.
Yeah, it was a risky launch certainly to try to take P1 on the outside of turn number 7. But there will be, at least not this time around, another chance. As we're about to conclude lap number 1, a pretty shaky start, but everybody coming through the first 2 sectors unhurt. as we have a battle of the Saudis in the lead between Matthias Bergel and Timo Jungling. Arthur Poulain, for his first season in the category, then down the order just a little bit is P4, nothing to worry about. As around the outside, one of the Maranello is coming across. This is Marcus Kayak making his bid over Verterado for P5. Artem Severyukin done in P3. So Jungling, Spirgel, Severyukin, Poulain, Kayak, Vanterado, Reckenmacher, Bayona, Tonteri, and Maxim Orlov for your top 10. As indeed the outside on the track coming to turn number 1 seemed to be the most efficient. Watch out with the slipstream maybe. As on the inside, the door was half shut, but it was enough space, just that enough for Matthias Spirgel to take the lead back to Jungling into turn number 7. Beautifully made.
Full confidence on the brakes there for Spurgel, and now behind as well. It's all kicking off. Sevrukin's under pressure from Poulain. Kayak as well as also piling on the pressure just behind as well. Josip Vey still there. Reckenmacher, Babianoa still there at Orlov. Tonteri, Morgato still in those positions. Tonteri, 6 places gained in this one, is having a really good start, and Timo Jungling is going to pick up a warning flag, so he's got to be careful here in this race. They are keeping a close eye on him. That doesn't involve a penalty or anything. That's just a warning flag. Now there's a green flag on the start-finish line because there are 2 karts off in the background. Now who's not come across the line? I think that's David Levinsky, Matej Bruch, and I think 3 karts could have been involved because Rizzo Rosati also has not come across the start-finish line.
Yeah, too bad indeed. Incident into the last sector, the very last corner. This is one of those when you can see here now one of the drivers unfortunately having to climb down. Samuele Leopardi, by the look of it indeed. David Lewinsky and Mateusz Preuss. We'll get back to that. But the last turn, very, very fast indeed. And here's the 120 indeed of Samuele Leopardi, whose build-out machine is put on the sideline. And very fast corner, but still some of the drivers have been keen on trying overtakes to try to line themselves up on the fast finish straight on the way to turn number 1 and 2. And watch out, especially that's the turn where the incident occurred. The track has been made clear very, very fast by the official and the marshals on track. As we conclude lap number 3 out of 9, Matthias Spirgel, 0.6 of a second on Timo Jungling. Artem Severyukin still down in P3. Arthur Poulain closing in on the Birella driver with the pressure of Marcus Kayak. Marcus Kayak, the Estonian, the current leader of the international FIA Karting ranking. What is this, you ask? As Kayak is going to try to go around the inside of Arthur Poulain, and the door was open. No risk taken, certainly, from the Frenchman of Saudi Kart. He knew that Kayak was coming in. He had a quick look on his shoulder, and with the help of the aspiration, Kayak up a place. As Poulain is going to try to switch the positions back, but Marcus Kayak, of course, the leader on points of the international classification of drivers, one of the novelties for the past 2 seasons in the FIA Karting scheme of things. As depending of your class, in all the CIK-FIA sanctioned races in Europe and all over the world, you can actually accumulate those points, and you can end up at the end of the year with a beautiful trophy and a name in the history books.
Battles happening in the background there as well, and I think that may have been the likes of Jeremy Potin, who is battling away. He's up 11 places in this race and pushing his way through. Now there are investigation flags going out to a handful of drivers, so they do need to be careful. In this race, there is a smattering of cameras out there, 40 in total, out on the circuit alone. That's not including anything in Parc Ferme and everything like that. So drivers do have to be aware that there are eyes all over the circuits. Berger still leading the way then ahead of Jungling. Sevrukin still in 3rd ahead of Kayak. Poulain is the battle that we have been watching over the course of this one. This is that battle. Now, that looks like Simon Reckenmacher is closing in. A little bit behind on Arthur Poulain. Poulain doesn't look to be in the most comfortable of situations at the moment, does he?
No, definitely not. As let's have a replay on board with Matheus Morgato, just behind Paavo Tonteri, the CRG driver in front of him. Beautiful piece of action and picture. There was a contact indeed between Paavo Tonteri and Matheus Morgato, slight, but certainly for Matheus Morgato, he won't go his way. Still P11 for the Brazilian. Oh, and we have lost the 203. This is Santiago da Costa Ribeiro, the Portuguese, one of the wild cards in the KZ2 class, having to step down along the likes of Samuele Leopardi, David Lewinsky, as well as Mateusz Preuss and Fabrizio Rosati. These are the drivers that we lost, unfortunately for them, as the gap has been extended by Matthias Spirgel in the lead. 0.9 of a second now. Artem Savyukin down 1.4. He's going to have to resist as well to Marcus Kayak and Arthur Paulin. We're here on board with the 25. This is a little bit further back, as this is a record marker. And Maxim Orlov with the powerling machine, battling currently for P6 as they come across, entering lap number 7.
Orlov here, right on the rear bumper of Rekamaker, who is trying to defend this position at the moment of P6. Both of them up positions in this race as Spurgel sits the fastest lap of the race. Back on board with Matias Morgato, the Brazilian for the Charles Leclerc Racing team, is making his way up the 300-metre infield straight up the hill. You can see there the gap that opens up, the exit speed just not there, and how violent it is under braking into the hairpin there of turn at number 7. This again is kicking off. Rekamaker defensive from Orlov. Orlov here trying to find it down the inside, not able to find the gap, stays behind on exit, but Rekamaker is feeling the pressure here now on lap number 7 of 9 as he defends once again through turns 13, 14 and in towards the final turn of turn 15. Round the inside here, you can see the undulation change there. It goes up the hill. It's kind of a positive then negative cambered corner as you come back onto the start-finish straight. Very technical and demanding on a driver, but still no change between those two.
Yeah, it doesn't look like much maybe on camera as you follow through the live stream, but this circuit is certainly one of the most up and down that we have in the international calendar. And it reminds us of tracks like Portimao or Campillos, also in Spain. But very to all the proportions aside, it looks like a little Spa-Francorchamps of karting here with those elevation changes, because the drivers go up to turn number 7, pretty much a never-ending straight on the far side of the track, then going back down to turn number 9 and down again to the last sector, this one especially. So you can pretty much see the elevation differences that there are between the different sections of the track. But it's very far from being a flat circuit, that's for sure, the MotorLand Aragón in this very desertic region of in the south of Spain, between Barcelona and Madrid. But a very impressive layout, it has to be said. The first time that we get here with the gearbox classes, and it's been a while since FIA Karting stepped here in Alcaniz. Last time was in 2013, and they had races in 2008, 9 and 10, but only with single speed categories back in the day, with the KF, KF2 and KF3. A couple of big names have been on this track, obviously making their way up to Formula 1, likes of Max Verstappen, Charles Leclerc, George Russell, a track where Lando Norris actually shone very brightly back in 2013, but we'll come back to that. In the meantime, Matteo Spurgel in the last lap on his way to what will be win number 2 for the Sodicart CPV driver.
Certainly will be a calm and controlled race. Definitely the start he wanted, and that first initial overtake to get that lead back has opened up to a 1.2 lead across the start-finish line in KZ2. Groups B and D, it is Matteo Spurgel who takes his second win of the weekend, maximises his points in the intermediate classifications. Timo Jungling finishing in second place, matching his score that he got yesterday. Artem Sevrukin finishing in third. Obviously that is down from his win that he got yesterday, not able to match the pace of Matteo Spurgel, who takes the win in this one. Arthur Paulin, well, he finished 8th yesterday. He started this one on the second row, but he finishes this time in P5, with Marcus Kayak finishing in P4. A good result there for Kayak, really pushing his way through the field in this one. But there you can see some of the damaged cars in the background there. So many retirements in the first race for KZ2 today here at MotorLand Aragón in Spain. But the rest of the order as well. We've gone over the top 5. Rekamaker finishing in P6 ahead of Maxim Orlov. Josip Bey finishing in P8 ahead of Paavo Tonteri. Darius Babayanoa finishing in the top 10 ahead of Andrea Dale. Matias Morgato finishing in P12 ahead of Alvar Simasvara. Then it's Matteo Zanchi ahead of David Volta. Alessio Pacini finishing in 16th place ahead of Dan Delakian in 17th. Jeremy Potin finishing in 18th. 11 places gained from the rest of the field. How many retirements in that one? I think 5 retirements and 1 non-starter. That was a tricky race on that one. Here's the highlights, Guillaume. And look at the start again from the outside row. Jungling getting the way in the early stages, and that can be a factor of the fact that that is technically the racing line here, which feels like a disadvantage maybe to the driver on pole.
Yeah, this is for the second time actually we get to see the driver on the outside line actually having a better start on the way to turn number 1. On board here with Matheus Morgato in the procedure of the start in the opening lap. Look at how close and tight that is. We have all the drivers trying to find a better line, clipping the curve for Morgato just behind Babayona, being a little bit shaken up left and right, the Brazilian, with Pavaton Terry just by his side as they make their way up to turn number 7 at full speed. Really, this is pedal to the metal at close to 140 km/h, top speed into turn number 7 for Matheus Morgato, as Matteo Spiergel was having the upper hand on his teammate Timo Jungling. Arthur Poulain dropping to 4th in the opening lap behind Artem Severyukin, as Marcus Kayak going around the outside of the Birlat machine of the 180. Josep Verterado would lose a couple of places down to P8, as there was that slight contact might have been between Matheus Morgato and Pavaton Terry, as the Brazilian fighting his way through but struggling a little bit. He would finish P12. That's the move back for the lead from Matteo Spiergel, beautifully made where there was pretty much no space at all, and I think that's the moment where Morgato Pavaton Terry would come into a bit of a discomfort. A couple of drivers as well in a bit of discomfort into the last turn of the track, as we lost Samuele Leopardi, David Lewinski and Matthias Prus. For David Lewinski, that's really the worst start possible of a weekend, as he did not start yesterday DNF in his second race. So certainly something to be done for David Lewinski, hopefully for him to try to climb. And we're back here with Matheus Morgato making his way past. Was one of the drivers that was...
I think that was Zanchi.
Yeah, Matteo Zanchi, indeed, you're right, from Zanchi Motorsport, making his way past, as Zanchi would finish in the end P14, Morgato P12. But in the end, it was Matteo Spiergel who would be the strongest of them all, taking a second victory in a row in front of Timo Jungling and Artem Severyukin. A P1 and a P3 for Artem, and 2 second places for Timo Jungling. So a pretty good start of the weekend for those 3 drivers, while Arthur Poulain picked up a P8 and a P5. Coming up next, still the KZ2 category and the opposition between the group A and E, as we're going to have the fastest drivers, the fastest group from qualifying yesterday, as Matteo Spiergel, still very much your leader in the classification of points, 100 points to his name, 2 victories in front of Severyukin, Jungling, Kahak, and Arthur Poulain. This information available to you, as always, on the live timing of Apex Timing on FIAKarting.com.
Indeed. Well, the next race coming up very, very soon. Qualifying Heat A versus E. There on your screen, outright pole sitter from time qualifying in KZ2, Igor Nozov, who has certainly delivered over the course of this weekend. Only P2 in his first qualifying heat, that win taken away. Maximilian Schlemer, who starts this one also on the front row, has taken a race win. But we caught up with Igor Nozov at the end of time qualifying.
Igor Nozov, well done to you. You put it on pole in the qualifying session of the KZ2 European Championship starter here in Spain. Talk us through that lap. It was very, very tight in qualifying, but you put it ahead.
So for me, it's really an awesome result. I can't still believe in this. We made a huge work. It's not the most important win in this weekend, but we will try to win in Sunday and do everything we can.
Hey, as you said, this is the first step of a long weekend. Competition will be tight as always in the gearbox class. What do you make of this track here in Alcaniz, new for pretty much everybody here in those categories?
You mean what about this track? This track is new for me. I'm first time here, so it's very, how can I say, a fast track. A lot of straights with a lot of gearing. So I like this track really. I like fast tracks.
It seems like that you guys with the IPK factory team put the finger right on the right setup before qualifying. So everything seemed to be in order for you to have a great weekend.
Yes, we made, I think, the best setup of the chassis, and our tuner, engine tuner, made the best calibration. So that's the result.
Fantastic. Well done to you, and best of luck for the weekend.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, great there to catch up with Igor Nosov, and yeah, proving the point that this is the first time for so many drivers racing here. Like you were saying, Guillaume, this is, you know, the FIA has not been here for over 10 years now, or 10 years on the dot. So it's been a long time for anyone, and that was in the direct drive classes. Now this is the first time that the gearbox category has been here in total with the FIA category. It's obviously KZs have raced here in the past in many other forms, but this is the first time in an FIA capacity that the KZs have raced here. And yeah, a lot of those drivers, it is still a first time for them. And I mean, what a circuit to go racing on. I mean, it's absolutely superb. 1,600 meters, it's just a fraction shorter than Zuera. But Zuera being a flat circuit, this circuit makes up with the undulation changes out there. And like I say, we're in the middle of nowhere. There, look at that. You can see in the background there, the hills in the distance, the town of Alcaniz in the distance there as well. So much history has been stored into that town and has brought it to this circuit here. But let's go over the grid then for qualifying heat A versus E. It's Igor Nosov and Maximilian Schleimer who round this one on row number 1. Nicholas Ruse and Daniel Vasil go from row number 2. Emma Feldbeimeyer and Kasper Schurmans round out row 3 with Albin Strussen and Jean Nomblon on row number 4. Mario Pisano and Alejandro Lahoz go from row number 5. They give us the top 10 from Michael Paparo on Miguel Costa on row number 6. Jean Louis and Menia Koza round out row number 7 with Christian Bertuca and Gavin Louis on row number 8.
Row number 9, we have Jenny Siveco and Rasmus Andersen. Row number 10, Yannick Jules Bernard and Jose Penarta, followed by Gianni Andrizani and Julius Lassen. Luca Nicci and Christian De Klein on row number 12. Row 13, Enzo Lacreuse and Milan De Geratu, followed by Alexander Glashstein, Dino Carlson and Dian van Werven. 29 drivers on the grid as well as on the track. And this is at the moment crucial to get the tires up to temperature. First time on this track. And for those drivers with the Dunlop envelope, the new partner of the FIA Karting Championship, cups and trophies for the gearbox classes this season, as those weather conditions and track conditions have been very, very hot indeed, 26 degrees and rising here in MotorLand Aragón. But it's always better than having rain, certainly, in those conditions, to learn more about the rubber, to make it work even faster. Yeah, touch wood indeed, to stay in those conditions, because certainly in other parts of Spain, we learned that on some of the tracks it's been raining today, but so far so good for us in this beautiful Alcaniz region, as we go around this Alcaniz MotorLand Aragón circuit. 15 turns, 1.671 meters of length. As you said, one of the longest tracks that we have in the world of karting. One of the top ones being Zuera at 1.7. As a lot of people on the backside as well, behind closed doors, are watching along the races. This is the race control with Chris Lambrecht in the middle, Joanna Falcao with David Manchester by his side as well. All eyes open with the many cameras around the track to make sure that the racing is going according to plan. And for anything that happens between the drivers, well, they are the ones who analyze it and report it to the officials for any decisions to be made throughout the course of the weekend. But so far, the racing has been very tight, but very clean. We had a couple of shenanigans and coming together yesterday. This far, so far so good, shall we say, in the opening races of the day. It's fair to say that this track is very long, so it takes time as well for the tires and the drivers to get up into the rhythm and to really work hard to find any little space they could use for overtaking. And as we said, no sign apparently of rain coming our way.
They say little pockets everywhere, but nothing that's going to worry us throughout the morning. Maybe something in the afternoon, we just don't know. KZ2 qualifying heat A versus E gets itself lined up. There is Maximilian Schleimer. He starts this one on the front row, but not on pole. But again, remember, he is on the outside line. He is on the racing line. We have seen it time in, time out already this morning, that line seems to work just that little bit better on the track. That was Kasper Schurmans, but this is the entire grid as we wait for the green flag to wave at the back. The last few drivers getting themselves formed up. KZ2 qualifying heat A versus E is about to go. We wait for the lights. We get the green now, and we go racing. And look at the start for Nicolas Roux as he tries to dive down the inside. There's a spin for one of the Saudis in the background. It's gone terribly wrong for Jean Nomblanc, who's out of this race and spinning right at the back of the field. But it's the Maranello of Maximilian Schleimer who leads the way down in towards turn number 4. But again, he gets attacked. He gets absolutely attacked. And I think that's Daniel Vasil who takes the lead.
Yeah, beautifully made by the Romanian driver on the way to turn number 7. He's closing the door on the inside line, taking the lead indeed, the 102. Last year's one of the contenders in the KZ2 class in the European and the World Cup in Germany. Watch out on the attack, certainly, of Nicolas Roux. With the Maranello machine, he's going to try to make this around the inside to make it stick. It's not happening quite yet. Further back, we have a move for P4, that is, as a couple of drivers as well fighting their way through. Jean Nomblanc is still with us, but at the back end of the grid, the Sodica driver is going to try to work his way through as lap 1 is completed, and already a bit of a gap that Daniel Vasile has been able to build himself. Half of a second on Maximilian Schleimer, Nicolas Roux. There was Kasper Skorman making his way past Egor Nosov by the look of it for P4. Kasper Skorman with the Sodica machine, his first season at this level. Watch out from Nosov with the Formula K machine. He's going to try to make his bit and certainly try to recover. Three drivers coming together. What on earth? 4 drivers actually in the last turn once again of the track. Who did we lose?
Well, that's heavy damage for Enzo Lacruz, unfortunately, to that side pod. He's out of this race. The rest of them as well. I think Jose Planeta is there as well. Dino Carlson, I think, has gained them. Christian Batuka may be one of them as well. Mario Pisano as well. And I think Dion van Verven also could be another. And yeah, that is too much damage there to Enzo Lacruz. He's out of this race. He's got to push that into a safe spot there. But that is a disaster. Big send here, though, down the inside for Schurmans on Schleimer. And he gets through on the start-finish line. And he moves up into P3. So Vasil leads the way from Roux. Schurmans from Schleimer. Then it's Straussen from Nosov. Felbermeyer is still there in P7 ahead of Louis. Then it's Paparo in 9th place with Lahoz in P10. Round the outside for Emma Felbermeyer, who can't get it done. And there, a big drama for some of the drivers. Yeah, here we go.
Yeah, on the inside, beautifully made a 136. That was Albin Sturluson on Maximilian Schleimer for P4. Beautifully made from Albin Sturluson, climbing 2 places at the wheel of his OTK machine. And the move is done, as we briefly saw Christian Bertucca, the young Italian from Birellart, one of the contenders in the KZ2 class, stepping down his card after that drama early on. And that's a real bad luck for him and the others as well to have a DNF at this point of the weekend, race number 2 that is. And at this level of the championship, you never want to having to go through a DNF, especially when you have other aspirations. Kasper Skorman on your picture, he was 6th on the grid, 23rd, just in front of Sturluson, Schleimer as well. Nicolas Roux is still trying to catch up with Daniel Vasil. Daniel Vasil, who last year finished 2nd to the European Championship in the class, 3rd of the World Cup in Germany. Certainly one of the names to keep an eye on to maybe make the last step, battling for the title, as Nicolas Roux is having other ideas in mind, taking Skormans with him. Those 2 Sodica drivers trying to work together to decrease the gap on the Birellart leader. As further back we have Sturluson, Schleimer, Egor Nosov from P1 to P6. Certainly not happy about this first half of the race. Emma Felbermeyer, 7th. She did a good job yesterday, resisting from the pressure to P5. From Michael Paparo in P8, in front of Joliet and Alejandro Laos Lopez in P10.
Well, the race going on there. You can see a quick replay. What happened with that moment down at turn 4? Well, you can just see some drivers going wide and just absolutely nowhere to go there for Enzo Lacruz, just straight into the back. And that just caused a ripple effect there for Christian Batuca and for Mario Pinazzo there as well, all retiring from that race at turn number 4. That is a big shame. A
big shame indeed, but you got to try it. And sometimes it doesn't go your way. At least you could...
Here we go, down the inside. That's a big send for Schurmans down into the braking zone of turn number 9. absolutely superb on his fellow teammate. Both of them are running on Sodi karts there, but they are part of the CPB Sport team that are out there at the moment, all running on the Sodi chassis, but that has brought them into a little bit of a moment here because Albin Strussen is closing in. You can see him there. He is fighting that kart, smacking it through the gears, trying to close up to these two up ahead. But that was a textbook overtake around a difficult corner because it's a difficult entry into there as well. It's very bumpy into the braking zone there, so it's a risky move to do. But again, that fight's not over yet here, Guillaume. They're still on it.
They're still on it very much so. Watch out for the South African, as the Sodi karts have been very, very fast since the start of the weekend, especially climbing the 300 meter of straight line in the infield on the way to turn number 7. But as for now, Nicolas Roos stays where he is in P3 on the way down. Can he maybe open that door just a tiny bit? Kasper Schoormans is having none of it and stays in second place. But all the way to do that, this is an open gift for Daniel Vasile. He has been able to extend his gap. And while those two are still struggling along with the pressure of Albin Sturluson and his Tony Kart machine just behind, well, Vasile is on his way to potentially what will be victory number 1 for him. He took a P4 in his opening race yesterday, Daniel Vasile, as the gap stays within the 7/10 of a second. Kasper Schoormans putting out the fastest lap in the race, but 1/10 from a second faster than the leader. That won't be enough at this pace to catch up. As on the inside, watch out the 55 of Paparo on Felbermeyer. Can he make a stick? Yeah, beautifully made for Paparo. Not particularly happy about the resistance from Felbermeyer that allows Jean Louis through, as Louis finds himself in P8, being stuck in the middle. Felbermeyer was trying to get the advantage of the Frenchman on the outside of the man from Switzerland, shall I say. He's going to try again into turn number 9. Jean Louis stays where he is, as the gaps are really decreasing at the moment. The field is getting together slightly with the likes of Carlos Lopez, Costa, Chivko Spona down in P12, trying to get close as we head towards the checkered flag. But you can see that the gap has slightly decreased as well between Daniel Vasile in the lead and Kasper Schoormans, not quite sufficiently enough for being a threat on the Birella driver as they come down turn number 4, the first of the 4 hairpins that we have on this track, and the first of the many hot spots for overtaking, that's for sure. Coming up to turn number 7, a quick look over the shoulder for the man in P3, Nicolas Roos, because Sturluson is coming close, coming back close. Let's see about the respective pace of the Sony kart and the Tony. Not quite able to launch an attack on the way to that second hairpin for Sturluson, who stays in 4th place as the conclusion of the race is coming near.
It certainly is. We're on lap 8 of 9 and still the top 4 here in an open, I'm not going to say rebellion, that's completely the wrong word, but they're in an open phase of the race. So as they're just trying to get their karts to the end here, we go on to the final lap of this one, and it's still Vasile who leads the way from Schoormans, Roos and Strussen at the moment. Now, I want to look at this moment here. So, okay, so this is down in towards the hairpin. You can see there the nice little overtake. That was perfectly done there from Paparo. That allowed Jean-Louis to get down the inside as well. Felbermeyer just eking backwards a little bit there as well. So you can just see how technical it is through that part. It's such a tight part of the circuit, but they can deal with it well. Here's getting interesting. Vasile is under pressure here. Schoormans has closed in on this last lap and has really started to pile on the pressure here. Down through turn number 10 they go, into 11, 12, and now in towards 13. This is where we have seen overtakes. You can see how much it closes up there under braking. Don't think it's going to be enough, but Schoormans certainly is a driver you need to be worried about if you're any one of the other drivers here across the line. It is Daniel Vasile who takes the win across the line. That is his first win of the weekend after finishing P4 yesterday in Heat 1. Schoormans finishes in 2nd place. An absolutely superb end to the race there. Roos finishing in 3rd. He matches his pace that he had yesterday. Strussen with P4. That is a good result after finishing in P9 yesterday from Schleimer, who started on the front row of this one, down to P5. That is not the start he would have wanted, especially after getting the lead straight away there, Guillaume. Rest of the results as well. Igor Nozov from pole position dropping down to P6. He will not be happy with that result as well. Paparo finishing in P7 after gaining 4 places ahead of Jean Louis in P8 after gaining 5. Emma Felbermeyer finishing in 9th place ahead of Alejandro Lahoz, finishing in the top 10. Miguel Costa in 11th from Savico. Luye, then it's Andresani from Crossa. Decline from Non-Blonde, the top 17 from Luca Rosnicki, from Julius Lansen. Anderson from Julius Bernhardt. Drago from Gladstein, Paletta and Carlson, the 25 finishers, the retirements. And there they are on track. Christian Batuca, Mario Pisano, Enzo La Cruz, and Dion van Verven. Unfortunately, all retirements from that race in quite a dramatic one at turn number 4, Guillaume.
Yeah, it was a bizarre incident because we saw one of them getting on the backside of one of his rivals. We're going to have to see that in replays. But I'd like to see as well if Christian Batuca was indeed or not involved into that incident. Daniel Vasile on your picture. First victory for the Romanian driver. Vice European champion in the KZ2 category last year on the podium of the World Cup in Germany. Strong achievements, strong results, and a good momentum for Daniel Vasile. And once again, that he is proven by taking win number 1. Great start as we have a look at the replays. It was the Maranello of Maximilian Schleimer trying to get around the pole sitter. Jean Noble, unfortunately, being tangled and falling down the trail of the pack. He would finish P18 only. Jean Noble P17 at the end of the race. There he is, the Suzuka driver, condemned to a very difficult race. Then the battle taking form for the lead with Daniel Vasile getting the advantage on Maximilian Schleimer. As soon as lap number 1, he would not be caught again, the Birla driver, as here's the contact with the shunt in the middle. And unfortunately for the it was Enzo La Cruz that went for the attack and didn't go according to plan. We didn't get to see if Christian Batuca and the 4th driver had anything to do with that, or if it was a separate incident, but at the same location, that's for sure. Definitely something to forget for the Italian and the rest of his rivals.
Indeed. Race went on, though, and changes happening all the way throughout the field. Down the inside there, Albin Strussen making his way through. That was the change there. Schurman's on Nicholas Roos, the 2 teammates going wheel to wheel. That just put them in a little bit of a danger zone there. Michael Paparo as well here in the Monster K factory team kart, pushing their way through effectively a CRG, but working with the CRG team there to develop a new chassis. And for Emma Felbermeyer, they're having to deal with the likes of the driver from Switzerland, Jean Louis, who almost got past and did get past eventually into turn 7. The win, though, would go to Daniel Vasile, who would take a very nice and I think well-deserved win after a P4 yesterday. That puts him in a really good spot, bumps him up to 4th in the intermediate classifications.
Good result indeed at the end of this A versus E race in the KZ2 class. We're going to have one more in the same category. Minimum age of 15 years old to get yourself competing into that race. Some of them, including Kasper Schormans, taking P2 in this race. I've just turned 15 to enter this category. One of the youngest as well in the class is Zoe Florescu, one of the feminine drivers competing this weekend along the likes of Felbermeyer as well. Emma Felbermeyer taking a P9 in this category. So you get all ages in the KZ2 category as well as in KZ. Yaroslav Shevertalov will be your pole sitter for the upcoming race, competing for the Maranello SRP factory team, the official team for the Italian chassis of Maranello. And we got a chance to talk to him yesterday after his performance in qualifying. Yaroslav Shevertalov, well done to you. This is the opener of the KZ2 European Championship in Spain, and you did a beautiful job in qualifying, first of your group. What sort of perspective does it give you for the weekend?
It gives us many perspectives. Firstly, it will be not so hard to get to the final, I think, as it would be from back of the grid. I had such experience in Franciacorta. It was really tough.
What do you make of the layout of the track here in Aragon? Because this is pretty much new for everybody in those conditions. What have you learned about the circuit?
You know, the circuit is just brilliant. It's very interesting to drive on it, up hills, down hills. So, but the main problem for us was new tires. I drive here for the first time without test on new tires, Dunlop. So it was very hard. Just have 1 day of testing, but thanks for Maranello, we managed to do it. So.
Just 1 day of testing, and you won the fastest. That's quite an accomplishment.
Thank you. It was really hard. So.
Yeah, best of luck to you, and hopefully for you, you'll be able to translate that beautiful performance of yours into qualifying races. Well done, and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, great to chat there to Yaroslav Shevchelov, who starts this one on pole position, but did not have the best start of the weekend in the qualifying heats phase of it. A DNF for the pole sitter in this one. Bogged down on the start, the kart just didn't go. That was the biggest failing, and then unfortunately he dropped back into the middle of the field and then I think got latched up with another driver, and then it all went wrong from there. There you can see some of the marshals, hard-working, dedicated track staff there from the MotorLand Aragón circuit. You can see them in yellow. Now they are the pre-grid paddock staff, everything like that, who are working. 20 of them here this weekend, working hard throughout the Parc Ferme area, dummy grid and everything like that. Great, great things to see there. And of course, all the marshals out on the circuit as well in the orange. So you've got the yellow and the orange armies out there, but I can tell you right now, they're very much on the same team. Here we go then, engines fire up, and qualifying heat C versus F makes its way out onto the circuit. Let's quickly take you through the starting lineup for this one. Yaroslav Shevchelov starts this one on pole position after a DNF yesterday. Can he recover in this one? And my goodness me, is that rain I'm seeing on that camera? It is raining here in the desert in Spain, but there's blue sky everywhere. I've got no idea what's happening here. I need to I think we need to sit down a little.
What did you have for breakfast this morning, Anthony?
I have no idea. Nacho Tunion starts alongside on the front row of the grid. Dmitry Andreev and Sip Kuipers start this one on row number 2. Manek Skriven and Robert Kindervata go from row number 3. Tim Licati, who had a penalty after his race yesterday, finishing in P17, starts alongside Alessandro Minetto on row number 4. Kirill Kutskov and Corentin Rousseau round out row number 5. Then it's Eli Goldstein and Nicola Rosani on row number 6. Jesper Schuberg and Theo Blanc round out row number 7.
Row number 8, we have Alfredinho Yapinna and Xavier Avramides, followed by Sam Luye, Zoe Forest-Portolla. Row number 10, Arsène Lacoste and Dominic Ranters, followed by Eric Olme and Simon Billman on row number 11. Row number 12, Patrick Janssen and Eduardo Mormorelli. Then we have Christian Elou and Eric Enache, Michael Bartosuk and Marcello Gonzalez on row number 14. And indeed, spots of rain in front of our camera down to turn number 1. And there's a bit of a, as you could see on the radar, there's a bit of a cloud coming our way through the left side of our position. Does that mean anything just yet?
I don't think it's going to affect us at all.
No, I don't think so either. But, you know, very strange circumstances here in terms of weather in MotorLand Aragón. But, yeah, the sky above our heads is getting much more cloudier than it was yesterday. So does that mean that we might have a little bit of a shake-up in terms of weather this afternoon? We're not there yet. Very beautiful and dry conditions for the drivers of the KZ2. A category coming up, C versus F in the qualifying heat. After this one, we're going to have the KZ, the queen category of them all. And then we'll have a short break of half an hour. Stay with us because we have a couple of races in the KZ2 coming up after that in the morning. Then we'll have the lunch break and some more great racing spectacle in the afternoon here on Saturday. As the formation lap comes to an end, watch out on this young man, Nacho Tunan, from the outside of the front row. We've seen that this particular position on the racing line has proved very useful for some of the races before. Allowed the drivers to make their way past, coming to the first turn on the right. Let's see if the TPK driver with a beautiful Alonso kart color will be able to do the same.
Well, let's see from this one. Revs starting to raise, drivers getting the temperature into those engines. There was Tim Licati just a little further down in the grid, starting on the 4th row. Green flag waves at the back then as we go green and racing, and it's a carbon copy of yesterday. Yaroslav Shevchelov does not get away. There are 2 more stallers on the grid as well, but it's a terrible start. And the same for Nacho Tunion as well. I think he got caught out. He's there in 2nd place, still he's still okay. But who at the moment leads this one? I think think it could be a CRG. I think it could be CIK-FIA who leads the way here as they head up the hill. Off the track, it's all gone wrong there for the 149. That is a big shame there. That is Alfredino Ibiapina, who unfortunately is out of this race as well. Now, who else didn't start? I think Patrick Janssen.
That was Eli Goldstein for the TBK driver. First season here in the FIA Karting since 2017, and he got stuck on the grid. He managed to get going, but it wasn't the case for the 149 indeed of Ibiapina, who stays on the sideline.
Yeah, that is a big shame there. Well, eyes on this one then. I believe that could be CIK-FIA who's leading the way here on that CRG across the line. We'll get confirmation of that, and it is indeed CRG Holland. KIPA who leads the way ahead of Tunyon. Scriven from Kindervatter, Lacati from Rousseau, Shevatalov this time around didn't get the good start off the line, but is still in this race and is there in P7, so still has a chance of getting a good result here. Yesterday it was a DNF, this time still in the race, but there's a lot of real estate between himself and this three-cut breakaway here.
And once again, the starts, managing the starting procedure is certainly one of the biggest tricks in the world of gearbox karting, and especially for the youngsters coming in for the first time and having to get used to those procedures with the hard bumping, the pressure of the lights going out, the pressure of the rivals behind. It just takes a split of a second to get a good start and actioning first gear, but sometimes you can get it wrong. Even the best can get it wrong sometimes. And once again, fortunately, Yaroslav Sheritalov is going to have to work on that again. Second time in a row. Unfortunately, it didn't go according to plan, but it shows you how tricky, how difficult nailing a good start is. That's why actually you don't get to see that on live, unfortunately, but in qualifying practice and in free practice, actually, all those drivers get to practice starts on the racing line. As soon as the session ends, you can see most of them getting onto the starting grid and practicing their gear shifting, so always very interesting, as they do in a single seater all the way up to Formula 1. So it has no secret, it comes with practice, and at the moment Sip Kuipers from CRG Holland is leading the way. Watch out from the pressure from Nacho Tunal. You could see him trying to go a little bit earlier than the braking point on the side of the leader, trying to shake him up a little bit on the way to turn number 9, but he remains where he is under the pressure of Marek Skrivian as well from third.
There's a couple of bumps out there as well into the braking zone, down in towards turn number 9, and then the same in towards turn number 10. And you're seeing that from these drivers. You're seeing the different racing lines that they're trying to see if they can find a slightly smoother line into the corner. But you can just see there the kart's just getting slightly unsettled all the way throughout the field. Here, Scriven piling on that pressure to Nacho Tunyon, who still is in a good position here. And, well, Shevatalov, fastest lap of the race on that Maranello kart, is certainly putting in the work here. Defensive line for Tunyon there. He could sense that Skriven was going for it, and we could see it as well. Skriven right on that rear bumper now as they go down. He's going to look for the move here down the inside. The Praga chassis moves through for the IPK factory team into second place, and it's Marek Skriven who now is on the charge to try and close up to CIK-FIA in the lead.
Yeah, beautifully made indeed for Skriven. Up into second place. Oh, and a 146 into the dust. Unfortunately, that's Eric Enache there from Romania, all the way down to the last part of the classification. And that's race done and dusted, I'm afraid, for the DR driver, who joins the likes of Alfredino Ibiapina, who got stuck on the grid, remember. Eli Goldstein at the back end of the trail as well, trying to catch up as well with the rest of the field. It won't be an easy task at all for the Belgian. Yaroslav Sherivaltov is putting the fastest lap in the race from P6. 1.5 seconds is still the gap that he has to work on to try to get close to Ducati in P5. Talking about the gap, it comes down to pretty much nothing between the two leaders, as Kuipers and Skrivian. As looks to me that the pace of the Praga machine is really spot on in this race so far for Skrivian, who in his previous race took a P3 on his way to potentially maybe even do better than that. Kuipers won't be an easy one to get through.
Here we go.
And as I said that, he makes his bid on the inside, beautifully made.
It's not going to work though.
The last one on the way to turn number 1, the response from Kuipers, and back in the lead.
Yeah, Kuipers runs wide on the exit now. Nacho Tunion's going to look down the inside. They're 3 wide the exit. Leak at this. It's Kindervarter who was trying to get into the lead there. Kindervarter who's back down the inside now, and he's going to squeeze him through, and he gets into second place. But that was a risky move, and 3 karts into 1 did not fit there, and drivers certainly made their feelings well known. Round the outside then, it is a big send here for Tim Licati, who is trying to get his way through as well, and he does. And he moves up there into P4 with CIK-FIA still trying to find his way through, and a spin for Tunion. A spin at turn number 9. Nacho Tunion goes round, and that is not how you want to see that battle end. It's all gone wrong for the Spaniard, who was running right up there at the front of this grid, is now battling with the likes of Alessandro Minetto in the CRG, who's trying to get past out of turn 15. Across the start-finish line they go. This is still that battle that we're seeing here, but crucially, Scriven leads the way, and now Minetto goes down the inside and says thank you very much and moves up into P number 7. Now Tunion is really on the back foot here. That's Dmitry Matviev trying to get his move done on Kirill Kutskov as they all move for position as well. Rossani's still there. Tom Blanc also in the battle as well, as a big send down the inside under braking there for the field. That is a huge send for Kirill Kutskov. Gets the move back up and is pushing back up. Side by side still in the background. The two Tony Kart chassis, not Tony Kart teammates, battling away there. Rossani trying to get his move done there on Theo Blanc. But I think they've all calmed down now and found their pace. But that was literally just the concertina effect, the start of that battle, and it just ricocheted down the grid.
Yeah, it's kicking off left and right and center as well into that qualifying heat as we are into the penultimate lap of this race. Marek Skrivian, 7/10 of a second in the meantime in front of Robert Kindervarter. Tim Licati down in third from Yaroslav Shevertarlov. As we had need a good move. That we're going to see a replay from the inside of the 158.
This is how it all started?
Yeah, definitely. So the first move of Skrivian going wide, side by side on the far straight finish line, switching positions again into turn number 1. But the leader going wide again, and it's Skrivian switching to place. Nacho Tunion in the middle. The contact that's going to come on the way to turn number 4, clipping the curb side by side, almost 3 into one corner, and then that was the end of it for Nacho Tunion. Unfortunately, dropping momentum, but still was able to get ahead of its 3 rivals just behind. As going the long way around was one of the solid karts indeed, Licati.
It was here that we lost Nacho Tunion, so we're slowed right down here. You can see the Sodi down the inside. That is, well, Cooper's on the inside, just squeezing it, and there was just nothing that Tunion could do there. He was just caught out with another person's overtake. Yeah, that's really a consequence of contact between 2 teammates. Unfortunately, Nacho Tunion was at the wrong place at the wrong time. Nothing he could have done, as you said, as the battle between the Saudis didn't go according to plan. We'll get back to that in the replay sports race. Final lap this is, as Marek Skrivian is leading the way for almost a second on his way to victory number 1 in the qualifying races. That puts him 3rd provisionally in the classification behind Matthias Pirgel, 2 wins to his name, and Artem Severyukin on equal points with the Birela driver, juggling Vasile and Schleimer. We still have a lot of races in KZ2. Each of those drivers have to compete in 5 races in total. As the checker flag is waving for the first victory this weekend of Marek Skrivian, who takes the Praga colors back on top of the classification in the FIA Karting Championship. Robert Kindervarter, 2nd place for the German in front of Tim Licati, the French. Yaroslav Shevertarlov taking 4th place, the pole sitter. After DNF, certainly a result that will do him good, even though we would have preferred certainly to cross the line in 1st. CIK-FIA is P5 from Corentin Rousseau, Alessandro Minetto, Nacho Tunion having to make do with P8 after that leading incident from Dmitry Matviev, and Kirill Kutskov in P10. Kirill Kutskov, a name that might sound familiar to many of you, as it was last year's OK World Champion in Franciacorta, taking up for the gearbox KZ2 category for the first time, along with some others from the single speed categories. Outside the top 10, we have Theo Blanc from Nicolas Rossini, Xavier Ramirez, Zoe Fresco Portella, 4 places gain for the young
American-Romanian driver competing with an Italian license. P15 for Dominic Renters.
Well, biggest mover on that one. Not personally in the race. It was only 4 places gained, which is still a good achievement, but I'm going to give that one to Tim Licati. 17th in his first qualifying heat that he got yesterday after a penalty as well. 3rd place in this one. That is an absolute carbon difference. That is absolutely superb. He'll be very delighted with that one. Also very delighted, Marek Skrivan here for the IPK Factory team. Well, that is the first win of the weekend after a P3 yesterday. So certainly looking like a very strong contender at the start of today. Let's have a look at the highlights here and watch the pole sitter. It didn't get away for Shavatalov there, and again, but this time around, he wasn't too bogged down and managed to stay there. But still, that is not the start he would have wanted after, especially the DNF yesterday. But a P4 today, certainly a much better result for Yaroslav Shavatalov. The other two, as well, they didn't get away. Like you were saying there, Eli Goldstein, and I think it was Jesper Scheuberg, who didn't break away as well at the start. They also had a dismal one right at the beginning of that one. The race continued, though, and it was a relatively decent getaway for so many people. Then, again, the early retirement there. Erik Inaki, unfortunately, out of the race. Clearly something wrong with the kart because he looked down there and said, no, it's not going, and the frustration kicking in. That might have actually been a chain that came off there because you see how quickly it died and then he just pulled off the circuit. There was the first change of the lead from Marek Skrivan, but for the likes of Sepp Kuipers, he would fight back, though, down the inside without break himself, though. Nacho Tunion would find his way through, but keep an eye on the barrel art here of Robert Kindervater. Dives down the inside now, making it 3 wide, then thinks, right, that's not going to work. Let me look to the inside here, but then he had the close company of Tim Licati. Licati got the move done. That pushed up Kindervater through as well. Nacho Tunion still there in 3rd place. It was at the next couple of corners where it started to get interesting. Watch that Sodi kart there, right round the outside. Tim Licati, what a move that was to really sign seal it done from Kuipers. Now this is the moment here. Kuipers down the inside, Licati down the inside, and just unfortunate that little bit of contact, and Tunion would go round. And that really was the pinch point of that race, which kind of settled it as well, didn't it?
Yeah, it did indeed. And I said they were teammates, my apologies, because it was a silly kart against CRG, pretty similar orange colors, but not the same team. As run inside 152, making his bid for what would be P10, Kirill Koskov, for his first appearance in the FIA Karting European Championship KZ2. As they would have the battles of the Tonys. Again, not teammates, but same chassis, the 162 and 65. That would make it to P11 and 12, Theo Blin and Nicolas Rossini. And in the end, there was no catching up. 1 full second on the line for Marek Skrivan, taking his first win of the weekend in front of Robert Kindervater and Tim Licati. That's it, folks, for KZ2 for now. We're going to switch our attention to the biggest of class, the most prestigious, the one that everybody wants to shine in, KZ, coming up with a qualifying heat number 2. We had one yesterday, and keep in mind that unlike the 2 other classes of KZ2 Masters and KZ2, we have a bit of a different regulation piece when it comes to the starting order, which is based on the result of the first heat, while all the other classes, all the grids that we're going to see today are based on the performance in qualifying, and the drivers split into different groups. So keep in mind that the pole sitter that we're gonna see here, Victor Gustafsson, took the win in yesterday's first qualifying heat, but he wasn't, he was the one on pole position, and from pole took the win. Could have been someone else, but the CRG driver just nailed the job. He will be the one to beat again for round 2, and we caught up with him yesterday. Victor Gustafsson, this is pole position for the opening of the KZ European Championship. You must be delighted. It has been a good qualifying, although tight competition out there.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't thought the gap was that big. I mean, 1/10 doesn't seem that big, but compared to everyone else, it's tight. But I knew if I could get the tire warming good, that I would be fast. I had some problems before, but now I nailed it. Almost not a perfect lap, but quite close, only one mistake. So, yeah, material is good, but we're not even halfway through the weekend, so we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see, especially on the layout. It is quite new for pretty much all of your rivals. So what do you make of the layout here in Alcaniz?
I mean, it's quite cool, you know. It's long, it's fast, so it's nice. Also, it's very wide, so the racing will probably be good and a bit crazy because you can overtake basically everywhere. So yeah, hopefully I can get a gap in the heats and control from there.
Last time we saw you last season, you were P2 in the World Championship. Now we find you once again on pole position. Seems that CRG and you keep on cruising on the right path.
Yeah, it seems that way. I still haven't forgotten Wackersdorf yet. Still angry about that weekend, but yeah, we try to win everything this year instead. So yeah.
That's the spirit. Thank you very much. Best of luck this weekend.
Thank you.
Well, good stuff to hear there from Victor Gustafsson. And yeah, like you say, still holding that grudge from Wackersdorf last year, vice champion in the KZ World Championships. But of course, 2022 was KZ World Champion as well. So again, he's a driver who knows how to pedal a kart. But this is his first pole position, like we were saying in the category. So this is a real step. And like you say, he said it right there in that interview. We're just going to win everything this season, aren't we? And so far, it's going his way. Pole in qualifying and the first qualifying heat win. And he starts on pole again for this one. So again, he's in a really strong position.
A strong position indeed for Victor Gustafsson. On the left side is going to have Tom Loyer alongside with the Tony Kart machine. But Gustafsson and CRG have been strong as well ever since the start of the season in other races back in Italy, putting pole position after pole position. But in the frame of the FIA Karting European Championship, that's a first indeed for Gustafsson. World champion 2 years ago, European champion in 2020 with different colors. As you can see, Nigel Edwards, the race director of the FIA Karting European and World Championship, with Pasquale Lupoli as well, and the other officials of the FIA Karting Federation, managing everything that's happening on track. The green flag is waving, the whistle has been blown, and the drivers of the KZ class make their way onto the track. We do have 26 drivers this weekend to compete in the mother class of them all, the queen of categories. This is where everybody wants to be in, everybody wants to shine. What you have in front of you guys is the pinnacle of worldwide karting, with most of them, pretty much everybody here, professional to the core, working for the best independent and factory teams as well. And this is a challenge to get yourself into that class, and an even bigger challenge to perform on the long term.
Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Qualifying Heat 2 for the premiere of karting in the world and in Europe at the moment. Victor Gustafsson starting on pole position with Tom Loyer alongside Daniele Albanese and Giuseppe Palomba going from row number 2. Stan Pex and Riccardo Lagoni on row number 3 with Emilian Denner and Senevan Wolstein on row 4. Wolstein and Palomba yesterday, fireworks erupting in the Sodi team between the two of them after contact in their first qualifying heat. Jorge Pescador and Johan Schogel round out row number 5 ahead of Pedro Hiltbrand and Arta Carbonell on row number 6. David Trefalov and Lorenzo Travasanuto round out row number 7.
Row number 8, the return of the two-time world champion from Italy, Paolo De Conto on P15 with Jeremy Iglesias, the world champion of 2020 by his side. Row number 9, Lorenzo Camplese and his fellow countryman from Italy, last year's world champion Paolo Ippolito. Adrien Renaudin, former KZ2 International Super Cup winner back in P19 with Adrian Malero by his side. Then we have Luis Peck, Yuri Pex as well, former European champion, two-time European champion Yuri Pex. Then we have Francesco Celenta, Marian Kramer, former European and world champion. And at the back end, Mattias Torrigiani, and Matteo Vigano, the former KZ2 International Super Cup winner as well, who went through a DNF yesterday in their first race. Same as for Marian Kramer. So we have two very big names at the back end of the grid. Let's see what they can do. 9 world champions on this grid alone for this 100% professional karting starting grid. So you couldn't find yourself anywhere in the world a better starting grid than the KZ in the FIA Karting competition. We have them all pretty much here with us today in Alcaniz, and this man will be the one to watch and the one to beat. Victor Gustafsson, 2022 world champion, second in Wackersdorf last year. You heard him still bitter about the result and what could have been done in Germany. But he's willing certainly to take his revenge this year, starting this weekend. Watch out as well for Emilian Denner, winner in 2019 in Lonato of the KZ2 International Super Cup as well. The Frenchman is fast. The Frenchman wants it as well. And he will be starting from a little bit further back, P7 on that grid.
Well, here we go then. The last karts getting themselves lined up at the back of the grid. The green flag waves in the air, and for the second time this weekend, the KZ category is about to go racing here in Spain, and it's a green flag, and we go racing down in towards turn number 1. A lightning start for Gustafsson. He holds on to the race lead as the field tries to slot their way in. The concertina effect kicks in. 2 of the Sodi karts make contact, and 1 kart is off in the background. We'll find out who that is in a moment, but at the moment it is still Gustafsson who leads the way from Tom Lullier as they make their way up the hill. Lullier looking maybe for a move here on this opening lap. Gets to the outside at turn number 7. Can he get the switch over on the exit? The answer to that is no, as they head back down the hill then for the first time into the braking zone of turn number 9 again. Gustafsson will go defensive, and Lullier will try and get the switch over again on this one. Goes wheel to wheel on the exit as they dive in towards turn 10. This overtake started all the way at turn 7, and it's going to be finished finally at turn number 11 and 12, but down into 13, and Gustafsson denies Lullier the chance to get into the race lead here and bunches the entire pack up. There you can see the whole other drivers closing in. Stan Peck's big send down the inside as the 2 leaders go wheel to wheel again in towards turn number 1. Absolutely lightning stuff here. Daniel Albanese there into 3rd place is trying to hold on to it as well. He's been bunched up with the entire pack, all fighting for 1st place here, Guillaume.
Yeah, what a start of that race that is. Gustafsson back in the lead. Lullier in 2nd, still trying to shake him up a little bit. Albanese, Stan Peck, Palomba, Van Wallstein. Van Wallstein making a place up to P4. With Palomba dropping to P7 on the way to turn number 7. And no one dares to move a muscle just yet. The driver that was into trouble was Adrien Renaudin in the opening lap, unfortunately, for the former European champion from Danilo Rossi's team. He's at the back end. He's going to try to catch up. As look at Tom Lullier with the Tony Kart machine in 2nd, trying to line himself up on the inside. But Gustafsson is pulling away. The Swedish driver is having a great momentum, as we have seen yesterday. And instead of catching up, well, switch almost for Senna Van Wallstein, who pushes up a little bit Daniel Albanese. Albanese loses another place to Stan Pex. So that's 2 places lost, I'm afraid, for the Car Republic driver. With Van Wallstein up into P3, Stan Pex goes with him in 4th place. And I was going to say that Tom Lullier, instead of catching up with the leader, is losing a bit of pace and is soon will be caught by Senna Van Wallstein. We're here on board with Emilian Denner, 7 on the grid, only 10th currently in lap number 3, on the way up to turn number 7, with the aspiration trying to get the slipstream on Marion Kremers. What a recovery that is for Marion Kremers. 14 places gained, talking about the effort in the opening laps for Marion Kremers. He finds himself already in P10th.
Yep, that is a superb couple of first laps there for the field and for Marion Kremers. But on board here with Emilian Denny, you can see the physicality of a lap here at MotorLand Aragón, and you can just see how much they're trying to get through here. Now, there was a change just ahead of them there. Hiltbrand now has gone down. Schogel going through as well. So all kicking off just at the front here. And Hiltbrand has seen a warning flag in this race, so does need to be careful. Now, they have been really hot on track limits. You can see out there the green markings on the circuit out there. You don't want to be going near that. You may find yourself in a wee bit of bother, so don't touch those. Battles at the front here, though, and Senna Van Wallstein, fastest lap of the race, is piling on that pressure here to Tom Lullier. Now, remember, Van Wallstein was really quick in the first race yesterday, just that contact with Palomba, and fell down the order, didn't get the result, but he was battling away for 2nd place and for 1st place out there. So we've not really seen what Van Wallstein can really do at the moment, near the end of these races. And right now we're seeing this right here. Stan Peck still there behind as well, ready to pick up any pieces. You can see him there on the Kart Republic chassis, trying to pile on the pressure as well. Kremers now up to P8, 16 places. Kremers is on a charge right now, isn't he? This is a superb drive.
Yeah, certainly one of the best drives of Marion Kremers of late that we got to see in the FIA Karting Championship. It wasn't always on pace, certainly, or feeling comfortable with his Tony Kart machine since he joined the Italian team from the Birelart factory world. But as for now, 16 places up to P8 for Marion Kremers. Certainly, he was a little bit bitter about what happened yesterday, coming together with Lorenzo Travisanuto on his charge through the field. DNF for the Dutchman. And now he had a good breakfast, seems very much on pace, and those first few laps have been absolutely impressive, really spot on for Marian Kramer. Let's see if he can keep that momentum going. Don't forget that he's been very demanding on his tires to make that happen, so that might have a consequence on the couple of next laps, and especially for the race number 3. Only 3 races to go through for those KZ drivers before the superheat of tomorrow. 1.5 set to play with before having a new set coming to the final. On board with Emilian Denner, trying to shake up a little bit the order. He lost a place down to 11 to Pedro Hilbrand, the former world champion, as we have a switch for 4th place.
Third place.
Third place that is now, sorry, as Stan Pex has got ahead of Senna van Waalstein. The battle of the Dutch, as Stan Pex, who came very close last year to seal the deal in the World Championship, stepped on the 3rd step of the podium last season behind Ippolito and Victor Gustafsson. Stan Pex from SP Motorsport doing a great job from 3rd place with the Dakar Republic machine. Van Waalstein, Albanese, down in P5, Longhi, Palomba, Kremers, Johan Sogel and Hilbrand. That's for your top 10. And so many great names in the second part of the classification that didn't put it together into the qualifying. The likes of Jeremy Iglesias, P18, Matteo Vigano climbing 7 places up to P19, so good recovery effort as well for Matteo Vigano. But it's not going the way of Adrien Renaudin or Yori Pex at the back end of the field. Paolo Ippolito, the reigning world champion, on the P14, trying to do anything he can into that midfield. Travis Zanotto P12, David Treffel of P13, and Paolo De Conto still stuck in P15 where he started.
It's a replay of the race start on the left-hand side of your screen on board with Emilian Denner. You can see the getaway there of how physical it was. And now there was a concertina effect that kicked in here, and that's how it happened. A big front lock-up there for Emilian Denner at the start. That was the contact that we were talking about at the beginning of that race. And that's something that a lot of drivers need to learn, locking a front wheel in karting. You don't get that in direct drive karting. So many drivers who are stepping up into the KZ2 category need to figure out how to deal with such a situation like that, and it was beautifully dealt with by Emilian Denner there. Yeah,
especially considering that you have the brakes on all 4 wheels instead of 2 for the single speed, so that's a big difference in terms of braking and tire management in those gearbox category. The KZ class 5 kilos lighter than the KZ2, 10 kilos lighter than the KZ2 Masters. And you might be wondering, if you're new to the sport, what the other differences might be in terms of, apart from the weight. Well, and there's a move from Senna van Waalstein, beautifully made into the hairpin of turn 7, back into P3 from Stan Pex. He's gonna watch over his shoulder, because Daniel Albanese, the current European champion, is closing in from P5. That's gonna be an interesting one, as the checkered flag is getting near as well. But let's keep in mind that the KZ class is much more open in terms of development. This is where the work is being done by the factories on the chassis to improve the product, and in order to sell even more of those chassis on the international market, but to provide as well the drivers with a better machinery that can be influential for the other categories as well. So this is where the work is being done indeed to improve the different brands and the product, not only for competition but for market as well. So KZ very much the pinnacle of karting for both on-track action, level of racing, and work being done behind the scenes in terms of product development. Final lap it is, 0.2 of a second between Gustafsson and Tom Leyer. Van Waalstein, Pex and Daniel Albanese. Watch out for the car brake machine in P5. Don't think any of those will risk anything into that last lap. Still second race though, 1 more after that in the afternoon, and then it all comes down to the superheat and the final, so there's not a lot of room for error.
No, there certainly isn't. Well, there you can see Gustafsson making his way into the final couple of corners. This has been a superb weekend so far, with just 1 more qualifying heat to go later on in the day. It is Sweden on top with Victor Gustafsson and CRG. Tom Leyer finishing in 2nd place ahead of Senna van Waalstein finishing in 3rd. That's a result that will be taken very well, because that will mean that Van Waalstein will start much higher up in that 3rd race later on, which will certainly benefit himself out very nicely. Stan Pex finishing in 4th place ahead of Daniel Albanese, finishing in P5. Riccardo Lagoni ahead of Marian Kramer, 17 positions gained. Well, like you were saying, He's probably absolutely cooked those tyres on his kart. Remember, they only get the 1.5 sets to use over the course of the qualifying heats and the superheats phase. They do get a new set for the final, but that is a lot later on in the weekend. They've still got a couple of races to go. So it's question mark over on Kramers. Can he maintain that momentum going into that third and final qualifying heat later on? Giuseppe Palumba finishing in 8th place ahead of Johan Sugal, who finishes in 9th place. Trevor Danuto rounds out the top 10 after gaining 4. Hiltbrand finishes in 11th place, doesn't gain or lose any positions. Trefilov finishing in 12th place. Paolo Polito rounding out 13th after gaining 5 places ahead of Paolo Di Conto in 14th. And Emilian Denner, unfortunately, dropping that one down to P15 at the start of that one. Not the race I think he would have wanted.
No, definitely not for Emilian Denner. Having to work a little bit more on the setup or try to see what went wrong. Certainly a contact that we're going to see once again into the opening lap that didn't make his life any easier. Jeremy Iglesias, P16 from Giorgio Pescador, Arthur Carbonell, Adrian Marrero, Yuri Pex, P20 from Lorenzo Camplese, Adrien Renaudin, Louis Speck, Francesco Senetta, Matteo Vigano and Mattias Torrigiani. Everybody on board at the end. Is a replay of the start with a cracking getaway from the pole sitter Victor Gustafsson. Even though Tom Loyer was keen on jumping ahead of the Swedish driver, he won't have the chance to do that until the end. And the contact indeed on the inside for Emilian Denner, who lost a little bit of momentum and got stuck into the midfield. He would finish down in P15. Let's have another look at the start on board the Frenchman, as he got overtaken by Senna van Wallstein just in front with Stanpex. And the pirouette machine of the 11 driver, Riccardo Longhi, just behind. There's the contact with Van Wallstein, who is half of a helmet is wearing the colors of the great Ayrton Senna, who is his name after. As Van Wallstein making his bid, that's the battle for the lead. As Tom Loyer briefly took that P1 from Victor Gustafsson before the Swedish driver was keen on responding. Like we're with Emilian Denner behind Giuseppe Palomba, struggling a little bit into the midfield. Look at how close the battle was on lap number 4 between some of those contenders. As for the back, Stanpex and Senna van Wallstein, the battle of the Dutchmen for P3, with Pex making his move around the inside with the pressure of Daniel Albanese just behind before the Sodica driver was able to respond on his fellow countrymen. Clean and neat on the inside after number 7, as Denner kept on struggling, unfortunately, as he was overtaken by Paolo Di Conto into turn number 4. That was Di Conto with a finish P14, 1 places up from where he had started. But in the lead, up in front, there was no one able to beat for the second time in a row Victor Gustafsson, the first ever pole sitter, first-time pole sitter in this class in the FIA Karting Championship. He made it 2 victories in a row, definitely the one to beat, as he leads the classification at 100 points, the maximum he could get. His hands on 88 points for Tom Loyer and 77 for Danilo Albanese in 3rd.
Well, the races will be back a little bit later on before we go into a big spell of KZ2 races, kick-starting in around half an hour's time with qualifying heat A versus D, C and E, B and F, and then back to B and C as well. And then we go for KZ Heat 3, looking forward to that one, followed by KZ2 Masters Heat 3 as well. And then we end the day with the last 3 qualifying heats, which should end the day at roughly about 5:30 today. So in half an hour's time, we will see you for part 2 of the FIA Karting European Championships, round 1 here at MotorLand Aragón for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. We'll see you in a few moments' time.
192 crews as the rally heads off on the southern loop of the first.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the FIA Karting European Championships Round 1 for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Live here from the Spanish desert that is MotorLand Aragón, here in the center of the country. The next race is coming up very, very soon. It's back to KZ2 for qualifying heat A versus D. Earlier on, we saw some brilliant races from the category, but your pole sitter for this one, Igor Nozov, not getting the result he wanted in his previous race. P6 for him. Same for Timo Jungling, just missing out on that race win. Only the driver of Artem Savrukin has taken a win this weekend, but in his previous race only scored a P3 earlier on and starts this one on the second row of the grid. But we'll talk a little bit more about that later on. There you can see some of the live pictures from the circuit. Clouds once again looming over the circuit, Guillaume. There is blue sky over to the right-hand side of the circuit as we look at it. On the left-hand side of the circuit, cloud cover, wind, breeze, everything's coming over. It's still a nice day out there. It's 26 degrees air temp. It's not cold by any stretch of the imagination, but it's certainly going to make for some interesting conditions that we might see in the latter half of the day of racing.
Yeah, definitely. So the MotorLand Aragón weather might be playing a little bit with our nerves, as you can see the radar. Oh, there might be some... Yeah, some big cloud coming our way. Actually, this is going live, so these are projections as well on what to expect for the remainder of the day above our heads. And we had a few drops of rain earlier. If you were with us for one of the KZ2 races, nothing major, nothing to be concerned about. But, you know, something to keep looking up at the skies, but still very much dry and pretty much sunny, even more cloudy than yesterday. 26 degrees, we rose to up to 24, 25 degrees, 35 degrees even more Celsius yesterday at some point. So a slightly less hot day today than yesterday. As we get back on track with the KZ2 category, ladies and gents. So we finished our first part of the day with the KZ. KZ2, all the drivers, 86 in total, having to go through 5 races each. 3 races for the KZ and 3 races for the KZ2 Masters before the last step of the superheat and the final that will be for tomorrow. But first, let's hear from Giannis Civico Espona, one of the local drivers. He won't get to start from pole position after what had been a difficult qualifying session. He will be 17th with plenty of job to do, but we caught up with him before the start of the weekend.
New year, new colors. I think at the end of the season, I decided to change, and it went like this. And for the moment, I'm so happy with the team, and everything is going well. I think when I started in KZ, from my first race to KZ was everything different. The type of racing, everything is different. And from my first race to now, I think I win a lot of experience and. Well, just like this. Yes, I think for the moment I'm feeling good with the material and it's going well. So I think we can do same or better than last year. I'm gonna try to make my best. So yes, and also because one race is in home in Spain, so I will try to make my best. I think I can do a good position here and also in Barbibrata. And we see also in the World Championship. For me, this track is a lot different to maybe Lonato and these tracks. It's really with a lot of speed and braking's not really hard. So if you make a little mistake, you lose a lot. And also it's really fun, the double left going down, because when you go down you didn't see the corner, so it's nice to drive the track. And I think the races will be really nice. I think it's going to be all together and a lot of overtakes.
Well, great to chat there to Yannis Avico, who starts this one. Like you were saying there, Guillaume, 17th on the grid for this one. Green flag waves then, and the next race is going to make its way out onto the circuit. It is qualifying heat A versus D for KZ2. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Igor Nozov, who took second and a sixth earlier on in the weekend, starts this one on the front row. We'll have Timo Jungling, who currently sits third in the intermediate classifications alongside. Nicholas Roos and Artem Sevrukin, who did take a win earlier on in the weekend, goes from the second row of the grid. Elmer Felbermeyer and Josip Weyer go from row number 3. They'll have Abin Strussen and Darius Babanianoa on row number 4. Mario Pinazzano and Mateus Morgato round up row number 5, with Michael Paparo and Matteo Zanchi on row 6. Jean Louis and Andrea Dale round out row number 7, with Christian Batuca and Paavo Tonteri on row number 8.
Row number 9, we have Jenny Civico Espona, you just saw the interview of. We have by his side Santiago da Costa. Row number 10, Yannick Jules Bernard and Alice Piscini, followed by Jenny Andrizzani, Samuel Leopardi. Row number 12, Luca Nicci and Niklas Weihen, Enzo Lacreuse and Georgi Vakovsky on row number 13, followed by Alexander Glastein, Anton Morsing and Jan van Werven. 29 drivers onto our grid and 29 as well onto the track, going for the warm-up lap, as well as putting the grid all together. Easy to do, not a rolling but a standing start, shall I say, as one of the CRGs at the back end, Jan van Werven, seemed to be in a bit of a discomfort. It is going very, very slow. You don't get to see him just yet, but hopefully we'll be able to join the rest of the pack, unless that's part of his strategy to give himself a bit of a breather. We'll see about the Dutchman, Jan van Werven from CRG Holland, as the field is about to complete the warm-up lap. Here they find themselves into the last part of the track. Igor Nozov will be starting this one from pole position with Timo Jungling, Nicolas Roos and Artem Sevrukin in the front rows of the grid. As for now, Matteo Spirgel is your current leader of the KZ2 class in front of Sevrukin for 9 points, on equal points with Marek Skrivian in third, and we have Jungling in fourth, Vasile, Schleimer, Skormans, Roos, Nozov, your current pole sitter, and Nacho Tunan running up the top 10, as the drivers have to get back onto the grid in no time. A versus D for this qualifying heat, KZ2 European Championship starting this weekend in MotorLand Aragón. We're going to have as well, of course, the World Championship event this year in Portimao after second round of the European classes in Val Vibrata in Italy. New tracks for the gearbox categories, the return of the FIA Karting competition for the first time in 10 years in MotorLand Aragón, for the first time for KZ2, and the first time as well for KZ2 Masters. And we'll go back as well to one of the great places of car racing in Italy, in Val Vibrata on the Adriatic coast. This will be for the end of August. Before that, plenty of action to come, 3 races, and then we'll have a short break for lunchtime, and we will be back after this last string of races, 3 races for the KZ2. We'll be back at 2:45 local time for the next part of the program, and there will be plenty races for all 3 classes. Stay with us.
Indeed. Well, KZ2 qualifying heat A versus D has made its way round the circuit. They're now lined up on the grid, ready to go racing for their next qualifying heat. We wait for the flag at the back of the grid. We get that flag. We get ready for the lights at the start of this one. As the lights go on, we wait for green and racing, and it's a great start from Nozov this time around. Holds on to the race lead. Jungling not able to get the jump like he did last time. Round the outside there, you can see the birrel of Josip Vey trying to gain positions, and he's gone off the track there. He gets up into third place, but that might get looked at. Round the outside goes Nicholas Roos as he tries to hold on to third place, but he gets denied and slots down into fourth. Look at the advantage that Igor Nozov's got this time around. He's broken away.
Yeah, this time he did good because his past starting procedures didn't go so well. He took a second and a sixth in his past races. Now finds himself on course to maybe finish on the top of the classification. As further back, one of the Saudi karts, that's Timo Jungling battling his way with Nicolas Roos and the Birlards, being stuck in sandwich. Artem Sevrukin, Nicolas Roos surrendering Jungling at the conclusion of lap number 1. Everybody coming through the track with no trouble at all by the look of it. So it was a pretty clean opening lap everybody here. 9 laps to go through as always. As the 114 on your picture, Artem Severyukin is going to go for the move, trying to get ahead of Timo Jungling. Around the inside he goes in turn number 2. Wow, what a dive that was from Artem Severyukin, putting himself into P2. Severyukin 1 win in the 3rd place, and is ready to give the chase to Edgar Nozov. 0.8 of a second in the opening lap. Nozov really nowhere to be seen already, as Jungling and Nicolas Roos are going to give themselves a bit of a battle unless the door opens on the way to the hairpin turn number 7. Artem Severyukin shut that directly as side by side goes Vea Tarado and Emma Faber-Meyer. Faber-Meyer has to back off a little bit and falls down, stays in P6. She might actually lose a bit of momentum, as on the outside goes Matteo Zanchi. Watch out as well from Zanchi, who get ahead of the German driver. So Faber-Meyer unfortunately losing a place down to P7, and a pretty hectic 2nd lap to this race, as Severyukin is still holding on to that 2nd place.
Yeah, indeed, it was Severyukin at the start of that race that was moving up the order, not Josip Vey, like I was saying. Right now, communication happening here between Jungling and Roos. Now, there was no communication between them in their last race that they had against each other. That was certainly a very interesting run that we saw, but, well, it was the other 2 Sodi teammates, wasn't it, battling away. But Roos here really piling on that pressure. Same as Jungling. Jungling here with the slipstream's going to look maybe to the inside. The door gets slammed closed by Severyukin at the last moment there, and Jungling goes onto the circuit, goes off the circuit, amazingly holds on to the position. But now Nicolas Roos is going to put on the attack here, as well as Jungling down the inside at 8. And I suspect that may have ruffled the feathers here of Timo Jungling, who will not want to back down from getting into 2nd place in this one. He'll stay behind for now. He'll have to deal with the likes of Roos, but still at the moment in a good position. Zanchi up 6 places, up into P6. He's battling his way through, and I think is actually up there in another position. Big send down the inside for Babayanoa, who just sends it down the inside of Tonterre, I think it was. Tonterre in the 110. Now down to 8th place, but is still up 8 positions in this race. So nonetheless, it's still a good race. Eyes on this battle for P2 here. Severyukin, Jungling, Roos, Zanchi, who's now up into P5, starting to close in. Zigonova sets the fastest lap of the race and is breaking away. Nearly 2 seconds the gap. That's the biggest gap for a lead we've seen so far this weekend, Gil.
Yeah, he's definitely on a different planet. No one to give him a hard time, so all he has to do is to go through this next phase of races with full concentration as we get back on board with former incident into lap number 2. That's the driver going the long way around, putting 2 wheels onto the grass. And this is the 124 we're on board with Emma Faber-Meyer. Faber-Meyer, who's sitting in 6th place at the moment, and she was having a bit of a moment, but managed to get going, as the replay shows the other bit of a moment as well, the 181 of Timo Jungling, trying to get ahead of Artem Severyukin on the way on the run up to turn number 7. But that could have been nasty between the two. But fortunately for him, Jungling was able to keep going. The door was shut. There was nowhere near he could make that move entering the corner. And he was forced a little bit on the side. No major harm done there. It was 1.7. Severyukin slightly decreasing the gap, but at this point in time, it better keep actually 2nd place alive.
Wow, big send down the inside there for Zanchi, and that came from nowhere. Sorry, Guillaume, that was a huge send there for Matteo Zanchi on Nicolas Roos. Absolutely sublime there, under braking in towards turn 9, and you can already see it, how much it flustered Roos, because look at the gap that he's opened up already at that point of the race. Back here with this battle here, this is Morgato and Savico. Savico, who has climbed up to P10, is getting 7 places in this race. Paolo Tonterre as well, 10 places gained currently in P6, just ahead of this battle. But it just shows there are thick battles happening all the way throughout the area. Montero here looking strong. Well-known driver in the world of karting, world champion in his own right, racing over in America as well, dipping over to here as well into Europe. An internationally known driver here in the KZ2 category, and currently battling his way just inside that top 10. Eyes on this one. This is still the battle for 2nd place. The gap for the leaders come down a little bit. It's down to 1.3 seconds, but Severyukin is not out of the woods yet. Jungling's right there, but then again, Jungling's not out of the wood here, because Zanchi, with the pace that he's got, is closing in absolutely at a massive rate of knots. You can see him right here now. It's a 3-car battle, all for second place.
Yeah, great battle indeed. As we get into lap number 7 out of 9, there won't be much time as run the inside into the start-finish straight. I think it might have been Emma Felbermayr battling along with Beata Rodano and Matheus Morgato down there with blue livery. We'll get back to that. Yeah, the 124 still ahead indeed in front of the Brazilian and Beata Rado, the number 180. Coming from Spain, one of the local drivers competing. As run inside, watch out, the battle is taking another turn between Timo Jungling and Artem Severyukin. Jungling was trying to go again for the move on the way down.
Oh, he's got to go for it again.
The dive, can he make a stick on the outside? That's going to be a quick one and a close one as well. But Artem Severyukin on the exit, keep the momentum going. He was on the right side of the track and he protects himself just for now. Watch out for Zanki. He might want to go for the move on the inside of turn number 13. Down to 14. This one happened this time around. He still have 2 laps to go to try to do that.
Well, runs a little bit wide there out of the final corner, does Matteo Zanchi, so he's going to have to fight and dig deep a little bit here. He's latched right back onto that rear bumper with the assistance of the slipstream. But yeah, that was a bold statement there for Timo Jungling, trying to get his nose down the inside of Artem Severyukin. But Severyukin again, calm collected with his defensive line, maintained second place. For the time being, there is still time left in this race. There you can see the rain radar in the bottom corner of your screen now. This is projecting probably the next hour or so, and what has passed and what's come through. Eyes on this one though, and Jungling again now. He's kind of in a bit of 2 minds on this one. He can't attack Severyukin now. He has to defend third place from Matteo Zanchi, so it's really put him on the back foot here for Timo Jungling, but right now he's going to push himself along. Now I'm getting the call in my ear that it is raining out there. I don't think it's going to affect the drivers too much. They're going on to the final lap.
Yeah,
and
you can see the drops.
Yeah, you can see the drops coming down, but they've got the temperature in the circuit. They've got the temperature in the tyres as well. They should be okay for one more lap, but it's certainly going to put a spanner in the works maybe for the next one. Here, though, on your screen, Matteo Zanchi started this one, P12. Currently 4th, 8 places he's gained in this, and on the final lap he's looking to get up into the top 3, into the braking zone of turn 7. Not close enough for attack on this one, but maybe in towards turn 9, Gil.
Yeah, back on the throttle all the way down. Egor Nozov, your race leader, he's been uncatchable. He did the job at the start, managed to stay in front, and from then on he was just cruising his way through every lap on his way to the checkered flag with no position at all, letting the others battle and do the job. And will be his first win of the weekend after a 6th and a 2nd place, putting the IPK machine, Formula K machine from IPK Racing Team, back on top of the classification. First win of the weekend for the overall pole sitter of the KZ2 class, finally getting the result he had been seeking in the first 2 races. Artem Severyukin picking up another strong result, a 2nd, 3rd and a victory for the Pirelli driver from Timo Jungling and Matteo Zanchi. That's for the top 5 position completed by Nicolas Roos. But good racing as well from Pavel Tonteri, climbing 10 places up to P6. Then we have Denis Civico Espona, 9 places gained for the Spaniard up into P9. Beautiful job as well, P8 that is, even behind Matheus Morgato. Then we have Giuseppe Viatterado and Andreas Daly running up the top 10. But a great performance indeed from Egor Nozov, finally getting his hands on the result. He certainly wanted for a while. Outside of the top 10, we do have Emma Felbermayr, who seemed to have been a little bit shaken off into the midfield. She picked up some strong results earlier this weekend with P5 as one of the best finishes. This time she's going to have to make do with P11 from Jean Louillet, Darius Babayona, as well as Alessio Piscini. P15 is Albin Sturluson. 16th place for Santiago da Costa from Christian Bertucca. Dian van Werven. Interestingly, Dian van Werven, who seemed to be in a bit of a discomfort coming to the start, but still managed to climb 11 places. So in the end, everything worked perfectly for the CRG Holland driver. Then we have P19 for Mario Pinazzo-Cero, followed by Michael Paparo, Yannick Jules Bernard, Georgi Vakovsky, Samuel Leopardi, Gianni Andrisani, Luca Nicci, Enzo Lacreuse, Alexander Glashstein, Niklas Verheyen, and Anton Morsing. All 29 drivers seeing the checkered flag at the end of this 9-lap race.
Well, plenty more action will be seen later on for those two groups. Let's take a look at the highlights, though, from that one. And this time around, brilliant start for Igor Nozov, not getting caught off the line at the start, breaking away well, and finally takes a first win of the weekend at the end of that one. Youngling as well, with a relatively decent start, but it was the start from Artem Sevrukin here. Round the outside, now he goes all four wheels off the racing track there. All four wheels go onto that curb as he passes someone. This is the onboard view from Emma Felbermeyer, who started this one P5 in the race, and this might actually get a good view of that overtake. Right round the outside here, you can see at the start, yeah, clearly all four wheels off the circuit there, and then rejoins just in front. So there may be something there, but again, crucial, I don't think he touched the green. I need to query myself on what the actual rule is there. Is it all four over the white line, or is it if they touch the green?
I think there might be if it touches the green.
Right, so it could have been okay there.
Could have been okay. That might need confirming indeed, but I think the officials are quite persuasive and quite focused on that one as well. They have all of their eyes focused as well on this green. And if you go, I think, half of a kart on that, and if that gain you an advantage, obviously, because back in qualifying, there was a lap deleted if you were making use of the outside line. And in the races, you have actually 2 warnings, and the third is down to the appreciation of the officials afterwards. So it might be worth just a warning, might be worth a penalty if you get an advantage. But we'll get back to that.
Yes, indeed. Racing went on, and the exit of that one, yeah, you can see there, Emma Fulbauer also getting squeezed onto the exit curbs as well, going wheel to wheel with the rest of the field. That was a tough race for her. She's dropping down to P11 at the end of that one. Eyes on the front battle, though, and this overtake here from Matteo Zanchi down the inside of Nicholas Roos came from absolutely nowhere, and I think Roos as well checked over his shoulder thinking, where did that come from? Is there anyone else going for it? That was Youngling's first attempt at trying to get that move done on Sevrukin. And again, down into the next one, you can see so committed on the brakes there. Had the inside line, but Sevrukin was just able to hold the pace around the outside there. And this was a brilliant defensive driving from Sevrukin on this one. Really worked hard to hold on to that position. And that brought Zanchi straight into the fight as well. But it wasn't going to be enough, because they would lose out, all of them, to Igor Nozov, taking his first win of the weekend across the line. And I think well deserved there. And well, oh dear. Oh, now what happened there? Now that was, I think, Felbauer. Yeah, she was testing the steering, seeing if the tracking was out. And I think the answer to that was yes. And if it wasn't then, it definitely is now after that. But wow, that's a very interesting one at the end of that one. Well, more racing to come. Qualifying heat C versus E is coming up next. Do stay with us. Plenty of action ahead of this one. And, well, it's all going to be kicking off between the likes of Maximilian Schleimer and Yaroslav Shevetalov, who start this one on the front row of the grid. Now, Shevetalov, who had a great result earlier on, really pushed himself forward after the DNF that he had at the start of the weekend, bumped up to a P4 earlier on. But again, those starts are just playing away with him. So it's one of those things that he's just got to try and figure out over the course of this one. There on your screen, though, the Romanian Daniel Vasiliu, who did have a brilliant race earlier on. We caught up with him before the weekend even started.
Last year I was the vice champion, so this year the goal is to be the champion. The main thing for sure from 18 is like the motivation, because I still has it, and for sure I want back the top spot. And nothing changed, like still pushing them to the maximum and hopefully get the first place. We find improvements, but I think too much, everybody like in a year span, they're gonna find improvements, so hopefully it's the same, like still at the winning package, and I think so. Because we worked so hard for it, and we are still working, and that's what I like about the team. We are a family, and we keep pushing together. Well, for sure, nice overtakes, and good starts, hopefully, and first place.
Well, great to hear from our man there, Daniel Vasiliu, who starts this one on the second row of the grid in P4. And we've seen him get good overtakes from that position as well. Group E earlier on. Vasily taking a race win in his first earlier on as well from that second row. So really curious to see what he can do in this one, whether or not he'll get a good start, or again, are those tyres just going to be a little bit too far gone, because they only get those 1.5 sets until the end of the weekend. Drivers get the green flag. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Qualifying heat C versus E. Yaroslav Shevchalov and Maximilian Schleimer go from row number 1. Dmitry Matviev and Daniel Vasily, who won earlier on, starts on row number 2. Marek Skrivan and Kasper Schulmans round up row number 3 ahead of Tim Licati and Jean Nimblon on row 4. Kirill Kuskov and Alejandro Laos go from row number 5 and the top 10. Eli Goldstein, who stalled on the line earlier on as well, starts as one of the 6th row. The good love Miguel Costa alongside Jesper Schuberg, who was starting just behind Goldstein, also had dramas at the start of the previous race. Medihert Krosner rounds out row number 7.
Then row number 8, we have Alfredinho Yabiapina with Gabaloye by his side, followed by Sam Loye and Rasmus Andersen, Arsene Lacoste and Jose Penalta. Row number 10, row 11, Erik Holm and Julius Lassen. Row number 12, Patrick Janssen and Christian de Klein, followed by Christian Alou, Milan de Geratu, Mikael Bartosuk, as well as Dino Carlson. Here's the classification of points. 135 for Artem Severyukin, 129 for Youngling in front of Nozov, the pole sitter and winner of the race just before. Then we have Nicola Rus, Matteo Sperger and Matteo Zanchi. That's for your top 6. Picking up on what we just discussed about track limits, so everybody is on the same page. It says in this weekend's regulation that the white lines define the track edges. So a kart must remain on the track at all times, and a failure to do so may result in a report going to the stewards. So that's pretty clear. If you go 2 or even more wheels outside of the white lines on the green zone, that might be worth a report to the officials. And it was lap time delayed in qualifying, and as we said in races, you have 2 chances, and the third might result in something going your way. It can be either a warning, it can be either a penalty, depending on the advantage that might have been taken by the driver or not.
Well, formation lap currently underway then for qualifying heat C versus E. Another look at the rain radar, just having a look at what's around the local area, and you can see there are some bands again heading towards us. We're kind of surrounded by little pockets at the moment, but nothing that is going to affect the traction levels on circuit. Only what the drivers see on their visors, which may affect where they squeeze the brake or squeeze the throttle a little bit in some of the corners. But in terms of traction level, absolutely fine it should be for the drivers. You can see there the racing line really getting rubbered in now. The same at the start positions as well. So much rubber going down on the circuit from the starts here. Now, the front row already in position. Shevchalov and Schleimer in position there. But the rest of the field yet to come around the final corner. So they are going to be we're waiting quite a bit of time here on the start-finish line before this race gets underway, which again in turn cools the brakes down, cools the engine down, cools the tyre temperatures down. Everything cools down just that little bit as soon as you become stationary. So you do need to be careful. Now again, there is a driver missing from that grid. There is quite a few of them missing from the grid, but we are about to go racing here. KZ2 qualifying heat C versus E is about to get underway as the lights turn green. We are racing this time around. Yaroslav Shevchalov does get a good start, but it's still not the best one as he drops down just that little bit for the rest of the field. Schleimer leads the way as the whole field makes their way around turns number 2, 3, and then into the hairpin of turn 4. The Sodi cut on the outside there. A brilliant start. I think that's Tim Licati who's trying to go for the move, but he gets a bad exit and tumbles down the order. The IPK cut coming through. Marek Skrivan, who did take a win earlier on, is now battling his ways on the inside line here with, I believe, Shevchalov, but Shevchalov on the outside holds onto it and moves forward.
Yeah, we had a brilliant lap, brilliant overtaking actually from Yaroslav Shevchalov, actually through 2 rivals on the way to turn number 7. We might need to see that again, but it was beautifully made as in the lead as for now. Dimitri Matveev, and one of the Saudis, the 204.
That's Bartosuk.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, Mikael Bartosuk, one of the wild cards entering the European Championship for this run only. As lap number 1 is completed under the leadership of Maximilian Schleimer.
climbing one place in front of Matveev, Vasile, Jean Oblot, Yaroslav Shevertalov, as we said, dropping down to P5. Beautiful overtaking move that he pulled into the opening lap to try to recover the time that he had lost in front of Kirill Kutskov. Marek Skrivian down P7 from Eli Goldstein. That's an interesting one as well. 3 places gain up to P8 for Eli from Kasper Schormans, and Miguel Costa. Schormans who dropped 3 places. We have seen him, and a 201, another wild card, unfortunately. Alejandro Lajos Lopez from Spain out of this race.
Yeah, now that was out of the race before it even started. That was on the formation lap because Lajos was not on the grid at the start. That was the kart that was missing that you saw at the start of the race. So that's a mechanical failure right before the start. So that is a big, big shame for the Spaniard. Race continuing then. Schleimer leads the way ahead of Matveev and Vasile, who's still there in 3rd place. And you can see there the gaps just forming up here. Jean Nimrom, this is a result that Nimrom really needs on this one. That spin earlier on, dropping right to the back of the field, recovering a little bit in the race. But this time now P4 is, well, 4 places. So in a really good spot here. There you can see Shevertalov with the fastest lap of the race is closing in as well. So the battle for 4th place might start getting a little bit interesting very soon.
And the fastest lap for Shevertalov indeed from P5. Trying to shake up the order a little bit. 1:03, the fastest performance as coming down turn number 9. Look at how close Daniel Vasile is getting to Dimitri Matveev. Matveev, his first appearance in the FIA Karting European Championship in the KZ2 class, as Daniel Vasile is one of the strongest names of the category, as we've seen Matveev competing in the single speed categories for the past few seasons. He's one of those joining the likes of, the rest of the drivers, but with him, other drivers coming from OK and OK Junior, especially OK Senior class, obviously, making the step up to the gearbox class. So we have this weekend also Eli Goldstein into that race, Kirill Kutskov, Anatoly Kavalkin, and David Walter, just to name a few. But Dimitri Matveev, who is competing as well this season, still in single speed, and currently sits 10th in the European Championship as we speak. 1 run to go in the European Championship single speed. That will be in Sweden, Kristianstad, as Matveev is trying to resist from Daniel Vasile. Let's see if the experience will get over the youth. And driver discovering that class, but doing a good job at the wheel of his carbureting machine. And Vasile, a dive, at least a try of a dive, just on the entry of the last sector in turn number 10, where there's a little bit of a bump as well, as we said before, as for turn number 9, in the middle of the track, in the middle of the racing line. And that actually forced the drivers to adapt themselves a little bit in terms of driving there, because that can shake up a little bit the machine. And we've seen Daniel Vasile trying to go for a move where maybe there was no space at all. Matveev was there to shut the door.
Yep, certainly was, but close battling still between the top 3. Shevertalov still there, P4. Nimrom, Skriven, Schormans, Goldstein, Costa, Kutskov, Louis Lacosta, the top 12. Schubert still there in 13th, has not gained or lost any positions, as well as Marek Skriven now sets the fastest lap of the race, is there in P6. Still having a good run at the moment as I stay focused on this one. Every time we dive down into these corners here, it looks like Daniel Vasile is going to go for a move, but the door just squeezes closed here. Now, Dimitri Matveev, this is his first outing in KZ, isn't it? A regular and big send down the inside for Vasile in towards turn 13. We have seen those overtakes come thick and fast throughout the day, but that one absolutely textbook there, and Matveev not able to retaliate. Has the slipstream now. No overtake here through turn 1, not close enough, but you can get it done here through 2. And again, choosing to just stay behind. It's got to be careful now because Shevertalov has closed in, and he will go for the move if he sees a gap, because he wants to get back up to that top spot. And there you go, fastest lap of the race again for Yaroslav Shevertalov, who looks very, very strong right now. Matveev not able to fight back.
And you could see Daniel Vasile watching over his shoulder and just staring to Matveev. Stay with me, bear with me, because we can still win this one. As run inside, Shevertalov, beautifully made with the man of the machine. The dive late on the breaking point into turn number 9. That was a textbook sort of move from the pole sitter. Back into contention for what possibly could be the win, because Schleimer is not far ahead of Daniel Vasile. And Let's see what those three can do. Matveev will do everything he can to stay close as we get into lap number 7. The checkered flag is getting near, but less than 0.4 of a second between Maximilian Schleimer and Daniel Vasile. Here they are, 2 Maranellos within the top 3. That's the right moment, certainly, for their leader to have a bit of a hand from his teammate. Is the replay of the start of that race. And maybe we'll get to see one of the Birel actually at a moment. Oh!
Yes, indeed. The Birel having a very big moment there, and a moment all the way in towards turn number 1. Now, who was that? Now, that could have been Samuel Luye. He's down 5 places in the 134, so that may have been the driver who was involved there.
Either Sam Luye or Patrick Janssen as well on the Birel machine, so we might need to see it again with replays post-race, but Vasile Koskov on the inside, there he goes! Wow, what an attempt from Daniel Vasile on the leader, Maximilian Schleimer, and the intense pressure, a little bit of a nudge from the back from Daniel Vasile. He's going to take the slipstream on the way to turn number 1. Can he make a stick? First time of asking. Oh, the door was shut. Another try, run the inside, there goes the teammate, and taking the lead back maybe on the inside, Shavitalov. Can he make it stick? It's not going to be on the right side of the line coming to the next hairpin. Maybe going the long way around. That's going to be a close call. Side by side, the 2 teammates is going to have the upper hand. That goes to Schleimer for the time being.
Well, the 2 Maranello karts there getting a little bit too close for comfort now as Matveev tries to look to the inside line. He's got Jean Nimblon, Scriven, Schormans and Goldstein all there for company. But crucially, like you say, the Birel Racing driver, Daniel Vasile, looking very, very strong here. Matveev under a massive amount of pressure here from the drivers behind as they're all piling on the pressure to each other there. So each driver who tries to go for the overtake is themselves actually under attack from being overtaken. So it just causes that ripple effect all the way down the field. The gap now opening to 2 seconds. It's Schleimer who's there in second place holding on to it. But Sheretalov will have to really dig deep here if he wants second place on his teammate. We're going to the final lap of this race. And, well, Daniel Vasile looks in a really comfortable state here. He's looking like he could go on to win his 2nd qualifying heat of the weekend, and that would bump him up to the lead of the intermediate classifications. Zevrukin would go down, Schleimer would go up to 3rd, but they would certainly do a good job here at trying to hold on to their positions. But right now, here we go. Sheretalov is going to look to the inside at turn number 9. The 2 teammates make contact. Sheretalov goes through, and Schleimer's going to instantly attack back. He bounces his nose cone right into that rear bumper, and now Matveev is going to get involved. Off the track goes Schleimer. Matveev gives up the position, but that has not worked out between the 2 teammates. Daniel Vasile is going to cross the line. He's going to take the race win. But Sheretalov will recover back to 2nd place ahead of Schleimer. But at what cost between the 2 teammates there? Oh, if I ever wanted to be a fly on the wall in the tent, like yesterday it was I wanted to be a fly on the wall in the Sodi tent. Now I want to be a fly on the wall in the Maranello tent, because it's all going to be going off in there, I can imagine, after this one. Matveev finishing in P4 ahead of Jean Nimblon. Schormans finishing in P6 ahead of Marek Scriven finishing in P7. Goldstein in 8th. Costa in 9th. Kirill Kutskov rounds out the top 10. But Guillaume, that was a very interesting run between those 2 teammates.
Yeah, it definitely was. And unlike what happened yesterday between the Saudi teammates in KZ, Naval Weinstein and Giuseppe Palomba getting together and sending one of them into a spin, we didn't have that sort of drama. But it was close. It was a close call between the 2 Maranellos, and that cost them the win. That's just the right way to put it. Unfortunately, still coming home in 2nd and 3rd, so we'll have to be happy about this 1-2 result so far. But he was behind Daniel Vasile, who would go on to take win number 2. We'll get back to that. P11, just outside of the top 10, Gabriel Loyer from Arsène Lacoste, Menierte Croze from the team Locati, Jesper Schauberg, Rasmus Andersen, Alfredinho Yablapina, Julius Lassen, Christian Leclain, and José Antonio Penalta, P20. Then we have Eric Holm, Sam Loyer, Dino Carlson, Milan De Geratu, Mikkel Bartoszuk, and 3 drivers missing. Patrick Janssen didn't take part of the race. Alejandro Laos Lopez and Christian Helu, fortunately, having to step down.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights from that one, and you can see here it was a better start for Sheretalov on that one, but still not the greatest getaways, chopping down into around P5. The start, though, for Schleimer, absolutely textbook. You can see the gap that he'd opened up at the start here. Watch it here again. You can see the breakaway. Really nice start from the right-hand side of the screen. Now, again, I can't quite see the number. I think it is the 134. I think that is our man starting a little bit further down in the order. But, you know, that was a big shake-up. And more drama there. The two Sodis colliding with each other. Not been a good start for a lot of them, is it?
Yeah, I was trying to identify who that Saudi driver was, but it keeps on going actually into the opening lap between some of the Saudi drivers with Team Locati and Jean Noblo back down there as well. Noblo, who had a DNF in his previous race, you might remember, but was able to really get back and take a good 5th place in the end for the Frenchman of CPB Saudi Kart. As the battle kept on raging between the leaders, the 204 of Saudi, another Saudi in trouble with Mikhail Bartosuk. Was able to keep going, but would finish 25th and dead last into this race. And 102 being around the inside, Daniel Vasile, brilliant first move on Dmitry Matveev. Under the close look of the pole sitter, Yaroslav Shevertalov would make his bid as well on the inside of the Car Republic driver. And then that attack from Daniel Vasile, first try on Maximilian Schleimer. That was on lap number 7, and then on the way to turn number 1, going around the long way, late on the brake in turn number 1. That could have gone the way of Yaroslav Shevertalov, putting himself on the inside in turn number 2, but then on the run down to the hairpin, Daniel Vasile had the upper hand, and it was given the win pretty much on the silver plate as the two teammates were actually battling just after for 2nd place, and we came close to a bit of a drama on the way to turn number 7. Vasile in the lead, and those two, Shevertalov and Schleimer, still in a strong explanation into that final lap. Look at the attempt, actually. There was even a contact on the way to turn number 10 into the run down, and it went the way of Shevertalov in the end. Certainly frustrated after not being able to translate that pole position into a winning result. And you could see as well, Maximilian Schleimer, not only did he lose 2nd place to his teammate, but he came close actually to going off for good, be in front of Dmitry Matveev. He was able to keep the Kia Motorsport driver just behind, but he was certainly on a tight edge. Certainly an extra lap, and it would have been a different story between Maximilian Schleimer and Dmitry Matveev in that battle for P3. Plenty of action into that qualifying heat for the KZ2 class, and we are not done yet, ladies and gents. One more race to go before we go for the lunch break, well deserved for everybody here on track, as we're going to have the confrontation between the groups B and F, and a very interesting name that we're going to see on track performing. Zoe Florescu Potuella, competing with an Italian license, but she has American and Romanian origins. That's her first season in the gearbox class, first ever race in the KZ2. We caught up with her before the start of the weekend.
From the start of the year, it's been very challenging, but I managed to adapt pretty well. Every race, you know, get better. Try to build the confidence in the car and also in my driving, since the driving style is a bit more aggressive than what I raced in the previous years. I'm really excited to be racing here and at this level, and obviously very happy. This track, it's a really beautiful track. I think one of my favorite tracks ever. It's just, I mean, I've did 2 races already on this track, so quite a lot of experience built up. But yeah, you have the going up on the hill, then it's like a lot of speed. So for me, you know, stepping up in a new category was quite a bit difficult at first, but I managed to adapt to it pretty well. And yeah, I'm excited to see what this weekend will bring. I decided to do KZ because for me it's like the peak of karting. So honestly, I've learned so much. I think this start of the year has been honestly so much learned. And for me, I honestly don't think I was ready last year to jump into Formula 4. So then I decided to do 1 more year in KZ2. And yeah, we think next year maybe I will do some more KZ, maybe I will do Formula 4, we're not sure yet. But I mean, I would like to continue doing KZ. It's very fun, and you know, maybe just do it as a hobby. But yeah, I enjoy it a lot. In my opinion, barrel art is the best team for KZ2, and for me, I've been with them in OK Junior in my first ever international year, and they helped me so much in that year, so I've built a connection with them already. And I thought it was the best decision, since going from OK Senior to KZ2, it's quite a big step to get all the help I need. And since we already have a lot of connections in the team, a lot of friends, also Daniel Vasile, who's my coach, we decided it was the best team to go into. And yeah, also they're really quick on track.
Well, great to hear there from Zoe Florescu, who starts this one a little further down in the order, P18, but nonetheless a very fierce racer indeed. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Mateusz Bergel starting this one on the front row of the grid. Win earlier on. We'll have Nacho Tunion alongside. Artur Lane and Sepp Kuipers go from row number 2, both of them having 5th place finishes earlier on. Marcus Kayak and Robert Kindervatter round out row number 3. They'll have Simon Reckenmacher and Alejandro Mineto on row number 4. Maxim Orlov and Corentin Rousseau round out row number 5. They'll have David Levinsky and Nikola Rosani on row number 6. Then it's Vladimir Verkalantsev and Theo Blanc on row number 7.
Row number 8, one of the newcomers in the class, David Walter in the European Championship, Xavier Ramirez by his side. Row number 9, Matej Preuss and Zoe Florescu. Row number 10, Daniel Dalakian and Dominic Rentos, followed by Alvar Sismevara, Simon Billman. Row number 12, Fabrizio Rosati and Eduardo Momorelli. Then we have Chiming Wang, Eric Enache, Gianluca Wolfman, Marcelo Gonzalez and Jeremy Cotin. We had Chiming Wang missing in his previous race. Do we have him on board? I think we do this time around, as the drivers go around one more time to get the tires up to temperatures. 1.5 sets to play with for all those competitors in all 3 classes. And then we have 1 extra set of tires coming to the final. Those new rubber from Dunlop being put under intense pressure in those hot conditions, even though slightly less hot than yesterday. And at some point we just went from 26 to 29 degrees Celsius, so it keeps on rising. But a lot more cloudy above our heads here, even though the risk of rain seems to be getting away from the track. We'll keep you up to date about the weather evolution. The rain radar is appearing right now. As you can see, quite clear skies for the next hour at least. Now, Zoe Florescu, a very interesting history that you got to hear a little bit from herself, as that's first race, as we said, at this level in the FIA Karting European Championship. But she managed to climb on the podium in the Italian Championship on the track of La Conca down in the south of Italy, the track where she discovered racing, basically. And she's been in the spotlight for the past few years after winning the FIA Girls on Track Rising Star program 2 seasons ago. And after coming through single speed categories in junior, mini, junior and OK categories, now she was ready to tackle KZ2 for this season. And refreshing to hear from such a young driver. You know, she's one of the youngest in the field, about the love that she has for gearbox karting, about how much she fancies the challenge. And there's plenty of challenges, certainly, for a driver of that age to tackle, to be up to speed. And she's been demonstrating that she's getting there race after race.
Yeah, exactly that. And again, with the fact as well that you learn those new tricks, how to deal with front brake lockups, how to deal with gear changes, starts, everything like that. And you learn all of that in this very category. KZ2 qualifying heat B versus F is green and racing, and it's a great start from Spurgel at the start of this one. The driver who has won 2 of his 2 races so far is looking for a 3rd, and at the moment is breaking away from the rest of the field. It's about 3-4 car wide in the background there as they go through turn number 2, as they all dive now through turn 4. It seems to have settled, but not for one of the Birrells there. I think the 178 getting a little bit dramaed and caught up there. That may have been one of the other drivers actually in the further back in the field, but down the inside, Nacho Tunion fighting back. He's not had a good start here, has he?
No, definitely not. He was a slow start on the way to turn number 1, and now having to fight from P4 as everybody coming through into turn number 9 on the way to the last section. We've seen so many overtaking maneuvers and attempts in those particular corners on the way down. In that one as well, into 13, 14 and 15. This last sector, even though tight but fast, you wouldn't think coming here for the first time that we would get to see that many overtaking moves, but it's been the case. So there's plenty of hot spots for overtaking. As run inside of turn number 1 goes, I think it might have been Simon Reckenmacher there. I need to see that again. But a place gained for Reckenmacher by the look of it on Maxime Orlov, as Matteo Spergel, 2 wins to his name for the Frenchman. Your current leader of the classification, leading in front of Siep Kuipers. Arthur Poulain down in 3rd.
Kuipers under pressure though. Poulain's going to look down the inside. Arthur Poulain takes 2nd place up into the braking zone of turn number 7. Now Tunion might have a chance to close in now, as these two are still going to go wheel to wheel. Sodi versus CRG. It's a big send from Reckenmacher in the background there as well on Marcus Kayak. And Kayak now will have to go defensive. Orlov's going to go around the outside now along all of them. Can he get that move done? I would think the answer to that is yes, as Tunion dives down the inside of Kuipers now. Kuipers under pressure from behind, and Nacho Tunion goes through as Reckenmacher gets involved and tries to attack as well across the line.
There was a great footage from the sideline of the track, thanks to Oleg, one of our cameramen. Beautiful shot there on the inside from Nacho Tunion, getting ahead of Siep Kuipers. The same of shot that reminds me of the last second turn of the Portimao track in Portugal, for those of you familiar, as Matteo Spergel not only leads but get the fastest lap in the race and build himself a bit of a gap, 1 full second on his for the countryman from France, Arthur Poulain. That's a 1-2 from Sodicat CPV Sport at the moment, as Nacho Tunion is leading the second wagon around the inside, but there's nothing that Kuipers can do, just too far just behind to the breaking point to try to launch in the attack. But he finds himself in the close of Reckenmacher, Orlov, Kayak, Kinderwater, Lewinsky. Around the inside goes Reckenmacher on Kuipers. Oh, that was a close call, but Kuipers is shutting that door on the way to the last corner. That's going to be a side-by-side battle as well between the two, Simon Reckenmacher and Maxime Orlov, the Pauline machine. With, on the inside, watch out for Robert Kinderwater. This is Marcus Kayak with the Maradona machine as well, trying to make his bit, but he's being attacked as well by Robert Kinderwater, going the long way around in turn number 4. Kayak under pressure, trying to attack, having to resist as well. We're going to have a side-by-side 3 driver up front into the hairpin.
Look at the speed that they carry now into the fastest part of the circuit up the hill here. You can see David Lewinsky trying to get his nose down the inside as well, but here comes Kayak once again. Kayak on the inside line gets his nose cut off there from Kinderwater, who denies a move down the inside in towards turn number 9. This again brings in everyone. Rousseau is closing in. Minetto, Blanc and Volta all closing in just behind. Keep an eye on this one. All the meanwhile at the front though, Spergel and Poulain are breaking away. They're clear by some way now. Their race is all fine. This battle here though is where it's all becoming a little bit interesting here. All of that, you can see everyone popping in and pushing as hard as they can. Lewinsky again trying to look down the inside. He's now got his nose in the inside of turn 2 again. Every time he tries this little thing here, they lose so much time. And Rousseau, Minetto, Blanc, Volta, Prus, Rossani, they're all closing in at this point. Look at the train that's starting to form now behind them here.
Yeah, beautiful indeed. A 3-driver battle, the 142 of Rousseau from Charles Leclerc is about to lose a place. At least he's still resisting from Minetto and Blanc. This is battle for P10, that is on the as we have a move as well. Maxime Orlov again getting ahead of Simon Reckenmacher. Orlov in P4, confirmation. Kuipers down in P5. Reckenmacher not quite able to follow him through, as Orlov on your picture is again just got ahead of the CRG driver indeed. Gonna keep a good eye as well on the battles further back in the top 10, as Spergel and Poulain nowhere to be seen into that race. Nacho Tunion on his own planet a little bit in P3, and one of the Tonys down there was trying to have a quick look on the inside to turn number 1. But for now, on the TBs as well, Simon Reckenmacher, the 175, still in P6. It's not very often that we get to see the TB racing colors like that from Germany. As Maxime Orlov, the fastest lap in this race, trying to catch up Maxime with Nacho Tunion. Still a long way to go. As for the back, we have David Lewinsky trying to attack Marcus Kayak. That's going to be an interesting one as well, coming to turn number 9. This is a battle for P8 potentially. Kayak and Lewinsky. Lewinsky at the wheel of his car pulling machine. A beautiful blue sky sort of livery there for the driver in 9th place at the moment. Competing for Door Motorsport as the reason. One of the strong German teams in the world of karting, and car racing in Germany. Lap number 7 that is, ladies and gents, or almost a full second between Spergel and Arthur Poulain. We're here on board with Kuipers, Reckenmacher and Kinderwater. Watch out for the Birlat machine. I want to join the rest of them.
Certainly could do. Let's see a quick replay here. Now, this is where it all started to go, well, a bit all topsy-turvy. You can see Kinderwater right on the outside there. Reckenmacher trying to get back onto the circuit. And again, you're seeing the move here from David Lewinsky, just trying to get his nose down the inside of Marcus Kayak. And again, running a little bit wide, but not losing the position. Close racing between the drivers in this field at the moment as we are on lap 7 of 9. Spergel still leads from Poulain. Now that gap's closed down to 0.8 of a second, so they are closing in. Nacho Tunion still there in 3rd place, ahead of Maxim Orlov, Reckenmacher, Kuipers and Kinderwater. Now Kayak down to P8 now. Lewinsky still behind him here. But Kinderwater right on this rear bumper. And oh
Yellow
dear,
flag,
off the circuit. And that is Mathis Prus. Unfortunately, the IPK Fracture Team driver, and I think he got tangled with fellow IPK driver Vladimir Verkov-Lantsev as well, because they've both gone off the circuit. Here is Kinderwater down the inside, not close enough to get that move done for 6th place. Kuipers still holds on to it now as they head down in towards turn number 9. Kayak and Lewinsky will close in because of that move, and Reckenmacher will break away. So again, it just top and turvy as one attack happens, drivers close in, another one breaks away, and you see this happen time in and time out in racing. And we're seeing it right here, right now. Tunion, though, is under pressure as we go on to the final lap because Maxim Orlov has closed in. But this is your current race leader, Matteo Spergel, who is looking so strong at the front here.
Yeah, Spergel very strong, as so was the Sodicat machine. On his way to what will be victory number 3 for Matteo Spergel, who is at the top of the classification at 150 points if it stays like it is, with Arthur Poulain in 2nd place. So certainly something to be proud of for the team CPB Sport of Mr. Paul Bizerlion. Nacho down in 3rd, but it has been a faultless race for Matteo Spergel, the young man to beat in the KZ2 class. This qualifying race, the last one of the first part of the schedule for today, ladies and gentlemen. After this, we're going to have a short break for lunchtime, and stay with us because we will be back at 2:45 local time here with the first of many races this afternoon. A checkered flag is waving, and once again, Matteo Spergel is the first one to cross it. Matthias Prus being investigated in his coming together with his teammate Vladimir Verkov-Lantsev, as we suppose. We might need to see that again, but it was a race ended prematurely for both. Matteo Spergel, in the meantime, victory number 3 in front of his teammate and fellow countryman Arthur Poulain, taking his best result so far. Arthur Poulain, if I'm not mistaken, yes, he took a P8 and a P5, so we will be happy with that. 3rd place for Nacho Tunan, for Maxim Orlov, Simon Reckenmacher and Sip Kuipers, 5th and 6th respectively. From Robert Kinderwater, Marcus Kayak, David Lewinsky, Alessandro Minetto, your top 10, followed by David Walter, Corentin Rousseau, Nicolas Arsivi, Theo Blin, Xavier Avramides in P15.
Well, a good race there nonetheless. There you can see the provisional classification at the end of that one, like you've just gone over the top 15 there for qualifying heats B versus F, making their way back onto the circuit. Dan Dalakian rounding out then 16th place. Alvar Simonsvara from Dominic Rutters in 18th place from Rosati. Florescu finishing in P20 ahead of Simon Billman. Jeremy Potin from Gianluca Wertmann finishing in 23rd place. Marcelo Gonzalez from Eric Eneke finishing in P25. Then it's Morelli finishing in 26th place. 2 retirements and 1 non-starter. Vladimir Verkov-Lantsev and Matej Prus, unfortunately, out of the race. From Ziming Wang not starting, but they're the one on your screen. Matteo Spergel taking the win for CPB Sport. A superb start. And then Nacho Tunion not getting the start he would have wanted in the race highlights. And then 2 cuts down his inside, kind of squeezing him through Really shaky start for the Spaniard there, but certainly came back into his own, fighting back to P3 at the start. Here's another look at it. You can just see, yeah, it just, the clutch not going, the wheel's not spinning or getting wheel spin. It just didn't get the drive off the line there. And, you know, that's what I'm saying. Sometimes people say too much rubber is a bad thing as well down on the circuit because, again, you're seeing those dark lines starting to form up. You're seeing that it's quite slippy on that line. And now, this half of the day, you're seeing the outside row on that racing line not getting the starts that they were getting this morning. The race carrying on, though, and the start relatively calm for the rest of the fight throughout it. Maxim Orlov in the early stages, though, gaining at those positions. He would gain 5 in the early stages of that race and would certainly put a strong performance up. This was Artapur Lane on Nacho Tunio, or getting that move done in the early stages on Sepp Kuipers. Kuipers later on dropping down to P6. Not the result he would have wanted, was it, for Kuipers, as Reckenmacher sending it down the inside. He was a driver who really impressed me in that one, Guillaume.
Yeah, indeed. He was taking the risk, trying to make his bit into the last section of the track, but Reckenmacher, yes, with that TB Racing colors, driving the Kaya chassis, the TB Racing team, with Simon Reckenmacher make it to P5 in the end. As there were battles aplenty with the likes of CIK-FIA, Robert Kennevato, Markus Kayak, David Lewinsky, and some others. You can see going around the inside, the 108 indeed of Markus Kayak, trying to make his bit. It was Robert Kennevato, my apologies, on this one, as slipping a little bit on the curve. David Lewinsky on the inside, a slight touch as Lewinsky was trying to make his bit side by side, but it was on the wrong way coming to the next turn, having to admit his defeat. As for now, as Simon Reckenmacher still attacking on the inside of the 167 CIK-FIA. That was a battle for P5 and a move that would prove decisive in front of Robert Kennevato. And then drama into the last corner, just 2 laps from the checkered flag between Vladimir Verkolantsev and Matej Pruz would end up with a warning flag and an investigation even from the officials. But in the end, it was another run without any mistake for Matteo Spergel, taking win number 3. 3 races, 3 wins, 2 more to go for each of those drivers in the KZ2 class. This will be for this afternoon, and then we will have a first classification done and dusted before the superheat tomorrow, where the first points for the championship will be awarded before the final. This is what awaits, as we will be back at 2:45 local time live on FIAKarting.com, YouTube, Facebook, and Motorsport TV, as always, with the first race, as you've seen, at 2:50, starting with the KZ2, then the KZ and the KZ2 Masters, and then the last string of races for the KZ2 category, taking us all the way to 5:30 local time, and then we'll be already about to, get our heads and get our focus towards Sunday. This afternoon as well, stay with us because we'll try as much as possible to give you live interaction with the drivers themselves. Plenty of discussion to be having together. Stay with us as we'll be back after the lunch break in 1 hour and 17 minutes on FIAKarting.com.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might come back.
Rich heritage, cultural significance, and deep-rooted enthusiasm. These three things breathe the life into the very tarmac that the drivers are racing on. The story started in 1965 with the first City of Alcaniz Grand Prix. The sheer passion for racing fueled the event for many years, attracting some of the best drivers from around the world, all the way until the year 2003. That was the last year that the Circuito di Guadalupe and the town of Alcaniz heard the raw sounds of motor racing. After just 3 years and a love for racing, a team of experts built this very circuit we're racing on right here for the Mondo Kart FIA Karting European KZ Championships Round 1 here at MotorLand Aragón. Year of opening, 2006, event record set in time, qualifying by Victor Gustafsson, the pole sitter in the KZ category of a 59.323. The circuit itself, though, the second longest that we've seen on many karting tracks through Europe, 1,671 meters, around 170 meter start-finish straight with a 300 meter climb up the long infield straight towards turn number 7. Track width around 10 meters wide, but it is a undulating roller coaster of a circuit up the hill to 7, and then it's downhill all the way through turns 9, 10, and 11. The track, though, in terms of turns, 15 of them in total, spanning the entirety of the lap. 8 to the right, 7 to the left, and 4 hairpins out there. Overtaking opportunities, there are also very many of those as well in towards turns 2, 4, 7, and 9. But we've seen the overtakes in towards turns 10, 11 and 12, 13 and 15 as well. There are loads of places you can get those moves done. Top speed, you'd be reaching around 140 kilometers an hour into the braking zone of turn number 7, with an average speed of around 100 kilometers an hour around the 1.6 kilometer long circuit. Well, we've already had a very busy morning. So many races already out there. The second round for KZ and, of course, the KZ2 Masters. We're back, though, with KZ2 for their 4th installment of qualifying heats. And for this one, it's qualifying heat B versus C. That'll be taking to the track next. And Matthias Virgil, who'll be starting on the front row for this one, Guillaume. 3 wins out of 3. He's been the most dominant driver this weekend from France.
He will be the one to beat indeed. Bienvenido a todos en MotorLand Aragón. Welcome along once again, everybody, in the beautiful region of Alcaniz in Spain.
That doesn't look good, does it?
Doesn't look good at all. As you can see on the rain radar, we might have actually a sea of clouds coming our way and above our heads in the coming hour. Will this mean rain? I've been led to believe that there might be some storm coming and a little bit of thunder due to those high temperatures, 29 degrees Celsius in the air here in the south of Spain. We are between the cities of Madrid and Barcelona, roughly, not far away from Zaragoza as well. But the second part of the schedule on Saturday, the day 2 of the opener of the FIA Karting Championship for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters about to go underway with the KZ2 category, as you said. Nigel Edwards in the middle, the race director of the FIA Karting Championship Cup and competition, along the likes of Pasquale Lupoli as well, deputy race director. All eyes on track with the officials, the marshals. Everybody is steady here, ready to get going with the first of the qualifying races that we have on schedule this afternoon. A total of 8 races left for today, 7 more tomorrow, with a super heat and the final to crown the first winner of the year in the competition. And as we said, the grid of the KZ2 class is ready with Matteo Spiergel. 3 races, 3 wins for the Frenchman at the wheel of the solid car machine from CPB. he will be the one to beat.
He certainly will be. He'll have Yaroslav Shevchalov starting alongside. Now, it's all a bit about the starts for Shevchalov on this one. We mentioned it earlier on. We'll mention it again and again, I'm sure. They're getting better. He's doing exactly what he needs to do at this point of the weekend, really putting in the effort on those starts. Like I say, the first race resulted in a DNF for him. Start really didn't go his way, dropped right back into the order. But then he's had a third and he's had a second. The starts have been getting better. He's still been eluded that win after starting on pole position in his group, but we'll see what happens. Let's take a look then at the starting lineup for this one. Qualifying Heat B versus C. It's Mateusz Bergel on a dominant streak at the moment with 3 wins out of 3 so far. Can he keep it going? They'll have Yaroslav Shevchalov alongside. Artur Pullein and Dmitry Matviev go from row number 2. They'll have Marcus Kayak and Marek Skriven on row 3. Simon Reckenmacher and Tim Locati round out row number 4. They'll have Maxim Orlov and Kirill Kutskov rounding out row number 5. David Levinsky and Eli Goldstein going from row 6. Vladimir Verkolentsev and Jesper Schuberg round out row number 7 with David Walter and Alfredinho Ibiapina rounding out row number 8.
Row number 9, we'll see Matej Bruce and Samuel Luye. Then we have Daniel Dalakian and Arsène Lacoste, Amar Simesvara and Eric Olm, Fabrizio Rosati and Patrick Janssen, row 12, followed by Jiming Wang, Christian Welu, Gianluca Ortmann, Mikkel Bartoszuk, as well as Jeremy Potain. A total of 29 drivers making their way onto the track right now, into the formation lap to put the tires up to temperatures 29 degrees Celsius in the air, even more so onto the track. The Dunlop tires used for the first time in the FIA Karting Championship for many, many years. It used to be one of the biggest partners in the history of karting. And on the sideline, all around the track, the orange army of the marshals of the MotorLand Aragón karting circuit. And without the passion and dedication of those volunteer marshals, well, motorsport is not possible, and any form of karting and motorsport in the world would not be happening without you guys. So thanks ever so much. Muchas gracias once again to all the marshals and officials and everybody involved here in the making of this beautiful event, including our team at race control with, in the middle, Chris Lambrecht, surrounded by Joanna Falcao and David Manchester. The trio of officials at the race control with all eyes on track with the help of a lot of video cameras and recording devices, so they can have a precise look on anything that's happening on track, and for any action deemed not by the book, these are the ones who will send the decisions and the reports to the officials for any decision going the way of the drivers or not. So far, so good, pretty much. The racing has been intense, but it has been, for the most of the races, rather clean. A couple of penalties in the process, but so far so good in all 3 classes.
Certainly is. Well, there's a look then at Shevchalov, who starts this one second on the grid. This time Mateusz Bergel on pole position with how the groups work in the second rotation. But let's see what is going to happen this time around as the grid is formed up at the front. We wait for the flag to go up at the back, as this time now it starts to get a little bit more tense. It is the second half of the day. After these next 2 qualifying heats for KZ2, we will find out who is going to be starting where for tomorrow's races as the lights get ready to change to green. And it's a great start from Spergel as he breaks the way. This time it's a much better start for Shevchalov, who holds on to his position. But as they all go through, you can see Matviev there up into 3rd place as he battles his way through in that Kart Republic. There, Goldstein in the background of the TB, but there it's all going well at the front, because look at the breakaway. Mateusz Bergel's got the race winner from the last 3 races so far this weekend, leads by a comfortable way.
Yeah, beautiful start for everybody here on track as the opening lap is about to be completed. But it was a good getaway indeed for the pole sitter in the lead on the way to turn number 9. On the way down, every braking point on the inside. No one dares to move ahead as Mateusz Bergel from pole position is pulling away just a tiny bit already. But now, let's see if anyone will dare on the opening lap to try to make a move. It's a little bit early. They have 9 laps to go through, and a beautiful close shot from the inside of turn number 15, where we have seen more than one maneuver. We have two drivers actually who didn't take part in the start. Patrick Janssen and Jimmy Wang. His weekend definitely over, I'm afraid, as it's not the first time. Spergel, half of a second in front of Shevchalov. Then Dmitry Matviev, Artur Pullein, Then Marek Skrivan up into P5 from Markus Kayak, record marker Maxim Orlov, Kutzkov, and Tim Locati running up top 10 as the rest of the field, the leading drivers on the way to turn number 7. Beautifully made on the inside. Arthur Poulain on Dimitri Matveev. I think we might have seen a move as well from Markus Kayak. I think it was very threatening. Kayak still behind Marek Skrivan with the Praga machine. But one move out of the two is done. Arthur Poulain taking third place from Dimitri Matveev. Poulain very fast indeed. He took a P8 to P5 and a P2 behind his teammate Matteo Spiegal. So he is on the rise, the young Frenchman, for his first season in this category. And he's proving once again that his pace is spot on here on the MotorLand Aragón circuit. Another lap completed. Here we go. Lap number 3 out of 9. Spiegal, 6/10 of a second at the moment. Chevetalov still in second place. His teammate from the Maranello SRP Racing team, Markus Kayak, shall I say, is not far behind in P6. Here's a look back at the start from a different angle. Oh, interesting. We might have on our hands a little bit of a false start from Dimitri Matveev, I'm afraid. From, yeah, fourth on the grid. That's an interesting one. Interesting angle, and let's see what you can see here. Indeed, Dimitri Matveev had a false start, I'm afraid. He jumped slightly across the white line before everybody was getting moving. Everybody was still waiting for the lights to go out, and Dimitri Matveev was a little bit too quick on the throttle and releasing the clutch, I'm afraid. So let's see what the officials will make of that situation. Some relay in the meantime being investigated. Dimitri Matveev still running strong in P4 as they come across just in front of a position on the way to turn number 1. Spiegal, Chevetalov, Arthur Poulain, Matveev, Marek Skrivan. Still no change up in the lead and within the top 4. This is the first of the afternoon. This is race number 4, don't forget, for all those drivers of the two groups. After that rotation of races, we'll go back to the KZ and KZ2 Masters, and then one last string of races, the 5th and last one for the KZ2. And and one driver out, unfortunately, the 112, David Lewinski from Door Motorsport. That's such a shame for David Lewinski. He has been having such a nightmare of a weekend. The first race did not start. The second race, a DNF, a P9 just before the lunch break. And again, he has to step down his card for a mechanical failure by the look of it, but that's another 0 score results for David Lewinski out of 4 races so far. I'm afraid that with such an amount of bad luck, his weekend is already done and dusted. Yeah, pretty much at that point. Spurgeon leading the way then from Chevetalov. He's doing what he needs to do at the moment. Now this battle here is for P4 and P5. And, well, at the moment, Matveev holding on to it right now, but Kayak looking very strong just behind as he closes in under braking there for P number 4. Still very close to this point. Spurgeon, fastest lap of the race. Again, just breaking away now. The gap, 9/10 of a second from this battle. So it's Spurgeon, Chevetalov, Poulain, Matveev, Skrivan, Kayak, Orlov, Reckenmacher, Locati, Volta, Kutzkov, Schuberg, Verkalantsev still there in 13th place from Simonsvara in 14th, and Matej Prus rounding out the top 15. No change on this lap. Just the retirements that we've had at the moment, unfortunately. Just David Levinsky, that one retirement that we just saw a few moments ago. And the 2 non-starters in this one, Patrick Janssen and Ziming Wang, unfortunately not taking part in this race. Eyes on this train, though, here. And 4th place downwards. It's close, but no one lunging for the move just yet here, Guillaume. They're all kind of staying in their own little formation right now, not pushing too hard, not defending. Is this that sort of stage of the weekend where we're going to start to see conservation of tyres right now? They're thinking of maybe tomorrow. Well, saying that now, I'm going to eat my words here, because Skrivan's closed right in on Matveev, and Matveev is going to close the door on Skrivan, but he's going to fight his way through. Kayak tries to get through as well, but is denied. Now he's under pressure from Orlov. Orlov is all over that rear bumper now
And Reckenmacher has closed right in as well, and he's going to go for the move. So Reckenmacher goes down the inside of Maxim Orlov and gets up into P7 now as they go through. So as soon as I was saying, are they in a conservation mode? Are they looking after the tyres? Are they thinking about tomorrow? Absolutely not. They're battling fiercely right now.
Yeah, Maxim Orlov didn't seem happy about it with the move by Reckenmacher. With that beautiful German colors on his helmet, he's going to try to attack back. Around the inside he goes in turn number 4. Maxim Orlov back into P7. Watch out for Reckenmacher. He's going to try to shoot the positions again. He's really much on the pace and he's pushing already Orlov. Look at him actually gesturing to his rival on the way to turn number 7. He's not happy at all, Reckenmacher. He's faster by the look of it than Maxim Orlov, pushing him towards the breaking point in a way of certainly showing his disapproval. But now it's still Orlov into P7, giving himself a bit of a breather. As Marcus Kayak seemed to me in a bit of a trouble after that sequence, because maybe did he miss a gear on the exit of turn number 9? That's possible, because it seemed to me that it was cut a little bit off pace out there, certainly a bit shaken up by the move that was done on him, because there were 3 side by side on the exit of that turn. But he seems to be okay and back on pace. In terms of space, Matteo Spirgel is putting on the fastest lap, and here's a replay of what happened.
So look at what comes off the potentially car. Can you see that debris that comes off there? Now, what was that? Now, was that just a marble from a tyre, or was that something else that just pinged off Maxim Orlov's kart there?
Oh, yes,
that was a
indeed.
bit. Well, that was a bit of paper, I think, that was on the track. I don't think that was anything too concerning. But yeah, clearly something coming off his kart there.
There's a move that he launched on the inside as a response from the attack from Reckenmacher. And there you could see him pushing his rival again on the way in, on the way up. And doesn't seem to be in too much trouble after losing what seemed to us to be a piece of paper. Certainly not something to be considered or to be bothered about. As we're back here with Arthur Poulain down in P3 on Shevertalov. Shevertalov in second place, Arthur Poulain down in third. They are split at the moment by half of a second as we enter final lap of that race.
Well, final lap then, and Spurgel at the moment looks very, very comfortable here at the front. 1.3 seconds clear from the rest of the field, and he's looking for his 4th qualifying heat win of the weekend. But there is still a few more corners to go here for Spurgel, but the gap is at a comfortable level that he can just coast it to the end. Down the gears, one-handed into the braking zone here of turn number 9, watching the next bump into the entrance of turn 10 and feeding it through these last few corners. It's tight, it's twisty, but it's open and fierce around this circuit, as all the way to the end of this one it is Matteo Spurgel to the line, his 4th win of the weekend in KZ2. 200 intermediate classification points, and he checks over the shoulder as well to see where was everyone else in that. Well, they were 1.2 seconds further down the road. Actually, 1.1 seconds there for Shevertalov in second place, matching his best result he had earlier on. Another P2 for Shevertalov, still being eluded that race win. Arthur Poulain finishing in 3rd place, not matching his best result of P2 from earlier on. Matviev, though, good race for him, finishing P5. Kayak as well. Scriven with a really good run in this as well. Can't take that away from him, up to P4 in this early stage of the race. There's a look at the full results then. Spurgel from Shevertalov, Poulain from Scriven, Matviev from Kayak, Orlov from Reckenmacher, Lucati from Walter, Kutskov from Simosvara, Bruce from Schuberg, and Verkalantsev rounding out the top 15 out on circuit. 16th place downwards sees Dan Dalakian and Samuel Luye. Eric Holm from Fabrizio Rosati, Arsene Lacoste finishing in 20th place ahead of Eli Goldstein from Gianluca Werthmann. Alfredino Ipiapina finishing in 23rd place ahead of Jeremy Potain. And it's Christian Elu from Michael Bartozuk finishing in 26th place. The one retirement, David Levinsky, unfortunately, there was his kart there on the side of the track. But this man here, Matteo Spurgel, exactly what he needed. The Frenchman is on form here this weekend in that Sodi kart. absolutely dominating for the CPB Sport team. Well, there was a look at the start, and yes, that little movement there for Dmitry Matviev might cost him a little bit after this race, but certainly eyes will have been focused on that one. And the rest of the field as well. Not the greatest start from Bartosuk at the back of the field there. Very slow getaway. This time around for Yaroslav Chevetalov, much better start. You can see him there holding on to second place. Gets squeezed in the middle here, but just can get on that power. Holds on to second place as he makes his way through turn number 2. There you can see Matviev, who was right on that inside line. I suspect will have had teams giving him the question mark all around him there as they try to get past him in those early stages. He would hold off though, down to P5 later on. That may be affected as well at the end of this race. Race went into a bit of a stalemate moment at that point. Maxim Orlov, though, was certainly a fighter through that race, gaining the 2 positions in his race. The same for David Walter in the race, 5 places gained. That was the moment there for David Levinsky, unfortunately out of the race. And then this moment here from Max Skriven, down the inside of Matviev, and was just able to kickstart a huge chain reaction here between Maxim Orlov, Simon Reckenmarker closing in, and as well as Marek Skriven as well, all battling away. This was Reckenmarker down the inside of Orlov. This is where eyes were focused on potentially what was happening in this battle. There, the little bit of debris that went up there in the background, but I think it was just a piece of paper on the circuit, but certainly something to be watching. On the latter stages of the race, though, it would all go the way of Matteo Spergel for CPB Sport. Across the line, he will go his 3rd and 4th qualifying heat win of the day and the weekend. 200 intermediate classification points. He leads it by some fair way ahead of Marek Skriven, who currently sits 2nd with 161 points. 2 more races coming up for the KZ2s, but between now and then, we're going to head down to Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Anthony. Welcome back, guys, live from the Parc Ferme here with Matteo Spiergel, as we're going to try to give you as many interviews live as possible with the actors, the drivers themselves, starting with you, Matteo. Thanks for joining us, first of all. What a day since yesterday already. 4 races and 4 wins for you in KZ2, so a pretty good day at the office for you so far.
Yeah, we just find the perfect setting. We are really fast in these conditions. So yeah, we just have to continue like this for the rest of the weekend.
Something splendid about your position, you know, from pole to win, not too much trouble to fight for position, is that you can also manage your tires. And we know that's always a concern, especially in those conditions on that track. So that might give you a little bit of an advantage coming to the last one and the Super Heat tomorrow.
Yeah, of course. In every hit, I try to take a really nice start for create a gap at the beginning, and it allows me to manage the tires, as you said, all the end of the race. So yeah, we have to continue like this.
Fantastic job, that's for sure. Best of luck, because there's 1 race to go for you guys. Super Heat tomorrow and the big day ahead. So best of luck for the last one. You just need to conclude the day again on a high.
Yeah, we'll try to do the same, and also for tomorrow.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. Best of luck for the last one, Matteo Spiergel, the current leader of the KZ2 category. 4 races, 4 wins, 1 to go for him. That will come a bit later in the afternoon. And tomorrow, of course, the Super Heat and the final to round things up of what has been so far for him a very strong weekend.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Ferme with our race winner from that one. Certainly in a really strong position with just 1 more race for his category coming up in a few moments' time. Next race, though, KZ2 qualifying Heat A versus F is heading out onto the circuit, and Igor Nozov starting this one on pole position, winner of his last qualifying heat out on circuit, his best result of the weekend as well with that one. We'll have Nacho Tunion starting alongside. Nacho Tunion, again, a driver who has not yet stood on that top spot in a moment. There's a look at the rain radar if you're watching on the broadcast on the right-hand side of your screen. It's a big lot of cloud and well, rain on its way, coming right over the circuit. Now, I'm looking out the windows here. From my position, I can only see the track. So from my point of view, there is spotted cloud and blue sky. But I suspect if I look out the window in the back of the building, it might be a different story. That camera there will tell us a bigger picture. And yes, it is looking a little bit cloudy out there. So potentially some precipitation for the last races of the day. In fact, that cloud tells a million pictures there. Well, a look then at the next race, and there you can see the number 139, Alexandre Gladstein, who would have been starting this one 27th on the grid, is not on the pre-grid there. That is a big shame. That is another driver who has decided to break away from this one, not participating in this next race. Now, everyone has adorned the slick tires in this one, understandable. It's a completely dry circuit, but there is that threat of rain looming very closely in the air, which actually might come as a nice, refreshing relaxation for us all. Green flag waves, and the next qualifying heat gets underway. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this one. Igor Nozov and Nacho Tunion going from row number 1. Nicholas Roos and Sepp Kuipers rounding out row number 2. It's Emma Felbermeyer and Robert Kindervatter who round out row 3. They'll have Albin Strussen and Alessandro Minetto on row number 4. Mario Pisano go from row 5. He'll have Corentin Rousseau for company. They round out the top 10. Michael Barbaro goes from row 6. They'll have Nicola Rossini on row 6 alongside. Jean Louis and Theo Blanc will go from row number 7. They'll have Christian Batuca and Javier Ramirez from Australia on row 8. Jenny Savico and Zoe Florescu go from row number 9. They'll have Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Dominic Reuters rounding out the top 20 on row 10. Gianni Andresani and Simon Billman go from row 11, giving us the top 22. Luca Rosnicki and Eduardo Mormarelli go from row 12. They'll have Enzo Lacruz and Christian Enyaq on row 13. Of course, no Gladstein, so Marcelo Gonzalez will be all on his own on row 14, and all is his own on the 15th row as well. Would be Dion van Verven on the 29th spot of the grid. A look there at the intermediate classifications. At the moment, Spurgel cannot be beaten right now. He's the only driver who's had maximum points throughout the qualifying heats phase with 4 wins out of 4. He is maintaining that momentum going into the final round of qualifying heats that will come later on today, starting at around 4:30 local time. But right now, as we focus on what's going to happen on this one, Igor Nozov currently sits this in the 10th spot of the intermediate classifications with 128. Another 50 points here would bump him up to 2nd. That's only if he wins it, though, of course, because there are so many other drivers who are in and around that area that might have a chance of trying to close in. So we will see what happens over the course of this one, but qualifying heat A and F for KZ2 will be coming up very, very soon. Reminder of what we can expect to see there. Well, there's the rain radar again that's coming up on your screen. Confirmation of imminent precipitation that might be coming our way, and there's actually some spots of yellow and red in there as well, so that doesn't bode me with a lot of confidence that we're going to get quite a short, sharp shower of rain potentially in the next hour or so. That will certainly spice things up a little bit. Guillaume, you've got intel for me.
Yeah, for being out just this instant, I've seen the color of the skies, and it's not looking good at all.
No.
Actually, we can see some gray and even darker clouds coming our way from the south. So let's see if it's going to come above our heads onto the track or just go around. But so far it's still dry, but still very humid and hot here in MotorLand Aragón. But let's see, the weather will come into play, and I had another challenge to already the big task at hand for the drivers of the KZ2 category, as Igor Nozov and Nacho Tunon will be sharing the front row of the grid, and you can see with the red flag in the wind, it has been picking up on track.
It is picking up a bit. So, grid is formed at the front. Revs will start to raise. Tension starts to build, because we really are going to start to understand who is going to be where when it comes to those races tomorrow, of course. We just don't know. Eyes on the front as the green flag waves at the back. The drivers prepare themselves for the 4 red lights. The lights go green and we are racing. It's a good start for Nosov. It's a bad start for Tunyon as he dives down and he's there in about P5 right now. It's going wheel to wheel with Kuipers. Kuipers now on the inside line trying to get it on the exit and the switchback's not going to work out. Nicholas Roos there in 3rd place is battling away with the Birrell. Oh, I think Robert Kindervater who's there in 4th place as they all try to break their way up the hill. Now it's a good start for Nosov as he breaks away up the hill. Kindervater to the inside of Roos, not going to work out. Tunyon's defending here from Emma Felbermeyer, who's trying to go around the outside at turn 7. That's not going to work out. She stays there behind as they all filter their way down in towards turn number 9. Remember, they're one-handed, shifting down the gears into this bumpy apex of a corner. It's absolute phenomenal kart control that you're seeing from the entire grid there as they all file their way through. Top 5 remain the same.
So far, indeed, no change within the first 5 positions, but let's wait for the conclusion of the opening lap into the last sector, the last corner, clipping the curve, not too much, to bring a good exit, a good momentum on the way to turn number 1. A little bit of a push by the look of it from Nicolas Roos on Kuipers up into 2nd. Good exit from Felbermeyer as Kindervater as well in the number 4. Trying with the Birrell machine to make his way past the Solicar driver. At this point, as of Kuipers, Roos, Kindervater, Nacho Tunyon, your top 5. Watch out on the way to turn number 7 as the CIK driver shuts that door quite efficiently. He's dropping a bit of momentum, almost 7/10 of a second behind Nosov. To come down to turn number 9, that hairpin. Look at the bump. Actually, it seems to be that there's more than one bump onto the racing line into the braking area. You can see them really trembling from left to right as they're shifting down. Clipping the curb to try to improve the speed is Nicolas Roos. Beautiful driving skills as he conclude another lap and run inside. He might make it stick, and that's a beautiful dive. Going around a little bit, he's gonna be too wide. That might actually give the toe a little bit back to Kuipers, who stays in line into second, into the first, into the second again. If the momentum is right, shifting up. On the way down to the first hairpin, maybe he might be able to switch position, but he just stays where he is. So we do have Nicolas Roos up into 2nd place with the fastest lap to Egor Nosov, your current leader, almost a second in front of the South African. And run inside, there goes Robert Kindervater. Look at that beautiful overtaking maneuver into the hairpin, up the hill, and the Birrell driver now into P3. Having to resist the return potentially of Kuipers as the Dutchman tried to go around the inside. He was trying to switch positions, but the space was just non-existent.
No, certainly not. But like you say, instantly defensive after that overtake. Nice moves then at the sharp end of the field. Let's look a little further down who's making an impression in this race. I could say that the CRG Holland driver of Deon van der Werven, also 10 positions gained, is up into P19. So making a very good strong performance here. Big send down the inside for Nacho Tunyon in towards turn number 2. That came miles away, and that was pure confidence under braking and the downshift on the gears. And well, Kuipers there caught absolutely napping there onto the apex and drops down to P5. Felbermeyer now looking as well, could sense the weakness, but not going for the move in towards turn 7. Of course, herself under pressure from Minetto just behind. Minetto looking slightly to the inside there. Estrusen, Rossani, Avramides, Savico as well. They're all there, the big long train of karts, all battling away. The timing can't tell the difference between 1st to 22nd place out there. Big send down the inside on the live pictures there. Felbermeyer there under pressure, but holding on. This is the replay on the left-hand side of your screen. Tunyon under braking. Absolutely superb, well timed, well executed, and I think well deserved as well, trying to push back up to his original starting spot of this one, P2. Well, Emma Felbermeyer there under immense pressure from Minetto behind, and Minetto again piling on the pressure on the exit of turn number 4, but again she can hold on to it here. This is a superb defensive drive from Felbermeyer, and now Minetto's under pressure from Stjursen as he tries to go down the inside. That's not worked out either. Everyone is just closing these doors on everyone here, denying the chance of getting the move down the inside. Rossini and Avramides are fighting in the background as well. They've got the likes of Savico closing in. Pinazzo is there as well, and the 202 trying to get involved in this one. The gap is just well, it's non-existent between all of these drivers. The gap, however, between first and second place is over a second now. That's how much that Igor Nosov is just breaking away, and that's what a calm race can do. At this stage of the weekend, you need a calm race like this, where you're not worrying about how much am I using the tyres, am I pushing it too hard, am I causing myself drama here? No, he's just focusing at the front and holding on to that lead and doing a brilliant job, even though despite the fact that Roos is now closing in.
Yeah, he's certainly learning from the best in the category so far. Matteo Spirgel, 4 races, 4 victories. Oh, has run the inside. Nacho Tunan was trying to have a look. Yeah, 123 on Robert Kinderwater with that Car Republic machine. Those colors might be familiar to you if you're following karting. These are the colors of Fernando Alonso kart, the brand, under the Car Republic factory for the past few seasons. And Nacho Tunan, the standard bearer of that Spanish team of DPK Racing here on home soil in Aragon. Trying to shake up Robert Kinderwater just in front of him. There's a battle for P3. As for the back, look at that close shot. So we have the 124 on the inside, gonna go to CRGs, beautifully made as he switches position. Wow, what a move from Emma Febermeyer on Kuipers, as Emma is having a last word outside of turn number 2. Kuipers was trying to go defensive, but he was going the wrong way, was late on the brake into turn number 1. He's not entirely braking, but certainly reducing his speed and shifting gears down, but that actually took him a little bit too further on the outside. And that allowed actually Emma Febermeyer to switch positions and to make her way past him to P6. Sturesen was trying to do the same with the Tony Kart machine in 136. It's going to have to wait further back. 2 more 20 karts. That's Rossini and Civico Spona as well. The 2 teammates from Tony Kart Racing, 9th and 10th respectively. Johnny Civico on a strong recovery at the moment as he climbed 7 places from P17 on the grid. And talking about another big name within the field who has been struggling quite a bit is Christian Bertucca, only climbing 2 places up to P13. His qualifying really didn't help him to sort things out into the qualifying heats. Christian Bertucca went to 2nd in the international karting ranking and one of the strong names in the gearbox class in Italy. It's certainly not his weekend so far.
Nope, certainly not. Well, Robert Kinderwater now with the fastest lap of the race is trying to close that gap up to Nicholas Roos, who still sits there in P2. Both of them breaking away, and the gap still coming down between themselves and Igor Nosov, so down to 7/10 of a second. So eyes will be focused on this one, but the time that we've got remaining, I don't think it's going to be enough to close the gap up. Tournion as well is closing in, so this is becoming an interesting little fight that we're going to see here. Are we going to see last lap lunges? We always do love a last lap lunge, don't we, Guillaume? But I'm sure the drivers don't like it too much, or neither the watching mechanics or team bosses. A cloud still looming there in the background. They're getting ever closer. It's just a case of not if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen. It will happen. That is a massive cloud that's going to completely engulf the circuit, I believe. But right now on this final lap of the race, Nosov looks comfortable. Roos looks like in a good position, but I think Kinderwater here might have something to say.
We're going to keep watching the German until the end of that race indeed, as only 0.2 of a second split those two on track. Still battling for 2nd place, but as the lap comes to an end, coming to turn number 9, Igor Nosov, 1 win under his name already so far. Earlier today in the KZ2 class, he's going to add a 2nd one to his tally, which will do him good in terms of classification at this point in time, with 1 race and the super hit to go before being awarded the first championship points of the season. 1 last kick to the throttle, gearing up and then crossing the checkered flag in first. Beautifully done by Igor Nosov, the driver from IPK, taking his Formula K chassis up into first place once again for more than half of a second from Nicolas Roos. So that's victory number 2 for Igor Nosov at this point in time, as there was no one close enough to contest that victory from Igor Nosov, who puts himself now in 2nd place in the overall classification of things. Matteo Spirgel still, as you can see, untouchable with 4 wins out of 4. 178 still for Igor Nosov. who's been consistent so far in this competition with 2 victories, a 2nd place and a 6th. And he leads Nicolas Rousse, who put himself in 3rd place from Marek Skrivian, Nacho Tunan, Arthur Poulain, Kuipers, Shiveratov, Kayak and Vasil. That's for the top 10. Here's the classification in full. Egor Nozov from Nicolas Rousse, Robert Kindewater, Nacho Tunan, Sip Kuipers, Emma Felbermeyer 6th from Alessandro Minetto, Albin Sturison, Jenny Siveco, Nicola Rossini, Mario Pinazzo, Michael Paparo, Christian Bertuca, Jean Loyer and Dion van Verwen in P15. P16, Xavier Zavramides from Gianni Andrisani, Corentin Rousseau, Dominique Rantersen, Zola Creuse, Yannick Julius Bernard, Theo Blin, Zoe Fresco Potella, Marcello Gonzalez, Eric Enake, Simon Billman, Luca Nicci and Eduardo Mormorelli. With 1 driver missing, he didn't take part in this race. Alexander Glashstein, who has a DNS to his name, unfortunately. Egor Nozov, well done to the overall pole sitter of that KZ2 class, who translated his performance coming to this weekend in 2 victories, but on 2 occasions, a 2nd and a 6th place. Great start indeed, as we get to see the replay of that procedure. Great start from the inside from the pole sitter. Not so much by Nacho Tunan, the Spaniard who would find himself within the pack. You can see on the left side, and Tunan stuck on the tarmac pretty much, and went from 2nd to P5, coming to turn number 1 with a good getaway from Nicolas Rousse, Sip Kever, as well as Robert Kindewater. For the back, Emma Falbermeyer was fighting her way through as well from P6 on the grid. P5 she was, and after tumbling down the order behind Nacho Tunan, it was a good getaway, pretty clean for everybody through that opening lap in this KZ2 race. Then the 117 of Nicolas Rousse making his bit around the inside of the CRG driver of Sip Kuipers from CRG Holland. And that would be the fight launching for 2nd place. What a dive it was into the last turn for Nicolas Rousse again on Sip Kuipers. The battle was on. As for the back, we had Robert Kindewater as well, making his way past the CRG driver. So for Sip Kuipers at that point, things were starting to look a different way, to have a different look. It was being in a put in a bit of a discomfort situation, as Nacho Tunan was making his way past as well. So after a good first few laps for the CRG driver, he was being stuck a little bit before making his return, getting past Emma Felbermeyer, at least trying to on the inside of the hairpin number 4, but Emma was resisting. And in the meantime, you had the 136 of Albin Sturison with Tony Kart machine trying to get his piece of the cake as well. Finally, the CRG driver was able to launch an attack, but was late on the brake into turn number 1. That was the moment when Emma chose to switch positions, an ideal placement on the racing line for Emma Falbermeyer, who would finish on P6. She would go on to finish ahead of Alessandro Minetto, Albin Sturison and Janice Civico. Sip Kuipers would have the last word against Emma Falbermeyer, both finishing respectively 5 and 6, as we said. As we have a look at the surroundings in the beautiful region of Alcaniz, and as you can see, the color of the sky looks to me like rain on the horizon. Unfortunately, it is very cloudy here above our heads, 30 degrees Celsius still in the air, but it's not so much blue as it used to be yesterday and this morning. Very much cloudy weather here in MotorLand Aragón. Still no rain, but we might see this coming in the first few moments. But in the meantime, let's get down to the Parc Fermé, the scrutineering zone, with you, Anthony.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, down here in Parc Fermé with a race winner from that one, Egor Nozov. Egor, fantastic result for you there. That's 2 wins now that you've got in the qualifying heats. Rain is looming. What do you think of a wet track here? Do you reckon you could deal with that later on today?
So I have never been on this track on wet conditions, and I have never tried new Dunlop on wet tires. So, but I'm not nervous. I think everything will be fine.
Yeah. That's later anyway. It might not even happen. Let's talk about the races that we've just had. That's exactly what you need, isn't it? 2 wins there, and that's really putting you in a good spot. You feeling confident maybe for tomorrow?
Yes, it's 2 last good heats after not not the best heat before. For tomorrow, I will prepare today for tomorrow, and I'm not even nervous about this.
Yeah. You're feeling really confident there. I like it. But 1 more race to go today. It's all falling into place. Congratulations with your 2 wins. We'll see what you can do later on. Well done.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent stuff there, Igor Nozov. Brilliant stuff from him. It's 2 wins then out of 4. We've still got a couple more races to go. Guillaume, let's head back up to the commentary box. What's coming up next?
Thank you, Anthony. What's coming up next is the D versus E race, still in the KZ2 class, of course. Before we switch our attention to the KZ and the KZ2 Masters. And then after those two, there'll be one last rotation for the KZ2 class to round things up for today's schedule here in MotorLand Aragón. D versus E, 9 laps to go through 15 kilometers of this beautiful 1.6 kilometer long track. 15 turns to go through. It goes up and down, left and right, and so many overtakings maneuvers that we've seen all throughout the course of the qualifying heats yesterday. For the first time appearance of the KZ2 and KZ2 Masters here on this track, as the dummy grid is ready with the mechanics and drivers waiting around for the green flag and the whistle to be blown. This will be the signal for them to make their way onto the track. We're going to have Timo Jungling and Maximilian Schleimer sharing the front row of the grid. Timo Jungling with the Sodi kart machine on the left of your picture, and Maximilian Schleimer with the Maranello colors on the right. Daniel Vasile and Artem Severyukin just behind. So there's going to be an interesting first part of the grid full of buildup machine, because we have not only Severyukin and Daniel Vasile, but also Joseph Villa-Terrado and Kasper Skormans, Skormans on Sodi, Terrado on Birel. So it's pretty much about Sodi and Birel in this grid. Here is it in full. Pole position in this race for Timo Jungling, Maximilian Schleimer by his side, Artem Severyukin, Daniel Vasile, row number 2, row number 3, Josep Villa-Terrado, Kasper Skormans, Darius Babayona and Jean Oblot, row number 4, row number 5, Matheus Morgato and Alejandro Lau Lopez, row number 6, Matteo Zanchi and Miguel Costa, row number 7, we do have Andrea Dali as well as Meinhard Crosser. Row number 8, Pavo Tonteri and Gabriel Loyer. Row number 9, Santiago da Costa Ribeiro and Rasmus Andersen, followed by Alessio Piscini, Jose Penalta, Samuel Leopardi, Julius Lassen, Niklas Vehen, Christian Declain, Grigori Wakowski, Milan Degaritu, Anton Morsing and Dino Carlson. 28 drivers onto the grid and the track. Here we go into the formation lap at this point in time, with one race to go in this rotation and one last after later in the afternoon. Matthias Bergel is your current leader, is 22 points clear from Igor Nozov, with Nicolas Rose down in third. Seems to me that unless something very desperate happens in the meantime, that Matthias Bergel is on course to maybe seal the deal and get away with the leading position coming to the Superheat tomorrow. That means that it will get to start Superheat 1 from pole. As you can see, there's clouds all over our heads here on the MotorLand Aragón complex. I say complex because we are surrounded by not 1, not 2, but up to 5 or 6 different tracks here in this beautiful valley of motorsport, with the car track. But there's also circuits for rallycross, autocross, motorbike, karting, even 2 karting tracks that we spotted as well. So it's, as we said before, this region of Aragon and Alcaniz is really, really breathing motorsport for a lot of decades now. And it took the form of a beautiful motorsport complex. Couldn't be happier to be back here, as the KZ2 D versus E field is about to conclude the formation lap. Tell me, Anthony, as you're back by my side, how's the weather looking?
Well, as someone from the UK, I would say it's absolutely wonderful out there, and it looks like a beautiful summer's day in the UK. From a Spanish point of view, it's miserable. There's clouds looming. It's clouds looming over the circuit. The wind's picking up. Don't get me wrong, the temperature's lovely. It's 30 degrees out there, but there's no sunshine. It's the humidity's going up. It's making it really interesting. So, you know, it's better for the drivers right now. They should actually be staying nice and cool, because they haven't got the beating sun down on them. Yes, they're stationary there on the grid, but when they get going, they'll have that cool wind in their visors, in their faces, through the suits and everything like that. They'll stay nice and cool. But at this point of stage of the weekend, when they're stationary on a grid right now, this is where they're at their hottest here, with the engines right next to them, everything like that, getting up to temperature. The wind, though, is picking up, as you can see there by the flags. We wait for the green flag at the back, which we get. We are ready to go racing then for KZ2. Qualifying heat D versus E as the lights go green. We're racing here. down the inside. There's a bit of contretemps in the background there, but everyone at the front gets away well, side by side for first place. Between the two of them, Schleimer on the outside has to relinquish the lead of this one as he goes wheel to wheel with Savrukhin. Savrukhin trying to go around the outside there as they all try and hold on to this one, but crucially, it is still Timo Jungling who leads the way as they go up the hill. So, yeah, you can see Savrukhin is there in P4 at the moment. There's going to be a change for the lead potentially here, and it's Daniel Vasily who's trying to go for it around the outside. That's not going to work out. He's going to stay there in P2, but he is on the charge here and looking for the lead of this race early doors. But Jungling's going to slam the door closed and deny any advantage in towards turn 9.
Hey, watch out for Maximilian Schleimer. He was very close, and around the inside, he's going to try to make his bid as Daniel Vasily takes the lead before the end of the opening lap. What a move it was on Timo Jungling as Jungling gets past ahead. Wow, he gets once again the move done just before the last turn. Well, 2 moves in 2 corners in the opening lap. What better to ask from the KZ2 class as the door is shut very firmly by Timo Jungling on the way to turn number 1. The 2 Birlarts with Severyukin who just got ahead of Maximilian Schleimer down in P4. Well, what a start of a race that was. The Solis against the Birrells and the Maranellos as well, much in the pack as Skormans further back is trying to make his bid through that very hectic field on the way up to turn number 7. A quick look over the shoulder because the threat is there for Jungling. Daniel Vasily not quite able to make a stick as he has the support of Artem Severyukin. Support is a big word, even though at this point Vasily is 2nd in the classification. Severyukin is 5th, and he's been really taking it. So the shoulder contact. They got together, I'm afraid, but Jungling, by a miracle, is able to keep going without too many damage by the look of it.
But Vasily's not happy there at all. You could see him putting his hand up in frustration there to Timo Jungling saying, what are you doing? You know, I've got past you. Let me just have the position, then try back maybe a corner later. But Jungling is a fighter out there, and he is pushing as hard as he can in these early stages here. Severyukin still there, and now Jungling goes down the inside, and that gives Severyukin the lead. Artem Severyukin takes the lead of this one onto lap number 3, and Vasily back down the inside of Jungling. Now Schormans comes into play. I think it's Schormans up into 3rd place now. It is, as they all fight their way through. Jungling's back there into 4th place. Nomblom's going to go around the outside of the fellow Sodi kart, but it's not going to work out. The 2 CPB Sport drivers are going absolutely wheel to wheel against each other here. We saw it with Sodi karts yesterday, how much it can go wrong. Hopefully we're not going to see it today with more Sodi karts here at this point. But all the moment, it's all going what it needs to do for Artem Severyukin. He bumps himself up to 2nd in the intermediate classifications, but he is still just a couple of points ahead of Vasily, who is right there behind him in 2nd place, with the clouds looming just in the background. This race could have a huge development going on in the next few laps. But at the moment, Daniel Vasily is still piling on that pressure. Now he's solved himself. Now he's got into a good rhythm now. No one's attacking him, no one's defending. Went a little bit wide on the entry there. Misses the apex a little bit hot into the corner of turn 4. He can really work now on trying to close that gap up. It's 0.3 of a second. We'll keep an eye on it. That fastest lap of the race, and the last one, went to Morgato. Morgato's had a terrible start in this one. He's dropped down to 25th place, but it shows his card is still there and his spirit's still there because he's just set the fastest lap of the race.
Well, he has one of the fastest machines on track. The Birrell, you know, looking at what Artem Severyukin and Daniel Vasily have been able both to produce so far this weekend. So it doesn't come as a surprise to see Morgato that fast, climbing, at least trying to climb back through the field. Picking up a warning flag for the 181. This is Timo Jungling, actually, and another warning flag for Gabaloyer. So Jungling up into P4 still. Is going to have to be careful as Maxim Schleimer and Matteo Zanchi in a good battle for P6, trying to resist from the return of the Italian driver. But as for now, this is Birrell very much against Sodi kart. Severyukin, Vasily 1 and 2. Skormans, Jungling, Nomblo giving them the chase from 3rd, 4th and 5th respectively. That's a good race for Jean Nomblo, climbing 3 places up within the top 5. We haven't seen much of the Frenchman so far. He's been not the luckiest of drivers, but that certainly will be the occasion for him to pay everything back. And it seems to me that it starts raining. Seems to me that it starts raining. We got a bit of sign from a couple of friends outside, and it seems to me that the rain is coming up. That's going to give a headache, not only to the drivers on track, if it really keeps on falling down and increase in force, but also to the mechanics at some point, if they have at some point to juggle with the tires. We're not there yet, but we're going to keep a close watch on the sky above our heads as well, as the top 5 still remains the same. So at the moment, this is the observatory part of that race, certainly. Lap number 6, there's not a lot of time remaining to try to make a move. As I said, around the inside, juggling on Skormans, and between teammates, certainly the word has been passed out within the study car team. We don't want to see that again after yesterday's incident in KZ. He's going to respond. And in turn number 7, and a little bit of a touch, a little bit of a push between Youngling and Skorman, but the Dutchman takes the 3rd position back.
Well, this could still go their way unless they do things like this. And Schauman's back down the inside, or on the outside. Youngling gets squeezed out wide there through turn 10. Now, you have to remember, all the meanwhile, that's 2 Birillard racing karts right ahead of you there, disappearing in the distance, and we're only on lap 6 of 9. Your 2 teammates, you're there for CBP Sport, you're right there on the 2 Sodis. Work together now, try and close up, and they seem to be focused on their own little battle than dealing with the problem that's happening in front of them. And remember, Vasil and Sevrukin are 2nd and 3rd in the intermediate classification, so any disruption to them will help them out. Remember, Youngling currently 5th in the intermediate classification. Any position he can gain on these 2 will help him out, but any position he gains on his fellow teammate Schauman's there won't help. The only benefit that they might have against them is if Sevrukin starts to re-attack on Vasily, but I don't think we'll see that. I could be wrong. I might have to eat my words a little bit later on in this race. I think these 2 are just going to try and drive it to the end. We'll have to see, though. Time will tell. We're on lap 7 of 9. It is running out, but the gap between them is just fluctuating at the moment. It's staying the same. And, well, I just don't know how to call this one here, Guillaume. I don't know if Sevrukin's going to go for the move.
Yeah, it's difficult to pronounce, actually, because Vasily has 2 wins, with Sevrukin just 1
They're
to his
still
name.
battling.
Yeah, the 2 Saudis, oh my God, almost close on the way to turn number 1. Watch out for any wheel banging. On the inside goes the 182 of Kasper Skorman. And juggling keeps on trying. He's going to keep on battling until the end, certainly, the way it looks, as goes another slight push on the inside of that hairpin, but juggling having to back off a little bit. 2 battles. Around the inside goes Artem Severyukin. Well, there's a switch for the lead. Artem Severyukin takes 1st position away from Denis Vasily. What's going to be the response for the Romanian? Artem Severyukin, 1 win to his name, 2 for Vasily. They're split on points, but not far from each other into the ranking. They're 2nd and 3rd. Don't forget that Severyukin, if he wins, takes 2nd place away from Denis Vasily with 1 race to go. 50 points for the one who wins in qualifying heat. That means that the pole position for the superheat, any of the superheat, it's still up for grab, depending on the results of Matteo Spirgel in his last race. But if Spirgel loses, or even worse, in his last race, well, it's still very much up for grab.
Yeah, it certainly is here. Well, on to the final lap of this race, and Sevrukin controls it right now ahead of his teammate Vasily, who's still there. Schauman's is still in 3rd place. Zanki now moves up to P4. Youngling's dropped down to P5, and that was the concern between them. I think Youngling's fought back now on Zanki. That was the concern that we're having between those 2, is whether or not they will change. But still eyes on this battle here. Sevrukin still leads, but Vasil is all over the rear bumper as they make their way down the hill, side by side, into the braking zones. Vasil to the outside at turn 9. Tries to get the switch back. Cannot get alongside, but again, we'll take that defensive line. Sevrukin just parks it on the apex. Denies Vasil the move. Now Schauman's is closed in. Vasil to the inside at turn 13, but is not able to do so. Now he has to be careful. Could there be a lunge from Schauman's? I don't think there's enough time. Across the line, it's a run to the line, but it is Sevrukin across the line first by 0.02 of a second. That is as close as you can get it between the 2 teammates. Sevrukin from Vasily. Schauman's finishing in 3rd place ahead of Timo Youngling. Matteo Zanki, who was briefly up into 4th place in the dying stages of that race, settles for P5 ahead of Andrea Dale. Alejandro Laos finishing in 7th place. All of these drivers have moved up. Youngling, the only driver who's dropped down a little bit after starting from pole position in this one. Jean Nimblon holds on to P8 ahead of Maximilian Schleimer, who finishes in P9, and Paavo Tonteri rounds out the top 10. There's a look at the full classifications then. Costa finishing in 12th place ahead of Torrado, who finishes in 11th place. Ribeiro in 13th ahead of Cosa, and Pacini, who rounds out the top 15 out on circuit. Rasmus Andersson finishing in 16th place against Leopardi in 17th. 4 places gained there. Fabianoa, unfortunately, 11 places down in that race, finishes in P18. The same for Matthias Morgado. I think those two maybe could have had a coming together at some point, because they're 18th and 19th, down 11 and 10 places apiece. Christian Decline finishing in 20th place ahead of Lanson, Luyer, Dragotu and Paletta. Carlson from Morsing rounding out the 26 finishers. Nicholas Vane and Georgi Bakalovsky finishing in 27th and 28th. Here's a look at the highlights from that one. Great start for Timo Jungling there. Brilliant run down the inside line. The same for Schleimer. You can see how much he held on to the wheel-to-wheel action there with Jungling. Had to settle for second place, though. There's another angle at the start. And again, good actions and reactions from the entirety of the grid there. Then it would be the early attack from Daniel Vasil down the outside at turn number 4, trying to get his way through the field. There you can see drivers diving to the outside there in the background. That was potentially Julius Lassen there going very wide at the entrance of turn number 4. This was the attack for the lead. And there you could see Vasil to the outside on Jungling. Again, not able to get it done, but did move up into second place, getting past Schleimer. Then you had the likes of Sevrukin starting to close in. That was the lead change there for the first time. Jungling would start his incredible fight in that race, back down the inside through turn 13, retaking that lead, just getting kicked up there in the background. One car actually going wide. That may have been Matis Morgado at the start of that one, because he tumbled to the back of the grid, and I think he recovered back to P19 in the early stages of that race. 3 wide on the exit of turn number 2 at, again, the end of the opening lap. This was, again, the next change of the lead, but this time it was signed, sealed and done for Vasil, but certainly Jungling would fight back. You can see the hand gestures of frustration going up in the air, and not just the hand going up in the air, the front of Jungling's kart going up in the air as well after a little bit of contact there. Then the attack from Sevrukin, Vasil down the inside. This battle raged on for a little bit, it then calmed down. Then the battle between the two CPB Sport drivers on those Sodi karts, Casper Schulmans and Timo Jungling, for the next laps were wheel to wheel all the way throughout that one, constantly losing time on the front two, who at that time weren't really battling away, they were breaking away, and you can see how close and committed both of these two teammates were to staying in position. It was allowing the likes of Jean Nimblon to close in. Nimblon, you can see there, closing in there, but then also Zanchi Motorsport, Matteo Zanchi and Andrea Dale as well, all in that pack behind, trying to get involved in this battle, which they did get to be involved in them. That is how Nimblon went downwards. Sevrukin to the inside again, holding on to that lead, and Vasil dropping down to second place. It would go to the line, 0.02 of a second across the line, but it would be Artem Sevrukin who would take the lead of that race, and second in the intermediate classifications behind Matthias Bergel, who still has that full championship standings at the moment with the intermediate classification. 200 points versus Sevrukin's 185. Well, there is one more KZ2 race to go for their 4th round of qualifying heats. That's going to be coming up in a few moments' time. But, well, actually, no, that's the last one, because now we go over to KZ for the next one. That was the last one until we see the next rounds later on today after KZ and KZ2 Masters. But let's head down to Parc Ferme before the rain starts to fall. Guillaume, it's over to you.
Thank you, Anthony. Just right on time. As the rain starts pouring here in MotorLand Aragón, I can confirm it to you as I'm with Artem Sevrukin. Artem, good to see you back at the front, fighting your way through. That's not a victory for you. And we thought for a moment that you would stay certainly behind your teammate Daniel Vasile, but you went for the attack, and that's what we like to see. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was like to stay calm, then go together, make the gap from guys behind, and start to fight on last lap. So I understand that he can start to close on the last lap, so take him on the second last lap, and just close the door and the win, the heat.
Yeah, the win in the bag. One more race to go, and you find yourself second overall. A couple of points from the leader, Matteo Spiergel. So you're still on course for overall pole position.
I think it will be really hard to catch him, but anything can happen in the last heat, like for everyone. So maybe someone who now P5 can be P1.
Yeah, definitely. So it's very tight in KZ2. Thank you very much for talking to us, Artem Severukin. Good luck for the last one. And as you heard him, anything can happen in karting and in this class. Matteo Spiergel has one mission in his last race, to win it, to secure pole. Otherwise, this might go his way or some other drivers as well. Get back to you.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there. I don't mean to throw alarm to you there, Guillaume, but I'm pretty sure I saw a lightning flash behind you as well while you're down there. KZ qualifying heat 3 is coming up. This is their last qualifying heat of today for the KZ, the Premier class this weekend before their races tomorrow. And of course, the threat of rain in the air. You can see it slowly making its way closer and closer towards us. On that picture there, it's saying it's over us. You can see the clouds there, literally just there. It's not hit us yet, but as Guillaume was saying, he is feeling spots of rain on his shoulders, and can confirm I can see spots of rain hitting on the gantry just in front, and I can see it's actually raining out there. So this brings in a new development then for the Premier class as they make their way out onto the circuit. It's Victor Gustafsson and Tom Lullier on the front row of the grid. Senna Van Walstein and Stan Pex go from row number 2. Daniel Albanese and Riccardo Lagoni go from row number 3, with Giuseppe Palomba and Johan Sugel on row number 4. Lorenzo Travisanuto and David Trafulov go from row number 5. They'll have Paolo Ippolito and Paolo Di Conto on row number 6. Row 7 is Emilian Denner and Gemini Iglesias with Marin Kremers and Jorge Pescador on row 8. Ara Carbonell and Pedro Hiltbrand round out row 9 from Joric Pex and Adrian Renadin on row 10, giving us the top 20. Luis Speck, Francisco Salenta on row 11. Matteo Viagano and Matthias Torengani go from row 12 with Adrian Mejero and Lorenzo Camplesi on the 13 of the grid. The clouds are looming over the circuit. Drama could ensue in this race. We just don't know, as the field try to get as much temperature as they can into those tyres. Imel Alvarez rejoins me back in the commentary box. He'll be on the air in a few moments' time. But, like you say, tension is starting to get there. And I think these marshals that are out there who are watching know what's coming. They're bracing themselves ready for, I think, a spot of rain here in the desert just outside the town of Alcaniz. This is MotorLand Aragón and the final qualifying heat for the KZ category, the Premier class. So many champions in this category joining us this weekend. So much talent out onto the circuit. These are some of the best drivers from around the world in the KZ category. Drama is going to start to build here for these drivers. But right now, it's all going to fall down to this last race. We just don't know who's going to be starting where in the intermediate classifications. At the moment, it's Gustafsson who leads it. 2 wins out of 2 in these qualifying heats. Another win would secure it. But with rain looming in the air, we just don't know who will be the winner at the end of this race. The wind is picking up. The red flag's still up at the front. We wait for the green flag in the back as we get ready. Karts in P4 trying to go down the inside now. Oh, Senna Van Walstein goes wheel to wheel, but Van Walstein has the power on the exit as they go wheel to wheel through turn number 9, down in towards turn number 9, I should say. They stay the same. There's Karts off in the background, and there's a Birrell off the track straight in front of our eyes.
That's Riccardo Longhi.
It is Riccardo Longhi who's off the circuit there. Complete failure at the brakes by the looks of it.
Yeah, I do wonder if it's starting to get slippery on the far side of the track because there's starting to rain, pouring rain, not to British or Belgian level at this point, but still very much raining as we were just starting to get ourselves soaking wet while concluding the interview with Artem Severyukin. As on the inside goes Tom Loyer. That's the move he had been expecting for a while. Victor Gustafsson has been pretty much uncatchable since the start of the weekend. Round the outside goes Senna Van Walstein. Can he make it stick? Yes, he can. The Dutchman takes P2.
And, well, Senna van Wallstein is the guinea pig now into each and every one of these corners, as he'll be the first to enter, but he'll be the first to go off if he goes in too quick. But at the moment, he's breaking away, and I think I saw a flash of lightning there over the circuit. We are in a storm right here, right now, on lap number 6 of the last KZ qualifying heat of the weekend.
Well, if you're joining us right now, you picked up your moment. Thunderstorm on MotorLand Aragón, as it's pouring rain now. We're not talking about light drops. This is very heavy now, with some thunderstorm lightning above our heads, as the gaps have been extended, as around the inside, the number 5 of Giuseppe Palomba still battling along with David Trefilov, Dan Albanese just in front. Look at the rain radar. The cloud are just above our heads. The rain is falling. And I will let you, my dear Anthony, do the pleasure of doing the live interviews outside, if you will. Hopefully for the rain to stop just after, because in those conditions...
Oh, dear!
Oh, and someone going off just outside. It might have been one of the Tony Kart chassis out there in the middle of the pack. I think it might have been Myron Kramer's, actually.
I think it was Myron Kramer's.
He had a bit of a moment from 10th in the classification on turn number 10, going down. And look at the drops of rain. This is heavy British-Belgian kind of rain here in Spain.
The only thing that we can say is that these are some of the most experienced gearbox racers in the world, and they are showing us how it is done right here, still battling away, but in these conditions is absolutely phenomenal. Down the inside, Palomba gets past Daniel Albanese.
Yeah, red flag.
And are they calling it there?
Yeah.
I think they are. Yeah, well, no, there's red flag showing there, but yes, okay, it is red flag. They are calling the race there, and with we're on lap 8 of 9, that will call it like that, and I think Senna van Wallstein will take the victory.
Yeah, it should be about this. Red flag is being called by the race director, Mr. Nigel Edwards and Pasquale Lupoli. So the officials have decided, well, at this point, this might get a little bit dangerous to keep on going in those conditions. Look at the pouring rain that you can see on the left of our cameras. Now, this is really, really getting way too slippery. Remember that all those drivers are on slick rubber. So these are the same tires that they kept using since the start of the weekend. And they went for the bets of staying on slick tires because it wasn't raining that much as they were leaving the dummy grid, but the rain just kept intensifying as the race went through. And at this point, it's left to the consideration of the officials to decide to stop or not the race, the ongoing race. But red flag is, I guess this is the most logical of solutions, because at this point, even though we are talking about, as we said, the most experienced of gearbox drivers in the world, when the track, look at that wind and the rain, we're not talking about racing conditions. This is a proper thunderstorm here in MotorLand Aragón. And yeah, in those treacherous conditions, there is no way that we would get away from this race without an incident. So in a matter of safety, because safety first in motorsport, well, we decided to call this off and put the red flag, which means that the classification that you see on screen is likely to be the official one after the scrutineering process, which will make Senna van Wallstein our winner of that third and last qualifying heat of the KZ class before the super heat tomorrow. And you can see the smiles on the face of the Dutchman and the congratulations of his mechanic. Well done to you, Senna van Wallstein. Good luck for tomorrow as well. But that's a good day at the office for him, Senna, who picked up a 9th place, a 3rd, and the win in difficult conditions, that's fair to say. But he did a job on track, putting himself in the lead before the thunderstorm came along. Tom Loyer, 2nd place, and talking about consistency, 3 second place in a row for the Frenchman from Tony Kart. Stan Pex finishing in 3rd from Giuseppe Palomba. Paolo De Conto in P5. Then we have Daniel Albanese 6th from Jeremy Iglesias, Victor Gustafsson all the way down to P8. And at this point, well, if it stays like that, we have Tom Loyer as the overall pole sitter of the KZ class, because the intermediate classification for the Super 8 tomorrow gives us the Frenchman in the lead for just 2 points in front of Victor Gustafsson. Here's a replay of how things fell out during that qualifying race, and you might be able to hear a thunderstorm just behind me. Now, this is very much happening here in MotorLand Aragón. Let's see when we will be able to get back on track, as the race was starting well for Victor Gustafsson for pole position in front of Tom Loyer. Danilo Albanese making his way through with Stan Pex. and the likes of Giuseppe Palomba, the Conto as well in the upper part of the mix into that opening lap. On the outside, son of Waldstein making his bid on his fellow countryman Stan Pex on the inside. Then we had Riccardo Longhi going into trouble as the Italian was running with the top 10 at some point, just lost it completely, and he would actually cross the line in P20, would you believe? So Riccardo Longhi, the co-team manager of the Biralart racing team, don't forget, in those KZ and KZ2 classes. Quite unfortunate into this race, as making his bid on the outside, Senna Waldstein taking the lead over Tom Leyer, as Victor Gustafsson went into some trouble before making his bid run inside. It was the number 5 Giuseppe Palomba getting ahead of Victor Gustafsson, with the Maranello racing team of David Trefilov trying to do the same. He would finish P10 only, the German driver, in the end. But that was the end of all track action, as the rain just got himself in the mix. The uninvited guest, shall we say, about these weather conditions. We had seen for a while that it might actually deteriorate to this point. Maybe not so much, but as you can see, still very, very cloudy above our heads. I don't see. Let's have a look at a moment on the weather forecast. But as for now, hopefully we'll get back to racing in just a few moments, and hopefully not too long of a wait for you guys watching along on FIAKarting.com. The next race coming up is for the KZ2 Masters, the third and last qualifying heat. 9 laps and 15 kilometers for the drivers above 35 years of age. As for now, before we get back to racing, as we're going to have a 5 minutes delay. 5 minutes delay, and that's very much logical, because from now on, this race is declared wet. What does that mean, basically? Is that as the rain keeps on pouring, you can see it on the length. That means that any of the drivers from this point on is free to choose what kind of tire is going to put on, whether it is slick, whether it is wet. But trust me, with those conditions and how slippery and the track has become, now everybody's going to go on wets. That's certainly the safest bet. We're going to take a short break, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be back just after this.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the mondokart.com FIA Karting European Championship for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, which is the next race that is due to head out into the circuit. Now, you can see there from the graphic a 5-minute delay, as it has now been declared a wet race. That is quite plain to see with the rain that was tumbling down just a few moments ago, included alongside very sharp thunder. We are going to take a quick moment. We're going to chat to Davide Fore, who we caught up with at the beginning of the weekend.
I think it is a very good thing for all the drivers after, I want to say, 35 years old, to have this opportunity to do the European Championship and to be again on the top level of karting, like is this competition. I believe is. I hope it will be very successful and with a great show, and I believe it's a very good opportunity for also I want to say, the mature driver to be here to race with all the best driver in the world. So I believe, honestly, it's very good idea by the federation. For sure, that race I believe was very great show done for both of us, and for sure was very considered was the race of the season for the KZ Master. Was between the two of us with a lot of race in the background in the past, many world title and European title in the past with a lot of fight, and for sure that one was for sure in the memory of us. I mean, it's for me and Alessandro, when it was the moment of the last 5 laps. And yeah, I talked with Alessandro. For sure, he was a little bit upset for the last 4 laps, the first part of the track. But there, I mean, I believe I was not very, I was very correct, honestly, because for sure I defend my position, but without to make a dirty driving. So for sure we was on the limits, both of us. But I believe what was more great was to see the end of the race when we arrived at the finish line, more or less together. And it was very exciting for everyone. So I believe we did very good show. That I believe is more important. I race here just in March. It was like a small race, and I come here to take part just to know the track. And I believe the track is very nice, and the layout is beautiful, and we go up and down, and so it's very, you know, it's it's also when you drive, you feel the speed because it's the long straight when you go up the hill. So it's very good and it's very nice to feel it. And also the last part of the track, I believe, is the technical part where for sure the driver and also the chassis is very, very important. I want to say the first part of the track, it is more, I want to say it's more the engine part. And I mean, the last 20 seconds of the track is more, I mean, for sure you need still the power, but also the chassis and the driver is, it is very important. So it's a good mix between the two, and it also is very long, so I believe it's very, very nice layout, and I believe it's very nice to be here and to take part to this race for sure. Good choice, I believe. It's a very good choice, yes. So I was very busy the last 2-3 months of my life, very busy because many emotions coming, in particular my boy, his Dylan is coming and in April, so in that moment for sure that 2 weeks was really particular, but in a different way, so for sure. And then you know, after I was very busy with my job, coaching, driver coach, and I did also some race, the Italian Championship with the shifter. I did coach last week in Germany in Yemen. So honestly, the last more or less all the year, I think maybe I have just 1 week free, but this is part of our life, and if you want to be important on this work, what we do, it is very important to be present all the time, because otherwise you know, the people I don't want to say forget it quickly, but for our job it is very important to be always on the track, so because you need to see all what's going on, the new drivers, the new tires, the new tracks. And we must be always there to see what's going on. I believe this is what we need to do. So, but for sure, this takes time to family, and but it's like this. So you can't change this. So it's like this.
A great insight to his racing and what he has to go through over a course of a weekend and deal with Davide Fore there. Brilliant to hear. Who starts this one on the front row of the grid. Now there's someone who at this moment is not starting the race. That is a big one there for the 303 of Riccardo Nallen.
Oh.
Indeed, the driver who was going to be starting on the second row of the grid is currently stalled and, well, from what we can see, out of this race. You can see from that picture the rain is still tumbling, but while we do that, let's very quickly run through this starting grid. Anthony Abbas starting this one on pole position after 2 race wins, will start alongside Davide Fore on row number 1. Well, Riccardo Nallen will not be there. We'll have Alessio Lamartina alongside. Christian Hobland and Thomas Mick going from row 3, from Mirko Mazzoni and Roberto Profico on row 4. Then it's Jonin Boss and Andrea Spagni on row 5, with Bryce de Gay and Sebastian Ladau on row 6. Then it's Michael Ferrascu and Manuel Martinez on row number 7. Then it's Samuel Geffner and Timur Timosyanov on row number 8.
Row number 9, Andre Nicario and Leopoldo Perez, Ludovic Bade, Tommaso Ciampoli, Gregory Leder, Ricardo Avila, Scott Presti, Emmanuel Ducrot, Ennio Gandolfi, Mark Valhausen, Stian Paulsen, Maurizio Giacetti, Thierry de Jong, Carlos Medina, Andre Martins, Eduardo Martins, Isla Ibrahimov and Varillo Giambattista.
Yep. There are 3 drivers out there who have gone for slick tyres. One of them you can see right there is the 336 of the man Martinez, who starts this one fairly up in the order. Here we go, the lights go green and we are racing. Everyone gets away well. A couple of carts taking to the gravel on the exit of the corner here, but everyone crucially away. How are the slick drivers doing though? Martinez in the 336 is one, Ciampoli is another, Volhauser is one as well, and Gambio Valerio is also another one right to the back of the field. They've all gone for slicks, but the problem is the rain is still falling and there's no sign of it going away anytime soon. So that gamble I don't think is going to work. Side by side for the race lead. Davide Fore to the lead around the outside. That was pure confidence under braking there and nothing Anthony Abbas could do of stopping that move from happening.
How about that? Davide Forri, the long way around, inner hairpin, and taking the lead on lap number 1 in those very difficult conditions. That's masterclass overtaking from Davide Forri. One of the moves of the weekend so far in MotorLand Aragon. Please, more of that. And not only did he take the lead from Anthony Abbas, but he actually kept building his gap throughout the last part of the track. Not too many risks certainly taken by the Frenchman in second place, but look at the gap already. A full second between Forri and Anthony Abbas. Under the pressure of Christian Abdullin in third place. Then we have Lamartina, Forsco, Tomamic down in P6. Trying to go the long way around the Car Republic driver just in front of him. Jeroen Bos, the Le Mans pole sitter 2 years ago for the first ever KZ2 Masters race. In front of Bade, Spagni and Profico running up the top 10. Difficult slippery conditions, as you can see, with a spread of water from all the cars here, as Riccardo Nalon is missing indeed after his mechanical trouble on the warm-up lap. Good to have Mirko Mizoni, last year's pole sitter in Germany, back with us. As round the inside goes the TB card on the 325. That's Abdullin. Yeah, Anthony Abbas switched for second place. Beautifully made from Christian Abdullin, the Dutchman, as Abbas is going to try to fight back, but he's dropping a bit of momentum for the past 2 laps.
He is struggling, and so there is the 322. Yeah, Gandolfi is dropping down the order now. That is a huge shame, dropping down to P28 and maybe even further down now. Not gone well at all. Back cross start-finish line, Davide Forri leading the way now comfortably, 1.7 seconds, and this is falling into his hands here now because Anthony Abbas is really, really struggling here. The 325 is under immense pressure now from Michael Forasco, who is right there on his rear bumper, and every position he loses, Davide Forri's intermediate classification gap closes up because it's down to now just 3 points between the two of them, and another position change, or maybe 2 more, and it could be Davide Forri starting on pole position tomorrow and taking the first chunk with those championship points. But again, we'll have to wait and see, because Anthony Abbas again taking the normal racing line there. You can see how much spray is getting kicked up. 100% wet conditions, 100% wet tyre conditions out there. Any driver who has deployed those slick tyres, I think, is not going to work out for them. And another change, and another change. Yeah. Well, look at that. Forasco got through. Now Lamartina gets through as well. And that is what Davide Forri needed. What's the points going to be when they next cross the line?
Well, that's
Wait
done.
for it to change.
Yep.
Is it going to change?
Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. 138 for Davide Forri and 136 for Anthony Abbas. Forri leads the intermediate classification and a spin on track, and that is Forasco. So no, that might put it back. That might put it back to Abbas.
Well, we're going to see about that. Anthony Abbas, yes indeed, back into, is still P5 or school. Let's see where he is after that little bit of an incident. But yes, Abbas is back in P4. Oh, and 2 drivers come together, the 315 and someone else as well. This is Samuel Gaffner, as well as Leopardo Perez de Viermi. By the look of it, yes, those 2 coming together, and hopefully they will be able to get back on track. It just happened in turn number 4, the first hairpin of the track. Now, looking at the classification, Anthony Abbas and Davide Forri. That's what I was looking up for, on equal points, but it still goes the way of Anthony Abbas because he took pole position in front of Forri into the qualifying session. But if Anthony Abbas losing 1 more place, this will be enough, as we've seen, for Davide Forri, if he wins, to take pole position for the Superheat tomorrow.
Anthony Abbas will know this as well, and he's holding on to that position like it's the end of the world if he falls down even 1 more place. But again, he's got so much pressure from the drivers behind. Look at this, Thomas Mick really piling on the pressure here. Profico just there as well. Durco also there in the 307 is trying to close in, but they're all trying these different racing lines to get past, but Anthony Abbas is holding on to it. Replay here, and oh, there's the spin. That's the unfortunate moment there.
That's
for
Gandolfi,
yes, yeah, Gandolfi there off the circuit. Now here's the other spin. That is how our man who was right at the front of the field at the opening stage of that race, wasn't it? And
yeah, it was Michael Forsco.
Yeah, that's the one. And he was just tumbling down the order. He was doing such a good job in the early stages of that race. And there, Gambio and Capelli there, just dropping down the order. Same with Perez and Martins as well. Just again, chopping and changing. all the way throughout that race. So on lap 5 at the moment, eyes are on this battle for P4. Abbas and Profico, they are in a really important battle here. Now, well, no, Abbas has gone down to 5th place. So we've missed that overtake. There is your race leader, Davide 4. Now, intermediate classification leader, because that position loss from Anthony Abbas puts him down to 2nd.
Yeah, there you go. And Faure is doing the job in superb fashion. The Italian driver who's has been really on top of his subject ever since the weekend started, but in those conditions even more so. 3.8 seconds. And look at the rain now. It seems to me that it has been intensifying for the last minutes. And look at how this is pouring rain we're talking about here in MotorLand Aragón. The thunderstorms seem to be slowly getting away from us, but not the rain. And those conditions, I do hope that everybody will see the checkered flag in one piece, because there's 3 of them out there who decided to stay on slick and to go for the gamble of the rain stop falling out and the racing line to dry out. It's not the case at all. Davide Faure, look at the driving skills from the 4-time world champion. There's really, and one of the drivers actually you've seen in the corner of the screen getting back into the pit, but demonstration on, yeah, absolutely fantastic demonstration of skills and driving from Davide Faure, on top of his game, and that should give him the pole position for the Superheat tomorrow. No points yet. This will be after the Superheat that the final heat classification will be established, with the first points for the championship to be awarded. Even more so for the final, as the winner of the final will take 25 points it is, and 10 points for at the end of the Superheat as well. 30 points, sorry, for the winner of the final, and 25 for the one that leads the Superheat and the qualifying heats on Sunday morning.
Action here. A4 still leading the way now, 4.5 seconds. And this is the battle. Abbas trying to hold off to Nicastro, who has just got ahead now. Now Mick's just behind, so that's another position lost for Anthony Abbas. That may bring in the likes of Haublin here at the moment, because he's 2nd in the race at the moment, and he's clear by another 4 seconds from the drivers behind. But again, he could really put some damage in here. There you can see the real estate. 3rd place is the closest battle. La Martina and Profico battling away. Then you've got the 2 barrels just there going through. That's Mick and Bidet who are fighting away. And Anthony Abbas, there you can see the driver who started 1st place in this one, currently P6, down 5 places. Out of all the races that he's had today, where he's been on top, winning away, doing what he's needed to do, this was the most important one where he needed to focus, and unfortunately it's crumbled away for him a little bit, hasn't it, Gil?
Yeah, definitely, as the rain came unexpectedly, as one of the Saudis had to step down, and it seems to me, who might that be? We'll get back to that, but yellow flag are being waved. Yes, indeed, in the last sector of the track, and the Saudi chassis is just nearby the track. We'll get past just in front of it. Yeah, right now, after the left turn, you'll see the kart on the left side. Yes, indeed, and one of the marshals is about to rescue it. I don't know whose car that is. We don't get to see what happened there, but we've lost another driver in this race after Ricardo Naron. We lost Martinez, Holhauser, and Stian Poulsen is the last one of them. Joining the circle of unfortunate drivers. Final lap, this is Davide Faure leading 5.5 seconds in front of Cabulin, then Profico, Martina Nicastre, Anthony Abbas falling down to P6.
Well, on this final lap, an absolute masterclass from this driver on your screen. Davide Faure, I mean, what can you say about him? An absolutely amazing racing CV he has to his name. A master of his class in the KZ2 Masters category. And just a few more corners to go here in the terrible, terrible raining conditions. There is some of the other drivers on track who are just getting out of the way. Drivers who had deployed the slick tyres. Guillaume Basti Valero there just getting out of the way with the blue flags. But this man here, Davide Faure, out of the final corner. He will lead the intermediate classification and will be on pole tomorrow. Davide Faure is set for racing here at MotorLand Aragón for Sunday. A prime example of racing, a prime example of kart control in the terrible, terrible racing conditions we have here at MotorLand Aragón. It was an absolutely beautiful day yesterday, a beautiful day this morning with blue skies and calm weather. Don't get me wrong, it is still hot out there. It's still 25 degrees. It makes it very humid out there with the rain falling. But Davide Fore, an absolutely superb drive. Christian Hablin finishing in second place ahead of Roberto Profico. Andrea Nicastro finishing in third place and fourth place as well. 13 places gained for Nicastro. Alessio Lamattina finishing in fifth place ahead of Anthony Abbas, who just misses out on starting on pole, but will be on that front row for tomorrow in second, finishing in P6 in that race. Thomas Mick from Ludovic Barry, Johan Boss from Mikel Forasco, Bryce DeGay from Ilsha Ibragimov, who gained 21 places in that race to finish in P12. Then Lagar from Spagni, Martins, Presti, Bizzoni, Timosyanov, Gandolfi, who spun in the early stages of the race from Avila, De Jong from Ladar, Giachetti from Gaffner, Perez from Medina, Martins from Giampoli, and Gambo running at the 29 finishes. The highlights from that race, missing from that picture, was Ricardo Nallon, unfortunately, the driver who retired before the race even started. And crucially, a good getaway for Anthony Abbas in the initial stages there. It would be the first overtake into the next few corners that we see from Anthony Abbas up the hill in towards turn 7, where we saw Davide Fore taking the win of that race. But the rest of the field with an initial getaway very well in the wet conditions. Absolute drama in the opening stages. Some drivers just struggling on those wet tyres and some struggling on the slick tyres. Remember, Martinez went for wet slick tyres. Chiampoli went for slick tyres. Volhauser slick tyres. And Valero also slick tyres. There was the change for second place. Christian Hablin not wasting any time, diving down the inside, getting into second place, breaking away from the rest of the field. There were micro battles happening thick and fast all the way throughout. That was Gandolfi there, just spinning in that stage of the race. Too much curb on the inside, unfortunately, sending the kart in a full rotation. Forasco there making moves in the early stages as well. Would gain 3 positions, would finish just ahead of Bryce DeGay, and I've got to say, Ilsha Ibragimov, 21 places gained in that race, an absolutely superb end to that one. That was Forasco dropping back down the order a little bit after those spins. Then the unfortunate moments here, and absolutely nothing that Leopoldo Perez could do there, just completely caught in the crosshairs and had to stop in sympathy in the latter stage of the race. Right round the outside would be Andrea Nicastro, 13 places gained for Nicastro, but you do have to be careful. If you gain that many positions, you're in a worry of potentially picking up a nose cone penalty. But across the line, Davide Fore, well, what can you say? Saved it to the very last qualifying heat to take the lead of the intermediate classifications, but he certainly did it on that Birol ART. And Davide Fore tomorrow will be your pole sitter. Hopefully we will get to chat to him in a few moments' time. We'll see if that can happen. I think it is. We will head down to Parc Ferme. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony, as you join us in the Parc Ferme scrutiny area under pouring rain. The thunderstorm of Aragon is here with us, as Davide Fore is also here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Davide, what a race. I mean, the rain came in, but you showed suddenly no mistake, no fear by the look of it. You drove beautifully from start to finish. And with that win in the bag, that's pole position for you tomorrow in the superheat. Well done to you.
Yes, was not an easy situation because was a new situation for everyone, and also to understand the tires. And then, fortunately, I believe with the team we did a great job with experience. All of us we put on this situation, and fortunately, I want to say we did a very great job. And my job is to drive. So I try to do my best, and I believe, yes, I did a very good race, yes.
You did a very good one, and looking at the pace of Anthony Abbas was
as you said to me, quite untouchable with the study machine in the first two. Now with the rain, I guess we're all going to have to pray, especially you, for rain coming tomorrow, because you might be able to make a difference in that case.
But Anthony, I have a lot of respect for him. Was a fantastic driver in the past in the rain, so I don't believe he forget how to drive in the rain, so I'm very honest. So it's just because it was a new situation, and probably I don't know, I did a bit better. The kart worked perfectly, honestly, and the grip was excellent. So just this, Anthony is an amazing driver. So everybody we know. So it's not. I don't need to say that me. So it's just like I say. The situation was like this. It was very difficult. It was easy to do mistakes, and with the choice. So anyway, now we need to think tomorrow. Yes. If it will be dry, we need to work, and I know, but we are here for this, and we'll see tomorrow. Thank you.
Whether it is wet or dry, we will look forward to see you, of course, against Anthony Abbas tomorrow in the Super 8 and the final. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with us. Thank you very much, Davide. We have 3 more races to go in the KZ2 class, the last round, and in those conditions, that's going to be very, very interesting. Unless we are able to have one more interview. Yes, we're going live, ladies and gentlemen. Let's have a word with Tom Leyer, who joined us with his own umbrella, even better. Thank you, Tom. You can join us here in front of the camera. Well, very nice conditions, isn't it? Let's have a quick word about the last race. You find yourself on pole position for the Super 8 one tomorrow in the KZ class. So just one Super 8 in the KZ class. So talk us through those races, because you were able to really be consistent, and finally it paying off.
Yeah, it was the first race was not very good, and also the third 8. A little bit more difficult than the other with the rain, but we find a good line, and yeah, it was funny.
It was funny, certainly for us as well, but the conditions aside, the competition is very high, very tight between yourselves, so you do expect to be able to find out the front tomorrow as well, coming to the last step of the weekend?
Yeah, we need to work more for tomorrow to find a good setup, and we'll see.
What have you learned about the track that maybe can let you make a difference against a stronger position?
For the moment, it's secret. So.
It's a secret. That's the spirit of the competition, isn't it? Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Tom Leyer, your pole sitter in the KZ class, coming to the Super 8 tomorrow. Back to you, Anthony, as we have some more racing, 3 more in the KZ2 category.
Thank you very much, Guillaume, down there in Parc Fermé, battling away with the rain. I do hope Davide Fore comes back with our umbrella. He did just walk off with it. Make sure you get that back of him. If you have to wrestle him, deal with it. Right then, the next race coming up very, very soon. It is KZ2 qualifying heat A versus C. We'll take you through the starting lineup in a few moments' time, but the drivers getting themselves primed and ready on that dummy grid area. The rain's still coming down. I can still hear some thunder in the background out there. It is a tense time for the field, but the drivers are starting to make their way out onto the circuit. So let's take you through the full starting lineup for this one. Igor Nozov, who's in a really good position here to potentially take the lead of the intermediate classification, starts this one on pole position. He'll have Yaroslav Shavatalov alongside. Nicholas Roos and Dmitry Matviev go from row 2 ahead of Emma Felbermeyer and Melik Skravin on row number 3. Albin Sturluson and Tim Lacati round out row number 4. They'll have Mario Pisano and Kirill Kutskov on row 5. Michael Barbaro and Eli Goldstein go from row 6. They'll have Jean Luyer and Jasper Schuberg on row 7. Christian Batuka and Alfredinho Ipiapina round out row number 8. Jenny Savico and Samuel Luyer round out row 9. They'll have Yannick Julius Bernhardt and Arsene Lacoste going from the top 20 on row 10. Then it will be Gianni Andirasani and Eric Holm on row 11. Luca Ross from Patrick Janssen on row 12. Enzo Lacruz and Christian Elu on row number 13. Then it's Angele Gladstein and Mikkel Bartazuk on row 14. All on his own, Dion van Verven will line up on the 29th spot on the grid on row 15. They can see the rain radar. We're still very much right in the middle of that humongous cloud of rain that has loomed over the circuit. You can see from that picture there, it is still raining a large amount as well. So it is full wet tyres for all of the drivers out there. I would be amazed if anyone has deployed slick tyres at all in this one. Now I'm looking at my screen here, and I am seeing some names that potentially aren't out onto the circuit. One of them being possibly Alexander Gladstein, who's not gone out. Another one is Luka Rosnicki, also not clocking up on my timing screen. The other one, Patrick Janssen, who has been a familiar face to not appear out in this second half of the weekend, which is a big shame for Patrick Janssen not to be out on the circuit. But eyes on this one here. Oh, it's a very tense moment there. I think Nicolas Roux just nearly went on that inside curb into that final corner, warming up his tyres, getting any temperature they can. Remember, this will be the first time that these drivers have ever raced on this circuit in wet conditions on these tyres. That's what makes it a first for them. These Dunlop tyres will be the first time these drivers will have used them on this circuit in these conditions. We're going into the unknown here, and so are all the drivers. Shevatalov, who is looking to get a good start on this one. They've only been getting better and better. Can he get the best of them in this one here? The rain still falling, the track getting ever wetter as the green flag waves at the back of the grid. We are getting ready to go racing here in MotorLand Aragón, and it is a brilliant start for Igor Nozov, who holds on to the race lead. Shevatalov, with his best start yet, is right there on the outside, but slots in to second place. The spray kicks up for the back of the field, who go into the unknown, into turn 4. Roux on the outside takes the optimal wet racing line, but has to settle and dips down into P5 now. It looks like Matviev has gone up through places, but now Skriven is gaining the places here as he's on the outside of the Sodi kart. Nicolas Roux trying to hold on to position, but I think it's Tim Lucati who has gained the best start for the CPP Racing team as he goes up into second place. You can see there Emma Felbermeyer in the pink helmet, battling away in P5 as the rain still tumbles. Kim Alvarez, you're back in the commentary box here. You were out in that rain. You know what it's like. What are these drivers going through right now?
Well, I'm not going to lie to you, it's quite wet outside as everybody's experiencing at the moment. So it's pouring rain on and off the track and very treacherous conditions. And we might see a move coming up for turn number 1. For P1, not quite yet, as Tim Lucati has to stay behind. But those conditions, the track is soaked wet for the past few minutes as we were able to get some interviews done under umbrellas. So thanks again to David Fori and Tom Loyer for joining us, as you'll get to hear more from them tomorrow morning if you're joining us on FIAKarting.com. But Tim Lucati at the moment, chaser for P1 in the hands of Igor Nosov. Igor Nosov was, and as I said that, he makes his bid on the inside of turn number 7 up the hill. Beautifully made with a good throttle and a good exit to his corner. And almost dive, and he lost. As he lost it, yes, completely, almost off the track. That was a good save as we both reacted at the same time. Anthony, but what a save it was from Tony Lucati, who just came close to go for a spin on to that patch of water on the braking point on the way down to turn number 9. So that was a bit of a moment and a big moment certainly for Lucati. But as he was trying to save his race, he just went wide just a tiny bit. But for Igor Nosov, it wasn't enough. Let's see that again.
Here it is again. Now, this is the overtake. Yeah. Nicely done there, no drama whatsoever. This is going to bring me into my next point here. That's the first time he's gone into that corner, leading the way. I think he just misjudged the braking zone because he hadn't got a marker with the leader in front of him. And yeah, just locked the rear axle there. It just sent it sideways. Great kart control there, knowing to release the brakes and then reapply. That's the riskiest thing to do in a braking zone. And, you know, it's one of those things that some drivers can't figure out. You know, crashing, your biggest thing is to hit the brakes as hard as you can. That, though, would have just meant he would have spun even more and faster. And great kart control there for Lucati, and he holds on to the lead of this one. Nosov, though, under pressure. Sevatalov is right there in third place. And I've got to say, I'm going to be very British right now and say, is it brightening up out there?
Let's see about that indeed. But 1 full second between Lucati and Nosov. The Frenchman is very much liking these conditions. And a bit of a moment there as well for Skrivian with the program machine.
Bit of standing water.
Yeah, standing water on the curve, and just clipped his wheels, and there seems to be some more standing water anyway onto the track, onto the curbs. As you could see, one of the barrels further back. It's Sjoberg and Christian Bertucca. Bertucca is liking these conditions as well. 2 by 2, the barrel lads dancing around Scriven. What a move that was from the first one. Sjoberg is getting past Bertucca. Can he make a stick as well? Run inside just before the hairpin. So that's 2 out of 2 for the Berlard driver. Bertucca in his best positions as we've seen him so far this weekend. 10 places gained up to P5, just behind his teammate Jesper Sjoberg. So that's going to be an interesting run. Look at them go, actually. Shevertalov is just the next one up for grab, as Sjoberg is going to go first, trying to make his bid on the inside of the number 10. That could get away with Bertucca, actually, because while doing that, he just lost a bit of momentum. Down the turn number 13, that goes through. Bertucca has to stay behind, going around, and the next one is through as well. So the Berlard really, really on top of the conditions, on top of the performance here under the rain, and Jesper Sjoberg and Christian Bertucca now find themselves in second and third and fourth, and the chase is on Shevertalov. Let's see what they can do. But Tim Locati in the lead, another fastest lap in this race for the leader from Sudica, 2 full seconds from Shevertalov at the moment. And next up for both Bertucca and Sjoberg is trying to shake up the order a little bit, 6/10 of a second. As on the outside goes Krivian on Nozov. What a beautiful move it was. The Praga on the Formula K for both ITK chassis.
Well, race going on here. We're on lap 5 at the moment of 9. The spray that's kicking up, and you can see the wind that's taking it away there at the moment. You definitely know that the storm is now passing us because the wind's coming from on top of the hill now, not from at the bottom of the hill blowing upwards, which is what it was doing earlier on. It's all changed direction a little bit now, so it's making it a little bit more tricky for the drivers now, with some crosswinds hitting them at the wrong time. Remember, you get a big gust of wind in a wet track on a KZ kart. It can really mess you around a little bit there. Still some lightning flashes there in the background. There is still a storm going on in the background, but we've got some real light sky off to the left-hand side. This is Scriven. Replay here. Looking to the inside. This is into that final corner. That is the patch of water. Yeah, and that just slowed him down enough there to allow the 2 barrels behind to really put in an attack there. And yeah, of course, he's dropped down now to P5. He's still up 1 place. And I've got to say, Jesper Sjoberg and Christian Bertucca here on the 2 barrels in 3rd and 4th. They're really impressing me right now. 11 places apiece they've gained in this race in the wet conditions. Flying ahead at the moment. There is Igor Nozov, who is, well, not happy to deal with these conditions. Speaking to him earlier on, he was saying, well, I've never driven on this track in the wet conditions, let alone on these tyres. So that's so many variables. And like you say, you can forgive him for maybe dropping down from the start of this one. It's a big, steep learning curve for him. And, you know, I think he's doing an absolutely commendable job on this one right now, because he's battling away with Roos. He's still there in the top 10. He's in P6, just fighting away. Every lap, he's learning on this track right now.
Yeah, he does, definitely, as he actually finds himself in the lead of the intermediate classification. And look at this rain still pouring all over the track in MotorLand Aragón. But if you take a look at the classification as of now, being in 6th place, Edgar Nozov is leading in front of Matteo Spergel, as Christian Bertucca put out another fastest lap in the race, really flying through those conditions, the young Italian. But Nozov in the lead, 12 points clear from Matteo Spergel. Position still very much provisional, as Matteo Spergel has still 1 race to go. And those conditions might actually change everything, because Spergel has been untouchable in the drive from pole to victory on 4 occasions. Now, in those conditions, in the rain, let's see what he can do. But he's a driver of experience, Matteo Spergel, in not only the rain, but the class. And I'm sure he has all the aces in his sleeves to make it 5 in a row. But the rain certainly might shuffle the cards a little bit. So it remains to be seen. But we're gonna be attentive at the result of Matteo Spergel coming up in the race. Not the one after, but the last one. So the last race of the day, we'll see Matteo Spergel, the current leader on points, provisionally come into play. But Scriven is 2nd at the moment on equal 200 points, 185 for Shevertalov. This will all change, obviously, as Tim Locati is heading towards what will be his first victory in the class this weekend, KZ2 category. So the result he had been expecting for quite a while. As for now, we have in this class. 4 races wins for Matteo Spergel, 2 for Egor Nosov, 2 for Daniel Vasile, and 1 for Marek Skrivian, and as well as 1 for Maxim Schleimer and Artem Severyukin. 2 for Artem Severyukin, indeed, this afternoon.
Indeed. Well, you can see here the immense kart control that's happening out on circuit that these drivers are displaying right now, just to try and keep these karts on the island, essentially. So much input on the steering, the throttle, where you're changing gear again. All of this becomes a factor here. Locati leading the way, though. Shevetalov still there in second place, but is getting reeled in a little bit here by Schuberg, who is closing in quite quickly on this one. This is your race leader, though, Tim Locati, and just driving away here. And I'm going to say another masterclass of kart control.
Definitely so. We had Davide 4 races before for the KZ2 Masters. This time around, Tim Locati on this Sodicard machine, really playing with the rain and the slippery track. He's been untouchable, as most drivers have been able to see it through, as the rain doesn't show any sign of diminution. The clouds are still very much with us above our heads, as we have 2 races left after this one. Stay with us, ladies and gentlemen, because we have the D versus F and the B versus E, and it all comes down to those last races in the class to decide who will be on pole position for not 1 but 2 superheat races tomorrow. 1 superheat for the KZ, 1 for the KZ2 Masters, and 2 for the KZ2. The checkered flag welcomes Team Locati. That's another victory for CPB Sports Sodicard. They have a couple of them, 4 exactly, with Matteo Spergel. Make it 5 here with Team Locati, winning for the French brand, the most powerful karting brand in the world, Sodicard. Certainly with a bit of reorganization to its racing squad coming to the 2024 season, still under with the partnership of the CPB Sport of Mr. Paul Bizalion, the head of the racing department of Sodicard for the gearbox classes, as well with the single speed categories in OK and OKJ, and the partnership with the Treffle Racing. Now, Sodicard has proved to be on point in terms of pace setup and driving skills here in Aragon. Another victory, this time with Team Locati, Frenchman. Second place for Yaroslav Chevetalov. Third place for Jesper Schoberg and Christian Bertuca. 11 places gained for both Birella drivers. Watch out, the Birels like the rain. Marek Skrivian, P5 from Genis Iveco, P6. 11 places gained as well for the Tonikal driver from Egor Nosov, Dani P7. Your current leader on points, 10 points clear from Matteo Spergel before the last races, of course. Then we have Emma Felbermeyer, P8 from Michael Paparo, Albin Sterusson, Sam Louillet, Kirill Kotskov, and Zola Creuse, Ellie Goldstein, P14 from Dimitri Madveev, Mario Pinazzo, Alfredinho Yabiapina, Dian Varwerven, Michal Bartoszek, Eric Holm, P20, Yannick Julius Bernard, P21 from Arsène Lacoste, Christian Helou, Jan Jure, Yanni Andrizani, and is the last one who has seen the checkered flag. We lost a couple of drivers, including Nicolas Rousse. That's a big surprise, Nicolas Rousse, who had to DNF from this race, and a couple of those drivers who didn't start what has been a difficult race, that's for sure, in those conditions. Alexander Glastein, Patrick Janssen, and Luca Nicci didn't take part in this last qualifying heat for their respective groups, but at the start, Egor Nosov leading the way in front of Yaroslav Shevertalov, going through those slippery turns into the hairpins, up the hill, 300 meters of infield straight line onto the hairpin number 7, the breaking point. We've seen so many overtaking maneuvers through the course of these qualifying races since yesterday. The 123 Team Locati starting is charging through at the end of the opening lap, already up into P2 in front of the Maranello driver. As for the back, we had as well Marek Skrivian with the Praga machine making his bit on the inside of that turn number 9, and then came already as early as lap number 2 the change for the lead that would prove to be decisive. But that moment on a patch of standing water just before the breaking point, Team Locati not quite used to leading the pack at this point on the track, having a bit of a moment, saving his line and race, and as he was going wide, he didn't lose first position, as Scrivian put 2 wheels onto a patch of standing water on the inside of the last turn. Then the dance, the ballet of the MotorLand drivers with both Jasper Sjoberg and Christian Bertucca going left and right. First Sjoberg, then Bertucca, making both the bit past the Praga driver for what will be 3rd and 4th place respectively. 11 positions gained by both the MotorLand drivers in an impressive recovery effort through those difficult conditions. Not so much can be said, unfortunately, for Egor Nozov, who did the job so far, and he stayed alive. He survived through this qualifying heat, but couldn't do nothing against both Bertucca and Sjoberg. As run inside went Scrivian on his teammate from the IPK Racing team. And in the end, there was no one catching up. Team Locati, the Frenchman, putting the Sodicat colors up in the lead once again in certainly what has been their most difficult qualifying races since yesterday, as the rain, as you can see, has got himself invited in MotorLand Aragon. And before we get ourselves ready for the next race, let's get down to you, Anthony, in the scrutineering area.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Down here in the rain, feet are wet, microphone's wet, and Tim Locati, you look also quite wet after coming in off that circuit there. That was a challenging race, but I've got to say your kart control commitment out there was on form. Congratulations.
Thank you. Yes, it was an incredible hit. I didn't think it could be like that, but I just want to thank also the kart because the tire pressure and the chassis was just perfect. And yes, thanks to the team.
You bump yourself up a little bit more in the intermediate classification, so the points are good, but it's going to be a tough day tomorrow. Lots still needs to happen. Are you prepared for it?
Yes, of course. I'm waiting for it, but I will do my best to be at the top of the race and to start on the better position tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, this is a fabulous circuit, and that race there was absolutely superb. Congratulations, well done. We'll see you out there tomorrow.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Tim. I'm going to hold on to the umbrella because he's not going to seal it. Guillaume, the karts are started. Let's head back over to you. More races to come.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Back on track. Perfect timing as you make your way back to the commentary box of the track. Next race coming up with the D versus F group. So we have on pole position for this one, Timo Jörgling with Nacho Tunon by his side. Artem Savyukin and Sip Kuipers on the second row of the grid, followed by Josep Veaterrado, Robert Kindewater. Row number 4, Darius Babayona and Alessandro Minetto. Matteo Morgato and Corentin Russo on row number 5. Row number 6, Matteo Zanchi and Nicola Rossini, followed by Andrea Dale and Theo Blin. Row number 8, Pavlo Tonteri and Xavier Avramides, followed by Santiago da Costa, Zoe Florescu. Row number 10, Alessio Piscini and Dominic Runter, Samuel Leopardi and Simon Billman, row 11. Row 12, we have Niklas Wegen and Eduardo Mormorelli, followed by Giorgi Vakowski, Eric Enake, Anton Marcina Humphrey, and Marcelo Gonzalez. We have everybody on board, 28 drivers onto the track, and as you can see in the rain radar, well, there's no sign of better weather coming our way anytime soon. Still very much cloudy above our heads, still very hot. I was gonna say as before, but we lost a couple of degrees. At some point it was 29 degrees Celsius in the air, now it's down to 19, but still very humid, very wet. And we might see a little bit of an evolution of weather, but the rain is still very much with us. Let's see if the racing line, as the rain decreases or not, will be able to dry out. But as for now, here's the classification in full. 50 points for any driver winning the qualifying one of the qualifying heats, 44 for the driver in second place, 41, 38, 36, and so on and so on, which means that as for now, this is very much provisional classification. Egor Nozov, despite only reaching P7 in the end of this last race, is leading the way, but 10 points only in front of both Matteo Spiergel and Scrivan. Nozov and Scrivan are done with the heats. Not so much is Matteo Spiergel that we will see in the race after. And not so much is done Artem Severukin, Daniel Vasile, as well as Jungling and Kasper Skormans. These are the drivers who can shake up the order on the course for pole position for any of the two superheats. So the lights go out. We are racing here in MotorLand Aragón. A great start from Jungling from pole position on the way to the number 1. But Nacho Tunon going around the outside. What a beautiful start and getaway from the Spanish driver as one of the Door Motorsport, the 126. Don't tell me this is not David Lewinski. This is Dominic Runters, one of his teammates from Door Motorsport, having a troubled start, and some drivers coming together into turn number 4. Yellow flag briefly waved and already stopped. Everybody is coming through as the 103 seemed to be running into some trouble. It was Matheus Morgato from the Biralard Charles Leclerc racing team who was running into some trouble over there. Let's see where he falls down. But not so much of a good start to Matheus Morgato. And look at the rain on the far side of the track. Coming to turn number 9, going around the outside. Nacho Tunen had a cracking start in opening lap, and he's building a gap as Sander Birrells is pushed on the far side of the track. This is the 180, trying to make his bit through. We'll get back to that, but it was a bit of a difficult moment for Josep Verterrato, indeed, as he was struggling on the exit of that hairpin. But now everybody still seems to be coming through nice and sure at the end of the opening lap. Nacho Tunen from DPK Racing is leading the way in front of juggling Jopol Sitte under the pressure of Artem Severyukin. His teammate Robert Kinderwater just behind. And you have Kuipers, Zanki, Babayona, Vantero, Blin, and Corentin Rousseau. And as I told you, the classification has just evolved. Artem Severyukin in third place as for now. He's taking the lead in front of juggling, Nosov, Nacho Tunen. Spiergel, who is yet to compete, remember, is tumbling down to P5 as for now, but he will be a man on a mission in his last race, determined to make it 5 out of 5 if he wants to secure pole position, whatever happens in this one.
Certainly so. Back with the rain, and well, you can see it out there. The wind is howling as well, Guillaume, out there. It's not just a factor of water falling from the sky. You've got a real strong breeze out there as well. Now, there are yellow flags out at turn number 1. And now we can see that out the commentary box window. You can't see it on your screens at home. You're still watching the battle there for second place. Jungling and Severyukin, but I can confirm, I believe it could possibly be Santiago Ribeiro, who is off the circuit, unfortunately, in the Birrell Art, off at the side of turn number 1. Jungling under pressure, though. Severyukin is starting to close in here right now, and again, they're still in fresh territory here. They don't know how these karts really are going to feel going into this race. They are on the brand new wet tyres from Dunlop, the first time they will have deployed them this season on a track that for many of the drivers here, it's their first time racing at in these conditions. So again, it's just a fine line of the difference between knowledge and pure skill of a driver in these situations right now. Tunyon leads, and he's leading by 2.5 seconds, and that gap is extending. That is experience that is showing there. Then you have Jungling and Severyukin here. Again, drivers who might not have as much experience of this circuit, but still have a lot of experience in the world of wet weather racing and kart control. And both of them are doing an absolutely superb job in second and third place at the moment. Zanki's closed up into P4 now. He's leading the next train of karts as we see Josip Vey here replay. And oh dear, spin and rotation. And that is just unfamiliar territory. Braking zone not known in the wet conditions. Tyres not known how they're going to grip up in the wet conditions. And yeah, and then you get a mixture and a spin.
A mixture and a spin, and something you don't want at all, excuse me, as Timo Jungling and Severyukin split by 0.3 of a second. As the battle for second place still. Artem Severyukin, currently your leader in the classification, very much provisional as for now. Jungling and Severyukin leading the way in the points. The only drivers who can still make a difference up there are, of course, Daniel Vasile and also Matthias Spiergel. Those two will be on track for the race just after the last one, as Daniel Vasile will be starting 4th and Matthias Spiergel on pole position as always, as we'll keep an eye on that. But as for now, Artem Severyukin might have a shot at starting on pole position for one of the 2 superheats tomorrow, depending on the results of both Vasile and Matthias Spiergel in those conditions. With Nacho Tunen leading the way, finds himself 4th overall. That would mean for him starting on the front row on the second superheat, if it doesn't change after that, but it will certainly after the last performance of the day. Matteo Zanchi, who was 11, is currently in P4. Make the math, 7 places gained for the Zanchi Motorsport driver, whose Tony Kart machine seems to be enjoying those wet conditions as much as the Car Republic Alonso Kart chassis of Nacho Tunen. It's quite impressive, the amount of rain falling down on the other side of the track. And look at the race control, the kart control of Paolo Tonteri at the wheel of the CRG machine. This is treacherous conditions that I've really seen in karting at this level. And the grey and dark cloud seems to be getting away from our side, but still very much raining. Achatunyan leading the way for 2.1 seconds. Unless something terrible happened to the Spaniard driver, I think that he will get his name within the circles of winner for the first time this weekend. Juggling Severiukin, those two glued together pretty much. It's about survival at this stage. Both of them need the points. Both of them want to secure the starting position coming to the superheats, because as a result of those superheats, that might give you a very, very good starting position coming to the finals. So there's not only championship point up for grab, and there's only 2 rounds in the European Championship, don't forget, before the World event. So there's not a lot of occasions to try to make up for a bad event, for a bad race, as 2.1 second will be difficult to beat for Jungling, because at the moment he's trying to hold on to that second place away from Severiukin as much as he can. Matteo Zanchi is still very much in 4th, and as I say that, no, he lost that P4 position to Paolo Tonteri. Great skills from the CRG driver, getting ahead of his fellow Italian countryman. Paolo Tonteri, apologies, driving as with a Finnish license. Matteo Zanchi from Darius Papayona, Quentin Rousseau, Joseph Viaterado, Xavier Avramides, Siap Kuipers, and Alessio Piscini. It's fair to say that in those conditions, it's even more difficult to try to launch an attack and then get an overtaking done. We thought we would not see that many overtaking maneuvers, but oh boy, those races have been providing a plenty, and even more so in the race, in the wet conditions, even though it's getting even more difficult.
Exactly is. Tense time starting to build up here between these drivers. Lap 7 of 9 at the moment. Still watching the battle for second place here. Tunyon and Jungling. Nothing between them at the moment. Well, they're battling away at the front. Severiukin still closing in just behind. Staying there in 3rd place. Tonteri is impressed. 11 places gained in this race. Closing through. Eric Inake as well, 14 places gained, currently in P12. So again, there are some big movers out onto the circuit. Now, eyes on the rain. Still falling out there just that little bit, but you can see it's off there in the background again. We've got the lighter sky coming in from behind this camera here at turn 1. That's kind of proving a point to the fact that this is it's kind of half and half conditions at the moment, and that's what we're seeing. So you're seeing there the lighter cloud that's coming on the left-hand side there. That's coming from that gap that's in the middle of the clouds, but we're still a massive, massive cloud of rain off to the right-hand side of the track, and that's what's keeping that rain here. That's what's keeping the track soaking wet right now. It's just that fine line all the way throughout it. Action here at the moment. Tonteri battling away with likes of Zanchi Severiukin also there as well. Zanchi leading this battle again. Babianoa still closing in. Wow, there's the shot of the rain. Babianoa down the inside, though, of Zanchi. Moves down the inside, and I'm seeing the nose cone there of Matteo Zanchi bobbing up and down. I suspect he may have a nose cone penalty at the end of this race. Obviously, don't take that as he has got one, but potentially he might have one when he comes back in. Eyes on this one now as Rousseau is piling on the pressure now behind Zanchi and is looking to go for the move on this final lap, but the checker flag will be coming out at the end of this lap to Nacho Tunyon as off the track there, and out of the race is Eduardo Morelli. Unfortunately, the driver of the Maranello kart out of this race, and is the latest of multiple retirements in this race, including Reuters, Vahovsky, Morgato, Theo Blanc, and Santiago Ribeiro, all retirements from this race. But Nacho Tunyon at the front of the field here, well, has been an absolute masterclass of kart control. Doesn't lead the intermediate classifications with this one, but does bump himself up to 4th in the standings, 5 points ahead of Matteo Spergel, who will be starting at the front for the next race, which is also the last race of the day. But across the line, Nacho Tunion will win here in MotorLand Aragón across the line in KZ2 in his final qualifying heat of the weekend under the pouring rain here at MotorLand Aragón. Timo Jungling finishes in second place ahead of Artem Sevrukin. Paavo Tonteri finishes in fourth place after gaining 11 positions in that race. Darius Babianoa finishing in P5 ahead of Quentin Rousseau in P6. Nicola Rosani finishes in P7 after getting 5 places ahead of Matteo Zanchi. That's a question mark on Zanchi. That nose cone looking very wobbly on track. Josip Vey finishing in 9th place, recovering back after that spin. Javier Abramides finishing in P10 after gaining 6 places. Then it's Pacini Aneke after gaining 14 places, finishing in P12 ahead of Andrea Dale. Simon Billman finishing in 14th after gaining 8 places ahead of Alessandro Minetto in P15. Leopardi from Florescu. Then it's Kuipers, Gonzalez, Bevan and Kindervarter, who finishes in 21st place. Robert Kindervarter, worst race of the weekend for him, unfortunately, in his last qualifying heat, which is a big shame, dropping to 21st place. Anton Morris-Humphrey finishing in 22nd, and the last of the finishers, the retirements, Morelli, Reuters, Valhosky and Morgato, Blanc and Ribeiro, unfortunately, all retiring from that race. Look at the highlights here, and initially, relatively decent start from the front of the grid there. Jungling and Nacho Tunion at the start of that race, breaking away, but one driver not getting away at the start, I believe managing to get it going though later on. There you can see the starts again from the other angle, but Nacho Tunion's kart control right round the outside there, and that's what we're talking about. That is the outside line working against the inside line, the rubbered line versus the slightly offline, dirty part of the track. In wet conditions, has way more traction. There, the early spin in the race and disaster striking for Matthias Morgato, who would later retire from the race. Not the results he will have wanted in that one. Big sends in the early stages. Rousseau getting through, Zanchi battling away as well, just avoiding that little bit of contact there from Babianoa. There, the spin in the race there for Josip Vey, the Birilat. Amazing recovery there to bring it back onto the circuit and hold on to that one. This is Babianoa down the inside of Matteo Zanchi. And again, the inside line not working out too well on the exit, but getting it done right there at the end. But across the line, Nacho Tunion for DPK Racing will take the win and will certainly help himself out. Now, with those results, Artem Sevrukin would lead the intermediate classifications with 226 from Timo Jungling's 211. But of course, the last race of the day is coming up next, and it has Matteo Spergel, who's starting on the front of that grid. And he's, at this moment, got 4 out of 4 qualifying heat wins and is looking to get another one right here. He's got 200 intermediate classification points. He sits 5th. A win here would bring in maximum points, but again, we just don't know. This is new conditions that we've not raced in yet for that category, for that class. New tyres, it's the unknown, really. So it could shake up the order, but at the moment, he's in line to be on pole. But let's head down to Parc Fermé. Guillaume Alvarez, it's over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. It's still pouring rain here in the Parc Fermé, but let's have a quick chat with Nacho Tunion. Well done, bravo, Nacho. Disastrous conditions, but you brought it home. Good result, good for the confidence heading for tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. It's been a very good weekend for the moment. I have to thank my team DPK and Niame for all the confidence they put in me. I think this confidence has been translated now into the track. So yeah, feeling very happy. And hopefully tomorrow will be a better day.
When we run in dry conditions, when the rain comes along, it's never easy for you drivers and mechanics as well, because it gets on your nerves. The timing is very short to change the tires and maybe do some setup arrangements.
Yeah, obviously with these conditions, it's very hard, you know, you cannot see quite well. But I was calm, my team was calm, we managed it pretty well. I was very confident coming into the heat, so I just performed how I wanted.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for talking to us. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, Nacho Tonon. As we're going to go live once again with Artem Severyukin. Artem, thanks for joining us once again. It's looking pretty good for you at the end of those qualifying races. 1 to go, but in terms of points, you're very likely to be starting on pole position for one of the 2 superheats. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, it's a really good result after 2 years of bad luck, I think. And this heat was really hard because it's really hard to go behind someone because it's a lot of spray behind everyone. And also, I think it could be much better with my driving and other things.
You're hard on yourself because your driving has been absolutely impressive, whether all dry or in wet conditions. So it puts you in confidence terms, in a good position, good mood coming to tomorrow, with a few things to improve on your side, but still feeling confident that you can fight at the front.
Yeah, I think I can fight something, maybe with the chassis, but I don't know. I think I like with the chassis. It's very good, and only I need to find from my side.
Fantastic. Best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Artem Severyukin, your professional leader of the KZ2 classification, coming to this last race. But we have Matteo Spiergel and Daniel Vasile still on the grid, Anthony. So things might still change. They will certainly, depending on the results of those 2 drivers. The conditions seems to be slightly improving, but for now, Artem Severyukin did a very strong job. Let's see if he will be able to confirm tomorrow as well.
Well, Guillaume, I don't know what weather you're looking at. It doesn't look like it's improving at all out there from our position here. Last race of the day, KZ2 coming up next. Qualifying heat B versus E will be out on circuit. And actually, Guillaume, I'll take back what I said. From our camera pictures there, yes, behind us in the background there looks absolutely terrible. But on the behind this camera, I'm seeing hints of blue sky again, so it's looking a little bit better indeed. Let's take you through the starting lineup for this final race of the day. Matteo Spiergel, who at this moment has not lost a qualifying heat, starts on pole position. We'll have Maximilian Schleimer alongside. Artem Lane and Daniel Vasile will go from row number 2. Daniel, who has been winning the last couple of races, will be curious to see how he does. Marcus Kayak and Kasper Schulmans go from row number 3. Then have Simon Reckenmarker and Jean Nimblom alongside on row number 4. Maxim Orlov and Alejandro Laoz go from row number 5. They round out the top 10. They'll have David Levinsky and Miguel Costa on row 6. Vladimir Verkalantsev on row number 7. We'll have Menihat Kroza alongside. Then it's David Walter and Gavin Luye on row number 8. They'll have Mattis Prush and Rasmus Andersson on row 9. Dan Dalakian and Jose Antonio go from row 10. They round out the top 20 with Alvar Simasfara and Julius Lassen on row 11. Fabrizio Rosati and Christian Decline go from row 12 with Zeeman Wang and Milan Tergut on row number 13. Jan-Luca Wertmann and Dino Carlson go from row 14 with Jeremy Protein rounding out the 29 kart field. Now, Zeeman Wang wasn't out on the track earlier on. I don't know if Zeeman Wang's out on the track again right now. I'll get confirmation of that when they go through the timing beams to see who does and who does not go through. And, well, there are 2 drivers who have not gone through. One of them is confirming Zeeman Wang not out on the circuit. The other one, here's a new name for me, Finland's Alvar Simasfara has not taken to the circuit or may have a transponder issue. The rain radar there on your screen indicating, yes, we're in a small pocket of clear air at the moment. You can see where it was and where it's moving to now, but it's just right on the edge. It's right on the edge of where we are now, and you can see there's still quite a bit of standing water that's built up on those exit curbs on the track. So, of course, this track probably not famously known for its best clearance of water, as it doesn't rain too much here, but when it rains, it really rains here, so does need to deal with that one quite promptly, but it's certainly dealing with it. And nearing the end of this formation lap for the last qualifying heat of the weekend, and it's groups B and E out on the circuit there. You can see Severyukin currently leading the intermediate classification. You've just heard from him, but of course he's only got 226 points. And, well, you've got Matteo Spiergel with 200 points. Now, the same with Scriven with 200 points, but he's already been out, so he can't gain any more than that. So it's all down to, really, Matteo Spiergel, who starts this one on the front row whether or not he's going to be starting on pole position. That shot there indicates, look at the clearness now that you can see behind us. It's starting to clear up. It's looking a little bit nicer, but it had to wait for the last race of the day, didn't it, Guillaume? Here we go then.
As
the
always.
red flag is up at the front. The green flag will wave at the back. We are getting ready to go for the last race of the day. Don't get me wrong, it's still mighty windy out there for the drivers, which will certainly bring them a new challenge. But as the lights begin to shine, we wait and we race in the final day today and the final time today. It's KZ2 down in towards turn number 1. It's a great start for Spergel. He holds on to the race lead here. Schleimer on the outside is going to have to settle for third place as Arthur Lane battles his way up in the order. There you can see the Birrell pushing through. I think that's Daniel Vasile again with a lightning start from behind. Schleimer immediately taking into second place. That is a textbook start once again, and both of them now go to work here. There, the quick changes, and down the inside, I think it's Poulain battling his way back up into that order, but certainly a very feisty start for the field here, Guillaume.
Yes, indeed. Everybody coming through into the spread of water, coming to turn number 9 as well, and the sun is back with us, so crazy conditions here for the last one, as always, with Matthias Spergel, as is losing momentum and dropping places as well. Look at him go, Maximilian Schleimer, as well as Arthur Poulain, by the look of it, making their way past. Can I get back? No, this is one of the Maranellos. My apologies. Yeah, Maximilian Schleimer indeed, and Arthur Poulain. Let's get back to that as they complete lap number 1. As we have Schleimer in front of Markus Kayak, no, Daniel Vasile in front of Maximilian Schleimer, and Matthias Spergel down in third, Markus Kayak is fourth, Kasper Schormann, Jean Noblo, Arthur Poulain, all the way down to P7 for Maxim Orlov, Lahos and David Lewinsky. And in terms of change, well, Matthias Spergel still very much in the lead, as we said, but Daniel Vasile, by taking the lead, is putting himself in second place overall.
Spergel's down to 4th place. It's Vasile who's in the lead at the moment. So Spergel's had drama somewhere in this lap. Now I thought he'd broken away.
In the lead? Okay, my apologies.
Yeah,
that's the last one for me as well.
There we go. But yeah, that's what's happening at the moment. So there you can see Spergel into P4. Now that doesn't mean too much, but it is close it up a little bit here. Now Spergel's got 238 with that 4th place position at the moment, with Vasile leading the way as unfortunately off the track goes Manihat Krosner. Unfortunately, Manihat Krosner not in this race anymore, lights it up and gets going. Now Matthias Spergel under investigation. Now, I'm wondering if we could see a start of that race, because we're only at the end of lap number 2, and an investigation this early on could only mean one thing, and that's a start infringement.
Yeah, definitely so. We had just the one, at least, that we were able to see back through the replays. It was from Dimitri Matveev earlier in another KZ2 race in the dry. But as for now, fastest lap in the race for Markus Kayak, the Maranello driver, is Kayak down up into second place. 4 tenths missing on Daniel Vasile. That's going to be a great battle from a distance, as up into turn number 7 on the far side of the track. Vasile, Kayak, Schleimer, Spergel down in 4th. Still not the end of the world for Spergel, Matthias Spergel, the Frenchman, but 6 points missing for Daniel Vasile. Vasile is doing what he needs to do, lead the way, take that win. That would be his win number 3. Daniel Vasile, the remaining from Birrell. That's what he needs to do to secure one of the 2 pole positions. He very much like to be on top of the classification to take the full 25 points. Not just yet, sorry. At the end of the superheat, those points will be awarded to take the confidence and the pole position for the first of the 2 superheat on Sunday morning. As we do have a mechanical flag, you can see on the right side of your screen, mechanical flag for the 107, that is. This is Jean Nomblot. Another disappointment, and unfortunately for Jean Nomblot, who was sent into a spin in one of his earlier races, and now finds himself at the back end of the grid, and he had within 3 laps to get back to the pits. I think he just done so, and that's a race. Rain is done, but the race done and dusted as well for the Frenchman.
I'm going to eat my words of what I said before the race started about Almar Zimmersvara not out on track. I can tell you it was a transponder issue. Alvar Simasvara is out on circuit and up 8 places, currently in P13, so I'll eat my words on that one. Back here with the lead battle, and Vasily's still holding on to that one. The gap around 0.3 of a second between himself and Kayak, very appropriately named in the wet conditions that we have here at the moment. Schleimer still there in 3rd place as well, trying to close in. Now, my eyes are fixed on Spergel because I've been doing some maths here. Now, he's under investigation, currently in P4. If that investigation comes out to anything and it involves, let's say, a 5-second post-race time penalty that's going to go Spergel's way, if this investigation leads to anything, of course, all provisional, that would bump him right down to around about, well, a P10 sort of area. With that would promote Vasily to the intermediate classification lead and the pole sitter for tomorrow. So there is a fine line on this one. At the moment, Spergel still leads it, and he's got around a 6-point advantage from Vasily being there in 4th place. But again, it's a really tricky zone. He's only got one driver behind him at the moment, one in front. Schleimer in front, and Schurman's behind. But the gap is very close. In fact, I'm going to eat my words again, because I think Spergel's going to go for the move on Schleimer there just in the background. And I think he may have got up into 3rd place. We'll confirm that maybe with the timing in a few moments' time. But still, we watch the battle here. And Vasily and Kayak still line astern going into the final corner. Who's going to appear next? It is still Schleimer. So Spergel did not get the move done, but he is piling on the pressure right now.
Yeah, definitely so. Those two drivers glued together. We have 2 battles in pretty much the same picture. The battle for the win. Then Vasily. He has 2 wins under his name so far. Markus Kayak would like to add his name to the list. And he's closing in. Markus Kayak with a Maranello machine is only P10th at the moment, Markus, in the classification of things. As Schleimer is leading the way. 2 tenths are only in front of Matthias Spergel and Kasper Schormann down in P5. As Arthur Poulain down in P6 from David Lewinsky, Aros Lopez, Prus and Reckenmacher run down the top 10 from Walter and the rest of the classification. As lap number 6 out of 9, Matthias Spergel. Let's have a look on the left side. Let's go out, not just yet.
There was a little bit of movement.
Slight, yeah, very slight, but nothing like Dimitri Matveev, the other replays of a full start that we had seen before, where he clearly had moved on above the line just before light going up.
That movement that we were seeing there was more of a shuffle in the seat sort of movement that we were seeing, maybe kind of sitting up and the wheels moving a little bit. But
again, it's not down to us to decide what's going to happen. That's still very much provisional situation, and we leave this job obviously to the race control and the officials of this race.
We can happily have an opinion though. There we go. Markus Kayak, now with the fastest lap of the race, is starting to close in just that little bit. Well, I say that now, the gap's opened up again to 0.3 of a second, but it certainly doesn't look like it into the braking zone of turn number 7. It looks like he's actually found some pace here right now and is closing in on Vasil. But again, Vasil, who is in a good position right now, doesn't lead, but is right there. Now, Spergel's got back up into 3rd place. He's got past Schleimer again. Confirmation of that in the background. Yep. You can see the CPP Sport Kart on the Sodi chassis pushing itself up into 3rd place. So that's helping out that fight just that little bit more. And, you know, Spergel knows he's under investigation. He might know a lot more than we know about how that start was. And, yeah, he might be thinking, I need to gain as many places as I can in this one because it's going to need to help me out at the end of this race.
Yeah, and he's just done that. 1 more places gained for Matthias Spergel. And as for now, 241 points in the lead. If it stays like that, that would make him the leader of the Saturday and the pole sitter for the first of the 2 superheat, with the 2nd pole going to Daniel Vasile. Interestingly, whatever happens after this race in terms of potential decisions, Daniel Vasile will be on pole position if he stays like that, if he can secure that win. But Markus Kayak has other ideas in mind, coming to turn number 7 on the penultimate lap with the better throttle and momentum on the outside. All coming to the way down to turn number 9 on the outside just before the braking point. Beautifully done by Markus Kayak. A beautiful textbook move from the Maranello driver, taking the lead from Daniel Vasile. Now it's down to Vasile to try to switch positions. Will he dare to go for the move, or will he dare to go to do that in the last lap, knowing that, of course, there's a lot of stake, there's pole position at stake, even though those two are not fighting within the same circle. Markus Kayak is only P9 at the moment, while Vasile is fighting for potential pole position. But as for now, as we're going to have a look on a different angle at the forefront. That might have been another false start at the back end.
Yeah, certainly so. Can't see the kart at all from that one, but there was definitely some movement there in the background, which is what we were seeing. But keeping an eye on this race, we're on the final lap of it as well. And, well, plenty is happening in that intermediate classification, but crucially, it is Spergel who is leading the way. Now, Vasil's gone down to third because of that one, so that would mean Savrukhin would be starting on pole for the second of the two superheats that will be tomorrow. But Kayak, who leads the way, is looking comfortable. But Spergel, at the moment, is your intermediate classification leader.
Yeah, it has to do that different of positions. You might wonder, because they are actually Savrukhin and Vasile on equal points. Well, it's down to the fact that Savrukhin better qualified on the Friday than Daniel Vasile, and he was just one place up onto the grid of the qualifying heats, and one drivers are on equal points in classification by the end of the qualifying races. That's the way you split them. So for now, with Marcus Kayak crossing the line and saluting the checkered flag, so to speak, for the first time as a winner, we have Daniel Vasile crossing the line in second in front of Matteo Spergel. Fourth place for Maximilian Schleimer and Kasper Skorman, your top 5. Simon Reckenmacher being investigated as well, crossing the line in P9, the German driver. But what's important to remember and to keep in mind until tomorrow is that Matteo Spergel, if it says like that, is your overall leader of the classification in KZ2, and by the end of all those qualifying races, 5 qualifying races for Matteo Spergel, 4 wins and a third place. That makes him the pole sitter for the first of the 2 superheat, and crucially, with the victory that he let go to Marcus Kayak, well, Daniel Vasile won't be starting as for now on pole position. He will be by the side of Matteo Spergel for the first of the 2 superheat, as Artem Savrukhin is likely to start on top of the classification, on top of the grid for the second superheat tomorrow. Well, we'll leave that to the officials once the classification will be made definitive, because they are now very much provisional. The classification in full, as we said: Kayak in front of Daniel Vasile, Matteo Spergel, Maximilian Schleimer, Kasper Skormans, Arthur Poulain, David Lewinsky, Matej Preuss, Simon Reckenmacher and David Walter, your top 10 from Alejandro Lajos, Alba Simesvara, Vladimir Verkolantsev, Christian McLean, Miguel Costa, Gamin Loyer, P16 from Fabrizio Rosati, Julius Lansen, Jeremy Potin, and the rest of the classification, as we have another look at the start in those still difficult conditions, even though the rain stopped during the course of that last qualifying race. Still drying track, but still very much dry onto the racing line and around. As we have another quick look on the left side, yeah, from our distance, from that point of view, doesn't seem like much. Don't get to see if an investigation is still ongoing for that precise matter. Well, we'll get to see that afterwards, and we'll keep you up to date for any information regarding their starting procedure. But it was a good getaway from Matteo Spergel in those still wet, half dry conditions, as Marcus Kayak was making his bit around the inside, along with his teammate Maximilian Schleimer into the mix on the way up to turn number 7, up the hill, 300 meters, 140 km/h. Well, slightly less in those conditions, but this is where the KZ and KZ2 drivers reach their respective top speeds on the way down to turn number 9. And there was a move already for the lead between Daniel Vasile and Matteo Spergel. Vasile up a place, leading the way around the inside. Goes the 1:32 of Maximilian Schleimer, ahead of Matteo Spergel, in a bit of a trouble into that opening lap, with the battle of the Sodis for the back, Kasper Skorman and Arthur Poulain, finding their pace as well into that opening lap. Around the inside, going the 1:82, that was Skorman on Poulain and Maximilian Schleimer. As in the meantime, the teammates of the Maranellos run the outside, Marcus Kayak and Maximilian Schleimer on lap number 2. Then we had a bit of a drama for one of the CRG drivers, might have been, at the end of the classification. Might have been Jan Hofmann missing the braking point in turn number 9. And then came that move on lap number 8, just a few hundred meters from the checkered flag. Marcus Kayak, benefiting from a better momentum on the outside on the way down from between turn 7, 8 and 9. And then he shut that door into the hairpin despite the greasery, slippery conditions. And there was no one, not even Daniel Vasil, able to catch him up just after on the way to the checkered flag that he would cross first for the first time this weekend. Another win for Maranello RCP after Maximilian Schleimer yesterday, and the first for Marcus Kayak this weekend. That puts him overall in 9th place in the provisional classification of the qualifying heats. A couple of drivers that we didn't get to see at the end of this race. Chiming Wang did not take the start. Jean Nombro and Maxime Orlov dropped out of this race, and we had a couple of drivers at the back end as well into trouble. For the last time today, ladies and gentlemen, let's get down to the Parc Fermé with Anthony Jordan for the last live interview before we conclude today's racing.
Thank you very much, Guillaume. Yes, here with our, not race winner from that one, but certainly someone who could be starting on the top spot tomorrow. Spurgeon, brilliant racing for you today. You are under investigation on the last one, but I personally don't think there's too much to worry about, but we'll see what happens with that one. But you lead the intermediate classification points. Great end to the day and some fantastic races over the course of today.
Yeah, for sure. It's a really nice feeling. With the team, we did really a mega job. So yeah, but we have to stay focused on tomorrow because tomorrow is the final day. It's the most important. So yeah, just stay focused.
Yeah. Let's talk about that last race. That was a challenge out there, wasn't it? Wet conditions, new tyres that you had to deal with as well. How did you find it? It certainly looked like a difficult race.
Yeah, it was really hard conditions. I had some difficulties to adapt me, but yeah, I saved the result for the overall classification.
Yeah. Well, let's keep fingers crossed for tomorrow. Hopefully it's a dry day because you seem to be doing really well in dry conditions here at MotorLand Aragón, and we'll see how you get on. But congratulations as you lead those intermediate classification points. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Matteo Spurgeon there, who joins us at the end of that one. Guillaume, it's going to be a busy day tomorrow. Tell us, what can we expect?
We can expect a lot tomorrow, so be with us with FIAKarting.com and the entire team of RGMMC. We will be live at 10:05 local time. 10:10, as you can see, the first of the superheat in the morning. 4 superheats, 1 for the KZ2 Masters, 1 for the KZ and 2 for the KZ2. That will be for the first part of the morning schedule. 10:10, first race, 5:10 live on streaming and all over the world, Motorsport TV as well. The afternoon, the final and the podium ceremonies in between, starting with the KZ2 Masters, the presentation of the drivers at 1:15, the start at 1:35, the podium ceremony, then on to the KZ2. Same procedure, presentation of the drivers, the final, and then we will finish with the queen category of them all, the KZ final. 18 laps to go through for the 36 best drivers of each class. That will be celebrated, but only the top 3 for each of the podium ceremonies. And then we'll get down to the press conferences with the winners to run things up here in MotorLand Aragón for the opener of the Mondocar.com FIA Karting European Championship in KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. But for now, for myself, Guillaume Alvarez, Anthony Jordan, the entire RGMMC team, the FIA Karting Federation and MotorLand Aragón, we say thank you very much for following us through today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
through. The rally heads on the southern loop on the first.
Championship. The safety car should dive into the pit lane and then might